repeater system within our county. We have 4,000 square mile county. We all know the geography. It's very, very complex. And there was several years ago, 2017, where we identified that the issue with our failing infrastructure, in the county put forward a study to put forward a plan. So CDX Wireless came forward, and that's Bob Simmons and his company put forward a study of our infrastructure and exactly what we needed. And the county identified that we do need to prioritize the radio infrastructure and do some much needed improvements in a plan put in place. And then I believe it was 2 years ago, it was approved. And the county set aside money to put forward a plan and a contract with Motorola to really look at our 8 repeater sites and to do what was necessary that we knew at the time to fix these repeater sites so we can have a digital radio system that had built-in redundancy, that also had a that had the ability to really transmit countywide. And it was a great plan in place. And right now, once Motorola started on the project, we now have found that there's been other things that have gone wrong with our radio system. So what I'd like to do today is I'd like to turn it over to our working group. We have a working group that meets every week that has been working on this project with Motorola, with CDX Wireless, and the project manager is Captain Bryan Quenell. So I'd like to turn this over to Captain Quenell, and he can discuss the issues that we have identified as the emergency needs that need to be fixed right away. So Captain Quenell, I believe you're on the call. Can you go ahead and take it over?
Yeah. So like the sheriff explained, this project began a couple years ago. It was we identified the radio system as an issue. Units can't communicate in the remote areas of the county. Sometimes units can't communicate even within miles of the courthouse just because of the way the radio system's set up. We did sign a contract with Motorola to begin the project. After the initial site walkthroughs, a more stringent evaluation of those site locations was completed. And at that time, it was determined that there were so many issues with the locations that we needed to do additional upgrades and additional modifications. That created some changes in the original plan. And since that time, this working group has been working together to determine what is the best course of action for the county, with obviously cost savings in mind, with public safety in mind, with all of those things at the forefront. What we have today is basically where we're at. Motorola has a plan to move forward that includes some upgrades to the sites, which also includes some replacement of removing equipment from the structures on scene to temporary structures that are mobile, to help us with some of the coding requirements that are now upon us. But for specific site, I mean, we could go site by site and tell you exactly what's wrong with every location and what needs to be done. But at this point, we've reached a point where the radio system is unreliable. We currently don't have radio communications with deputies in the Shelter Cove or Orleans area. Don Nilsen can attest to the fact that within the last couple of weeks, our radio system has gone down on more than one occasion for long periods of time, which means there's no communication from our 911 center to the units in the field, which is obviously a huge public safety concern and an officer safety concern for us. So I will, that's kind of the overview of everything. If there are specific questions as to what needs to happen at locations, I would defer to Don Nilsen and to Bob Simmons, who are the technical experts. If there's questions regarding building plans and things like that, I would defer to Ed Waterman, who works at Public Works and has that expertise as well. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Brian. Any questions or comments from the board for Supervisor Wilson?
My question really is just, it appears that these are all sort of infrastructural issues related to the physical infrastructure of the sites. Is that correct? Is that what I'm grasping? And then, so it wouldn't have really mattered which vendor we had gone with relationship to the equipment. These would have been needs that would have been there anyway. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I want to make sure that we're all right. That was the only question I really had. I do understand that how these sites degrade, and they do need maintenance and periodic upgrades. I mean, this is a significant change order. Of course, it's $500,000 basically on a already $5.5 million contract. But I do these are most of that contract is really I'd say is like the electronic equipment and the work to connect and make that all function. This is really what holds the electronic equipment up, and
correct.
It won't be
and we're now into a new structural engineering requirements as well, because we've gone beyond the original date that we were hoping to have this implemented. So some of the towers that we originally thought we would be able to use as is now require structural engineering and structural upgrades to them as well.
So I guess and maybe part of this then, what part of this change order, I guess, is Motorola's part, and what part of it is our part in terms of in-house or external to Motorola? Or is it all just Motorola?
No, the part we're discussing today is specific to Motorola. There are additional expenditures beyond that include the 2 structures that we need to purchase to house the equipment, as well as some additional fees for our radio representative through CDX. But specific today, this is the Motorola portion, which gets us through the upgrades and the implementation of the new radio system.
And do we have an estimate on what we might be asked to budget adjust for in the future related to these to the parts that we're doing in-house?
Yes. I sent those to Alicia. I don't have them right in front of me right now, but yeah, there is an additional cost beyond just this change order.
Okay. Order of magnitude?
Bob, can you speak to that?
Yeah, order of magnitude, I'd say probably on the order of 175,000.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I was just, it's been 3 years since we hired CDX, and CDX did a override of, did a complete, or maybe they didn't do a complete overview, because now I see we're adding cabinets. There's a lot of structural stuff that I would have hoped that came up in the CDX study. Yeah. And now, and the Motorola was an RFP, it wasn't a bid. So I mean, and I can't tell you, I'm glad we went with Motorola. They're proven and they've got great people and stuff. But now we're looking at almost a 17% increase in the original bid. And I think it should. And I think Supervisor Wilson made a good point. Are we going to have somebody start painting these cabinets so they don't rust away or whatever happened, and doing a little bit? I know it's been tough times, and I know this is important, but I also know the technology is changing daily. So, I mean, we're going to spend over $6 million now. And I just want to make sure we're going to we're set to move into the future as what's anticipated, because as we all know, it's only been a mere 15 years ago or 20 years when we were all carrying bag phones, and now we've got little things that, so as we move forward, why a lot of this stuff wasn't found out in the CDX study has me, it sounds like $600,000, $700 worth of stuff. Why CDX didn't pick up on that for Motorola to look at? Is that a fair question, or is that just because I know they couldn't have this system is how old? So I don't think it probably dropped that much in 3 years. So I would love to know exactly where we expect to head. I fully support this. I just get future costs I would love to have understood.
Sure. No, that's a fair question. So this is Bob Simmons with CDX Wireless. When we did the initial site walks with Motorola during the RFP process, we went to the sites and did some identification of things, and they were able to go to the sites and look at the electrical and things like that. What happened between the summertime when we actually did the RFP and through the subsequent winter, when we came back and actually did a detailed site walk, there were some things that just happened during the course of the winter. There was leaks in the shelters that we didn't see originally. We had some power problems that weren't there when we did the initial site walk up at Horse Mountain and at Pratt. So some of those things didn't kind of manifest themselves until actually we did the detailed site walk. So those things weren't captured, and so that's why we're seeing some of the increases. And then as we've gone through the sites and gone through the grounding and things like that, things that we've had to uncover by actually going through, actually digging and breaking dirt and things like that to look at things. Some other things were captured and discovered that just couldn't be captured when we were just doing initial sidewalks.
Asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments from the sheriff or the team? Okay. Oh, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this affects the radios that are on the individuals, not the radios in the cars. Is that correct?
It would affect both the vehicle radios for sheriff and public works, and then handheld radios for sheriff.
So when we say the deputies are out of communication in Orleans and Shelter Cove, that's complete. That's the car, that's the handheld, everything. Communications are not good in that situation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, well, that's certainly not a good situation. We don't want our folks out there in harm's way without being able to communicate. That is really, really high priority stuff. So I appreciate this coming forward. I too had the same concerns that Supervisor Bohn did about the increase in costs. I mean, we run into this in projects all the time, and usually there's some sort of a clause. I know in construction projects, there can be a clause about undisclosed information below the soil surface, for instance, and things like that when you're digging and stuff. But this is a pretty substantial increase. And while it says in the staff report that it will come from the finance plan, that's the general fund putting money into the finance plan. Is that correct? So this is really a general fund hit. Is that correct?
Well, yes, and but also want to. We do have. I know we're still kind of figuring out where we are with this first quarter, but we still have potential to tap into Measure Z funds as well. This was one of those. There was about $450,000 that was prioritized by Measure Z committee to be spent on this project, and it was one of those just the ones that weren't funded initially. But if there is carryover, that this is one of those things that the board could set aside some of that money for this project as well.
Okay, nice to consider options. Thank you, Sheriff.
Supervisor Bohn.
Sheriff, are forfeiture funds available for this? I know we have a fund, and forfeiture funds, let the guys that we get the money from help pay for it to get them next time.
Yeah, asset forfeiture funds could be utilized for equipment and those kind of things. But we've seen a dramatic decrease in our forfeiture funds over the last 2 years. But yeah, it is definitely something that can be utilized if that fund does increase. And Alicia Hayes has been part of our working group too, and so she can also comment about funding, because we're looking at a lot of different sources to try and tap into the funding.
The DA has committed approximately $230,000 of asset forfeiture for a contribution from her office for this project. And in addition to that, there is a community power resiliency funding of $100,000 that may also be able to be utilized for this project. So we're certainly looking at many different funding mechanisms.
Any further discussion on this item? I would like to point out that, as Supervisor Madrone kind of mentioned there, looking at the outlying areas that very often need your help, especially even in cases like wildfires or storms, not to mention issues involved in violence. It's really, really important for that connectivity to happen. This is a major public safety issue. So I just want to reflect on that. I'm glad that you caught it and that we can still move forward with it. I will put this out to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to comment on this item, please? If you would like to comment, please press *9. You'll be brought in the queue. Okay, we have one hand up. If you would press *6, you can join us to comment on this item. Welcome.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here again. I'm commenting as far as I'm in support of doing these upgrades, but from what I'm reading, there's 198 pages, so I honestly didn't read it all. When you guys are looking at upgrades on these cell phone towers, I will remind you that sometimes these different towers they're technically commercial activities, and I'm well aware of one a mile away from my farm that is not held to the same commercial standards as a cannabis operation as far as roads and fire access. So some of these cell towers have propane, diesel, different flammable objects and materials on site, and they don't even actually have a fire turnaround. So when you're doing these upgrades that these private companies own and you're permitting them, yes, we're getting benefits for the county out of them, but let's hold all commercial activities to the same standards. I think maybe we should have a actual policy in regards to policy or ordinance in regards to cell phone towers. Speaking of, this is radios you're talking about, but the cell phones, when we had some visitors trying to scope out our place up here, the sheriffs that came out, their company cell phones did not work a mile away from a tower, but luckily they had personal cell phones that they utilized in their investigation. So just something to think about while you're talking about radios. Also, their company issued cell phones are not very good. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further public comment, Ryan?
Chair Fennell, that would conclude public comment for this item.
Thank you very much. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution proclaiming staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
The abridged version.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Wilson, no further comment. Let's go for a roll call vote on this, please.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5.
Thank you very much, and good luck with all of your endeavors, and hopefully it'll happen sooner than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That brings us to items that were pulled from the consent agenda, and the first of those is a proclamation to honor Native American and Indigenous Peoples Month, the month of November. I'm going to read out that proclamation and then welcome representatives of the Wiyot tribe and the Daughters of the American Revolution. Whereas the history and culture of our great nation have been significantly influenced by Native Americans and Indigenous peoples, and whereas the contribution of Native Americans have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness of America today, and whereas the time has come to stop suppressing the memories of crime committed against Native Americans by seizing and occupying of their land, and whereas historic atrocities committed against the tribes living in Humboldt County are recently coming to light, and whereas Native American customs and traditions which were once suppressed are now respected and celebrated as part of a legacy throughout the United States, And whereas Eureka was the first municipality in the United States to unconditionally return land to its original owners, and whereas Native American Awareness Week began in 1976, was expanded by Congress and approved by President George Bush in August of 1990, designating the month of November as National Native American Heritage Month. And whereas in honor of Native American Heritage Month, community celebrations as well as cultural, artistic, educational, and historical activities have been planned throughout the nation. Now, therefore, we, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim November 2020 as Native American Heritage Month and urge all our citizens to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. And I move the proclamation.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments on this before I go to the recipients? Supervisor Wilson?
I appreciate this, and I'm glad that we're doing more of this type of recognition. I do want to, there was one line in there that just made me a little uncomfortable, which was the atrocities coming to light. And I would say that, you know, for many people, the atrocities have been there always and in the forefront. They're not just coming to light. And I would add that even within the documentation, you know, Jack Norton's book, Genocide in Northwestern California, really documented, you know, very, very well and in great detail some of what happened here. And I will say that that was published in 1979. And so I just want to say, like, just for some people, maybe this is coming to light recently, but for many, many others, this information and the knowledge of this has been around, well, quite frankly, since it happened. So, but moving forward, I am glad that we're here today doing this, and I want to thank you, Chair Fennell, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. I think that's a point well taken, but I am really glad that we are taking these steps. Let's go to Cheryl Seidner. Do you have Cheryl on there, Ryan?
Chair Fennell, I don't see any of the recipients in the attendee queue and not in the panelist queue. So I don't know if they decided, they may have called in. I did see a hand raised, so I'm going to click on.
I see a hand raised. It's ending in 9003. We have Cheryl, and we also have Virginia Howard Mullen from the DAR here as well. So let's go with 9003. And if you would press *6, we'll see who's speaking with us. Hopefully it's one of you too. Welcome.
Hello, Reagan. This is Cheryl. Good morning.
Good morning, Cheryl.
Thank you so very much for the proclamation, and welcome to Humboldt County and to Chorichichi, Eureka.
Thank you.
I thank, excuse me, I thank Supervisor Wilson for his comments regarding people knowing about this atrocity, and it affected my family greatly because we were the descendants from the island, from the massacre, as well as there were many more who survived that. But we thank you to recognize it. And I would like to personally invite each of the supervisors and their families, when we can come together again, since we've been so isolated from one another during 2020. But usually in August, though it's not a November thing, but in August, we have a community get-together called Wiyot Day. And it's usually the third weekend of August. That it would be nice to welcome the supervisors and the City Council of Eureka to come and break bread with us and enjoy our day of recognizing our elders, recognizing where we're at, and our veterans, and come for a day of just enjoying one another's company.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. That's wonderful. I look forward to it, and hopefully we'll be able to do it in 2021.
Yes, really. You can make sure these things will happen. I know Michelle Bassel, our tribal administrator, will keep you all well informed of our upcoming events so that you would be aware of what's happening.
Thank you. And thank you to Michelle for working with us on this too. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for being here and accepting this proclamation.
Thank you for the invite. And we will hopefully see you all in the future where we can shake hands and give hugs again.
Yes. Thank you, Cheryl.
You're welcome.
And we also have Virginia Howard Mullen. And if you would press *6, Virginia, we'd be happy to hear from you. If you have the last, there you go. If you press *6, that your number is 0150, *6 on your phone, we can hear from you. Okay, it's a little bit of a Virginia. If you will be able to speak with us, but you need to press *6. I'll give you another minute. I'm going to explain this again. You have been invited into the queue to speak. If 0150 is Virginia Howard Mullen, you can press *6. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, different name, but that's the phone number that you just called. So this is Dottie Russell from Southern Humboldt, and I wanted to bring to your attention, I don't know how many of you are aware, that College of the Redwoods teaches a class, U.S. History, from the Native American perspective. It's a class that can be used as dual enrollment for high school as well as college credits. We were fortunate enough to observe some of this when our sons both took that class. And we were told about the class because of Stuart Foster and taking care of him for nearly 20 years, who was a beautiful, amazing painter and community member of the Yurok tribe. So I just want to say that I think that class needs to be offered in some perspective, in some way, parts of it throughout elementary school, junior high school. There's a lot of trauma that still comes with it. I know Stuart was over 80 when he passed away, and he was still talking about some of the trauma. So I just encourage all of us to bring to the forefront to all of our students in school, and with the Zoom, it's a great opportunity, if they're not in school, to be able to do it through some kind of internet access. So just the thought of an amazing opportunity that we have in this area that would be great to teach compassion and understanding. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dottie. And again, let's just see if Virginia is available. Virginia, are you on the line? And if you are, would you put your hand up? And nobody else put their hand up, please. So Virginia, are you on the line? You know, I see 3 lines open. Oh, well, that's too bad. We will get the proclamation to Virginia. So now I'll open it up to the rest of the public. There are some people lined up. And if you put your hand up, you put your hand up by pressing *9. *9 to put your hand up. And You can speak. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board, and really appreciate the input there. Any further comment, Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every time you said Virginia, I wanted to say something. I'm not used to hearing that name on here other than me. No, I appreciated seeing this on our agenda as well. And I do want to say thank you to Cheryl for the letting us know about some great opportunities we have hopefully in 2021. And I did want to say, when Dottie mentioned Stuart Foster, I do have one of his paintings that's hanging on my wall. So I just wanted to let Donnie know that he's remembered very fondly, and he was a really special person. So just wanted to mention that, just so Dottie knew he's still thought of.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Any further comment from the board? Seeing none, we'll go to Ryan for a roll call vote on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And again, thank you to Cheryl and to Virginia for bringing this to my attention. So the next item on the agenda is also pulled from consent, and this was C7. We'll go to the CAO Nilsen, for an overview of the idea of reopening our offices.
Chair Fennell, actually Supervisor Madrone pulled this item, so we should start with Supervisor Madrone.
I'm sorry, please forgive me. Okay, so Supervisor Madrone, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just thought it was an important enough issue that we should pull it for discussion. That was all.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, CAO Nilsen.
Sure. Before your board today is an item to consider reinstating standard office hours. Your board, pursuant to Government Code Sections 24257 and 24260, have the authority to establish standardized office hours. Your board has been doing that for a significant number of years up until the COVID emergency. And as your board is aware, the County Administrative Officer implements board policy, and numerous board members were requesting that this item come back before the board. And so that's why this item is here today, is to reinstate standardized office hours. That concludes the staff report.
Thank you, CAO Nilsen. Any Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief point. I'm not going to mention all my thoughts quite yet, but I did want to say that the CAO was active. I mean, I can't speak for the rest, but I know I asked several times to see something come forward, given comments I'd heard from the community members. So just wanted to say I'd heard rumor that it was, some plan of the CAOs, and personally, I know that I've been asking, and I suspect several others as well have been. So I'm glad we have this on our agenda today.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Yeah, that's correct. I know that I have had people contacting me about being able to go into county offices, and with concerns that since, say, for instance, just with us alone, our offices remained open. I think it's just been an issue for some members of the community, and that's why we're bringing it forward. Supervisor Bohn?
And following along both of your thoughts, you know how adamant I've been. I mean, our office has been open every day.
Yep.
We've had staff in here. We've had somebody that can make decisions, and I come in every day, but that's just for a while before I go out. I just, but I mask, I distance, I do everything right. We are very fortunate in Humboldt County. We're one of the top 5 counties in the state as far as where we are. But we do have an issue. We do have most of the office, I went and paid my taxes the other day. I was able to go in and pay my taxes. People want to come in and do the county's business. And I mean, that's why we're here. And I think this is just about a level of service we can provide the constituents in a safe. I mean, we have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. I would imagine we're over $4 million. I'm just guessing, addressing this pandemic as a whole. We're doing our job. We're doing it good. But we do need to provide services to people so we can, I've had so many people say, well, the person that's working from home doesn't have the bandwidth, can't get my project, can't do anything else. But yet what we're allowing here is for people to still rotate and come in, but have a supervisor in the position, in offices and everything else, so we can get decisions made. We've had a heck of a time. I could label them all, but they tend to end up on our desk when people can't get services. And they're asking us to do services we can't do, but we have people in place to do them. And I don't think we're being overboard. I don't think we're being unsafe, because I think if anything, we're over safe here. You can't go anywhere in this building without tripping over a hand sanitizer or somebody telling you to put your mask on. And I think we're all being very careful. And if there's a reason, I know most of the child care centers are open now, from what I understand. We did provide a lot of extra hours for people to adjust. We need to provide our services to the people that we haven't cut back what we're charging them. So we should be able to provide them the services that they deserve. And I think I think we can up our game a little bit, because we are in such a good tier. We are having some blow-ups throughout the nation, but we're still doing good here. And if we were really concerned about what's happening around the county, we'd probably shut our motels down first, and the people that bring it in wouldn't be allowed to come in. So we haven't done that yet, nor am I advocating that. But I think it would be a nice idea to allow people to come into our county courthouse and to our other facilities and wait on the people. I don't think they're at any more jeopardy than my clerk at Safeway or at Murphy's Market, I've been into the DMV twice, and they're even better than they ever have been since they moved, and the way they're moving people through and they're able to do. And you don't hear very many compliments usually, and I've had great experiences at DMV, and so it can be done. I think it's up to us. And I know this, for some reason, I read this, I got an email, and it's kind of pitting everybody against the CAO. CAO was asked to bring this forward. She doesn't make the call the shots. The five of us call the shots. So it's deciding if we want to provide the services or not provide the services, but provide the services with the health and well-being of our employees at the same time. And I think we can do that job, and hopefully we can come to some sort of resolution today. But I have asked the CAO to bring this forward myself. I would love to be back in the chambers. So I'm looking at counties that are back in their chambers. Is it easy? But I don't think any of us ever ran for this job because it's easy. So I think it's time we step up and work for the people.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I'll just reflect on that also. We are working on getting back in the chambers. It's technologically challenging, doing a lot of work on getting that done, and we'll open those chambers up as soon as possible, making it's much more difficult than, say, one of our regular other offices, because we have a lot more what you might call crowd control issues, if there are chambers, well, a lot of people wishing to attend, etc. But we're working on it. That is all part of this plan. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. It's just a clarification and a question for CEO Nilsen. So our office is open, and it is from and most office hours. And sometimes someone has to go to the bathroom and puts a sign up back in 5 or whatever it has to be. It does happen. And I was kind of wondering about with relationship to flexibility, because we're a very small staffed office. We have just very not very many staff that can really do that, and we do have staff that has childcare concerns and those sorts of things. And so I was just wondering about in terms of like the flexibility, especially with there was some language in there related to supervisor access to someone with a supervisial position. Is there flexibility within there to work out whether that person's accessible to a person who may be staffing the office or otherwise? I'm just looking for if there's some flexibility in there for some offices that have smaller amounts of staff to sort of juggle through.
Supervisor Wilson. So yes, that's why that language was inserted into the resolution, was because not every office or department is robustly staffed. The clerk of the board and the management and budget team are not robustly staffed offices. And so, yes, there may need to be some flexibility. And that would require a conversation to occur between myself and any department head, elected or appointed, as to what kind of flexibility that they needed. And I do believe that if a supervisor was available by phone, that would also be an accommodation that could also potentially be made. But again, that requires a conversation to occur.
Thanks. That was my question.
I mean, we actually have that situation here with regard to employees coming in on different days, being able to work remotely, all of those things, but at the same time keeping the office open. That's the idea. Supervisor Madrone and then Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good discussion. I frankly haven't gotten a single email or phone call since COVID began of anybody saying, when are the offices going to open back up? I do know that people have been concerned about service, in particular at planning and building. But as I understand it, I meet with John weekly. That hasn't presented large problems. I support department heads making these decisions because they know best what's going on in their department with their staff, their employees. And I think it's been working pretty well. I think it was said at some previous meetings that there really isn't that much interface with the general public and the auditor controller's office. This seems to be geared primarily towards that, although I know it doesn't list that specifically. And given the problems with communication that are already occurring, I'm not sure how this would actually work out in terms of having a conversation about what should or should not happen in the auditor controller's office. Again, I think that it's a decision best made at the department head level. And there isn't that much public interface with the auditor controller's office. It's pretty rare for a member of the public to come into that office, at least from my observations. I'm just not seeing the problem here, frankly, that we're trying to fix. I do think it's important for us to open up when we can safely. I appreciate that our staff have done an incredible job of rotating and personing the office and keeping that interface available to the public. I rarely see any public member in the courthouse anymore. But hey, I'm not there very often either. I'm there like maybe once a week for a couple of hours, simply because I'm trying to maintain my own personal safety measures, trying to continue those, regardless of what other people may or may not do, whether they believe it's a hoax or this or that or whatever. I'm going to maintain my own personal safety measures and continue to do that. And I'm able to do my job from home quite well, and many people can. And with all the juggling that parents are doing right now, school's not opening. Sure, childcare may be open, but you may not feel safe sending your child to a closed place with a lot of kids running around that aren't all that great at keeping their masks on, frankly, and all that stuff. So again, I just think it's a decision best made by the department head.
Turn your mic on, Estelle.
Thanks, Rex. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. I will note that was the original plan. I mean, that's what we did as soon as we put the emergency orders in place. So this was kind of a rollback of that particular aspect of it. And it's just as a board coming forward with a plan to move the county forward. We're in the yellow. Hopefully we'll stay there. Supervisor Bohn.
Well, and I met with John Ford yesterday, and we talked about a lot of things. And I tend to stop by at 7 o'clock in the morning because he goes to work really early and I have to drive by the office. So it's really convenient for me and him. And I don't know, maybe we misunderstood him. He wants to get his people back in the office because he needs that institutional knowledge for the younger people at the counter to turn to and ask a John Miller and certain people, what do we do on this? I mean, there's some big issues with that. I hadn't even thought this was about one office until I got a 4-page email. But I think we tend to want to put it on, and I don't think that's the issue. I think the idea, and Supervisor Fennell, Chair Fennell said it best, when we did this back in March, this isn't going to be till everybody is got daycare or all the schools are back open, or we have to provide a service. And in all honesty, I like the idea of giving all of this to department heads. So that basically says, what the hell are we doing here? They can make all the decisions. It's really silly. Let's save the county $600,000 a year and abdicate our seats. I'm just saying, this is a decision that we brought forward. This is part of our job. This isn't political. This isn't, I'm going to do this. I've only got one email from any other department head on this. So maybe that's where this is coming from. But the reason, and I don't mean this badly, I'm here every day in the mornings. I get here early every day. I'm here for at least half day before I go out and do my roads and do all my other stuff and everything else. And I've been able to do my job really well, I feel. But when you're here every day, that's when you'll see people in the courthouse. You got to be here to see them. So there are people, there is work being done. There are people applying for jobs at HR. There are people coming in. You got to see it when there was tax time. They were coming in and out during tax time. And John had a great program going on over there with proper distancing and things like that. I had to show up. We've got courts open, guys. I'm directing people every morning how to get to the jury room. So the courts are open. So things are opening up. And if we want to, and we're inviting people in, and I agree. Some of the schools have opened back up, some haven't. These are arrangements, and these are arrangements they can make with the department heads. They can control their schedules and everything else. But people need to come in and get the services we provide. A lot of the department heads would like to. I think what we're asking, I saw a thing the other day, a memo from a very, very large private employer who plans not on bringing back 30% of his people. But they say in their memo, if you are working from home during business hours, when we call, you better answer the call or call us back. And if you can't, let us know why we can't, so we're not out there hanging waiting for your return. That's what it means to work from home. So there are people that want to get to. The county courthouse is doing overall a pretty good job. I think, I'm trying to think what office you can't get into. So, except one. So I'm just saying, I don't think it's about that, except if you want to make it about one. We have how many departments, and nobody else has responded to this. And our staff here, I mean, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 7 kids, 6 kids amongst our staff of 4 that they have to figure out how to get to school, get fed, homeschool, and things like that. And I don't know if any of you guys have ever walked in this office and had it empty, because it's not. We usually have at least 2 of our staff, sometimes 3. So our staff has done a great job through this trying time because, and I don't know if I'm so lucky. I can print them. I've got numerous phone calls about trying to get marriage license, death licenses, trying to get deeds recorded. You can't believe how many, because what we were doing for a while, now we're letting people in. We were making people, Fidelities across the street, they would have to FedEx everything to our office on the 4th floor. Think about that. FedEx it, so it goes all the way to Memphis and comes back. So, and then if there was a mistake, it got FedExed again and everything else. Think back when you bought your first house, how exciting it was to get it going every day. So this is some big things we got going on. And again, the state has authorized jury trials again, because we're having jury trials, we're having jury pools. And so that's bringing in 30, 40, 50 people socially distancing, going through the process and everything else. I think we could probably follow suit and do just as well.
Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, and Supervisor Bohn hit on one of the things I was going to say. Most of the calls I had been getting was more regards like the recorder's office, for the very same reasons he suggested. And so I know it's not just one place that people would like access to. It's just part of it is the county being open, and it just eventually we have to show that we are all able to be here. And I may not be here every day like Supervisor Bohn. I will work remotely part of the time, but I'm in here whenever we have meetings. I'm here quite frequently. This office is still abuzz with activity. And so I think we're a good example of how you can still stay open and provide services, even when you have to be a little more creative about doing it.
Well, now you hit on something that I wanted to say, Supervisor Bass, and that is leading by example. And we are at that stage where we have identified the ways to conduct business safely. It's not the way it used to be, but it can be done. And so that's another part of this is, we're at a level where if we don't do things safely, and we've figured it all out, if we don't do things safely, well, maybe we will go back to where we were a few months ago. But right now, if we can, lead by example, let people know how you can do these things safely, I think we'll all be in better shape. So it's really important to understand how, we move forward through this. Supervisor Wilson and then Supervisor Madrone.
Well, as the board member here that does have a child at home, I will say that I have empathy and for our workforce that has to deal with that. And I don't know what schools are open or what schools are not open, but it definitely has a significant impact on people's ability to be in the office. I will say that what we're looking at today, to me, is setting what is just a minimal standard that some person will be in an office. Doesn't matter whether it's the office has 20 people or 100 or 4, that a human will be there if someone shows up during some standardized hours. And if that person, and as Amy mentioned, with some flexibility in terms of just having that access. So that's what I see is that this is just trying to basically standardize that. But we're in a non-standard situation. I mean, I think we have to acknowledge that. And that's, I think, why there's that flexibility. I would put myself with Supervisor Madrone in that I haven't had phone calls or emails related to this as a problem per se. But I keep hearing about it, just not directly. And but nonetheless, again, what I'm looking at in front of me isn't about opening up offices full of bustling people doing all kinds of things. It's literally about having a person available when someone wants to come into the office, because we do have people in the community that is their interface. That's how their mind works. It's how they're, or they just don't have the technological background or capability to not do that. So that's why I see this. I don't see this about being one particular office or another. I think it's just standardizing whether or not a person from the public can interface in some direct manner. So for me, that's what it is. And maybe Amy can differentiate that, but that's how I see it.
CEO Nilsen?
Right. This is essentially sort of stepping back into some level of standardization in an abnormal time. It is not about returning every single person to the office, but it is about making sure that folks can have those in-person interactions. This is not about one particular office. It never has been. So I need to make that very clear. This is really about the fact that we have a mission to serve the community and improve the community. And so one of the ways that we can do that is through in-person service, because as Supervisor Wilson mentioned, that is the vehicle for service that a lot of people prefer. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, CEO Nilsen. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, I totally appreciate where you're coming from, CAO Nilsen. It is important for us to do our best to try and reopen for the public. I get all that. And leadership is important, but sometimes we need stronger leadership in terms of recognizing the true dangers that COVID presents and, adhering to those things. And right now, at the national level, we're not really getting that. So, everybody's going to deal with this in their own way. And I think we each have the right to be a leader in terms of following what we believe are the best guidelines to protect ourselves. Let's just be clear. Right now, every single department head has the ability to open up their department at whatever level they feel they need to open it up. There is nothing preventing that whatsoever. This is simply creating a step that allows the CAO to provide more direction in that regard. And I do appreciate that it talks about having a conversation in order to, like, if a department head feels, let's say John in planning feels, there's no way we can have that much interaction in the front office or whatever, then he might have a conversation with Amy and they might work that out. I think what we've seen here is a conversation that's already developed with the auditor controller sending information saying how, from her perspective, she does not feel that she can do this, get a supervisor in the office, given the people that are on leave, the people that are vulnerable, and the lack of staffing. And we haven't taken an action yet to provide that additional staffing that we talked about last week. And I'm hearing that that's even being delayed because there's so many other priorities. My understanding is we were going to look at that, identify the qualifications that we wanted to make sure those 2 new positions would have, and then we'd bring that back to the board to act on quickly, because I think we all recognize there's a tremendous amount of work to do in the auditor controller's office that's not getting done with existing staffing. And so if it is true that this thing that we passed today, I mean, basically you've got a conversation with the auditor controller having sent you a detailed letter of why she sees problems with trying to implement this in her department. And if the result of that is that as the CAO, you feel like, okay, I understand that we're not going to be able to open that office yet, then that's great. Then we've worked all that out. But right now, communication hasn't been all that great. So I guess I have a concern about a department head being able to do what they believe or perceive as the best way to operate their department. And like I said, right now, department heads have every ability and right to open the department at whatever level they feel like they need to do it. So if there's some kind of a problem out there with departments, department heads have that ability right now without us doing anything additionally.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bass. Oops, Mike.
Thank you. Well, it's interesting the way this conversation is going. Now it is being aimed at one office, it kind of sounds like, so let's just go there for a moment. I don't know if it has to be a person absolutely that's a supervisor in the office. I think I heard Supervisor Wilson mention the fact that perhaps someone could be in the office who has the ability to connect with a supervisor via phone or whatever. I think there's ways to be flexible. Quite frankly, when I work from home, I'm not as productive. I get sidetracked, whether it's not children, could be cats, could be neighbors, it could be, a variety of things. And, from what I'm hearing, if we want to talk about a specific office, vendors aren't getting paid. There are some things that aren't getting done that perhaps if we actually did have someone in the office, there would be a little bit better follow through one way or the other, that things could be solved, that someone could be at least connected with. It just feels like there's there's some challenges in there, and it does. I appreciated the chart with the different reasoning for why it could be challenging, but for the same reason that it's challenging, it seems to be if we allow enough flexibility, we could at least have someone in there or in any office who has the ability to connect with a supervisor, if not in person, perhaps through phone. I don't know what the answer is. It's just, I think we're looking at something that's standardizing throughout the county, and was really trying not to make it about one office. Like I said, I had more experience with the recorder's office as being the challenging one. But, I think this conversation, we're talking about why we haven't added staff and X, Y, and Z. And it's like, I'm not sure how you add staff to an office when no one's going to be in there to train them anyway. It doesn't make sense. So, I just think this is to move things forward in a standardized set of times. And I'm perfectly fine with what's in front of us.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. I appreciate that. I think it's really important to understand that what's being proposed here is that if people have issues with how they're going to staff their office, that they check in with the CAO, and the CAO can work with them to figure out what is the best way forward. But what we're going to do, if this motion passes, or if this change passes, is that we will be promising the public that office will be open at certain hours that are in our memo. So that's the important part. How do we accomplish that? And that's, if department heads have questions about how they can do it, what will work, the CAO will stand ready to speak with them about that. So I don't see any further supervisors' hands up. I do know we have some. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the idea that, and we do give our directors some autonomy here in in terms of running their departments, but we do also have standardized protocols at all levels, whether it's human resources, office hours. I mean, we are trying to run an institution in a somewhat, anyone who knows me, I'm not the most standard person around, in terms of how I run things, but I do understand that we as an institution do have to have some basic protocols that are, again, we keep using this word, that are standardized. And they're quite minimalistic at this point. I mean, I think that that's really what the request is, and I will say most likely very flexible from my conversation with CAO Nilsen and what I'm reading in the document. And so I support this because I do think it is really just a minimum. I will ask that that we double back on really looking, make sure that all of our protocols within the office are checked and rechecked in terms of putting up the screening, in terms of everyone wearing the masks, in terms of having the sanitizer, all that stuff, which I've seen in every office that I have been in so far, and I have not been in them all. I just have not had the occasion, but I want to make sure that that's where we're at, and that no one, if someone is in an office and available, that there is all the safety protocol are in place, and I assume that they will be. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Before I go to public comment, I noted that there are some department heads in attendance, and I'd like to invite you to speak before I open it up to the general public. Is there any department head who would like to speak to this issue? Ms. Paz Dominguez, welcome.
Good morning, supervisors. I was driving to a doctor's appointment this morning when I started the Zoom on my phone, and I can't get the video to work. It will let me if I close and restart, but then I'll lose the meeting. So I apologize that I can't get the video. If I turn it on, this is what happens.
It's okay just to have the audio, Ms. Pazmigas.
So I've been listening to the conversation, and it sounds like there's really not even an issue here, because since the beginning of the pandemic, our office has been able to provide consistent services honoring honoring the office hours that the board has set. So we have accepted phone calls, Zoom meetings, emails. We've been processing those during our office hours, and we've even offered extended service hours to internal county departments because some of our staff start their shift at 6 a.m. And so we've given everyone the link to our virtual Zoom office and encouraged them to reach out to us even when it's not our office hours. We have also offered to the public that if they want to meet with any of us in person, they can call or email. Since the start of the pandemic, we have received 0 requests from taxpayers to meet with us. And I intend to continue to offer that. If there is a taxpayer who wants to meet with me or with the assistant auditor controller, we're the only supervisors, then we will make that work and we will meet them in person. So I don't really see any issues there. I've heard some of the commentary expressed, and I do think it is misinformed, but I can't take the time now to, dig deep into each one of the comments made. I will say that my staff have enjoyed a robust training experience since we've been working in our virtual office. We have been able to train a cohort of new staff, not just in our department, but in other departments as well. We were able to implement a full financial software upgrade over the summer. This was something we did with departments where we trained them, we prepared them, we worked with them, we troubleshooted issues with them, and we were able to implement and go live on the deadline, the expected due date to have it go live. That's something that our virtual office made possible for us. I have expressed to you all in email communications the reasons why I can't just blanketly open the door. The most basic of which is there's no need. Can you think of one transaction that you need to walk into our department for? There's nothing for you to pick up and there's nothing for us to collect from you. All of our work is electronic. And so while I appreciate that the board is trying to be helpful and address an issue that is there for some people, but not all, I think I will need to, confer with the department staff and confer with their representatives. Because ultimately, it doesn't matter what the board or what I think or what we want, it's what will the workforce do? How do we honor and respect the workforce who make this county run? And if I don't have their support, then I'm not going to force them to needlessly expose themselves when we don't need to. And it would actually be disruptive of our day-to-day operations. Even before COVID, it was never the case that a supervisor would always be present and available. So why we would put that restriction now, I don't understand. So I will, I appreciate that you've all had, maybe not all, because it sounds like maybe not all of you were in on the conversations, but I appreciate that these conversations surrounding the departments and what the departments can do are happening, and hopefully going forward, the departments will be brought into those conversations so that we can be fully considered too. From my perspective, there's nothing that we are doing now that doesn't already comply with what you're saying. We've had one person at the office for months now processing paper checks and getting those mailed out. I did request supervisorial positions and did not get those. I might get those later in the future. I'll keep trying. But I do caution that maybe the board shouldn't be making promises to the public that it isn't really prepared to keep, especially when considering that not all offices are appointed, and the elected offices do have an autonomy, whether it's agreed to by the board or not. So I'm grateful to the team for working as hard as they have been. I'm grateful to the staff in other departments who have participated and worked with us. I'm grateful for the training abilities that Zoom has provided for us. And I have no concerns that staff are not working when they are working remotely. I trust my staff and their productivity demonstrates that to me. The fact that one person can't do 30 hours of work in one day is not something I'm going to hold against them when I know that they've worked at their capacity, given the best they can in the amount of hours that they're scheduled to work. So I appreciate the conversation. I look forward to having more conversations about it. And I'm happy to share with the members of the public that the service will continue just the way it has throughout this pandemic. If anyone wants to meet with us in person, I'd be happy to take their number, information, and schedule a time where they can meet with me. The concern is not to never see someone in person. It's just, let's do it in a way that doesn't disrupt our day-to-day operations.
Thank you, Ms. Paz-Dominguez, for your perspective. Appreciate that. Supervisor Bass, I'm sorry.
Just that there may be some other department heads that want to talk. I would just throw out there, and you can answer this later, Madam Chair. I hadn't heard anything from any other elected department heads about having a concern about this. So perhaps I'm missing some emails that might have been sent. So I just asked when we were done with the hearing from staff that perhaps, if anyone else has heard from another elected department head who has a problem with this, I think that'd be important for us to know.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, I definitely have not. And I would invite, yes, thank you very much, Director Lee, and any other department heads who want to speak out on this issue. Director Lee.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable board members, CEO Nilsen, and County Council Billingsley. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. I offer my perspective from human resource management. The consistency is what we strive for in human resource. The applications of being consistent and being fair across the organization is what we strive for. The policy set before you is a recommendations to move forward in the right direction. From HR standpoint, it has been extremely challenging for us to address reasonable accommodations for employees who request to have the ability to telework for multiple reasons. And from our perspective, we strive to make sure that we allow the ADA interactive process to take place. But there are standards, there are practices, and there's guidelines that we have to document to ensure that the equity is being observed across the organization. I only offer this impression to all of you, so the final directions from you will also make it more difficult for our HR staff to move forward. And we now in HR will have to be very mindful what we need to do, how we do, because there are other practices throughout the organization. Standardization is something we all push for, and certainly standardization is not a one-size-fits-all. It requires flexibilities, it requires understandings, it requires conversations, it requires on a need to know basis, case-by-case determination. So it cannot just be a blanket statement. So I just like to offer that perspective from our human resource capital perspective for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Lee. Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Good morning. Good morning, Board. I would just like to give a little bit of perspective from the Planning and Building Department. We started this pandemic response with the discretion that you've given to me as the director with one absolute goal, and that is to protect the health of the staff in the department. And that set us down a course of being very conservative. We initially had most of the department out. When it came time to reopen the building, we brought back in as many people as we could. We still have not brought everybody back into the building. And what that means right now is that in order to cover some of the public functions that we've got, because we do provide a service to the public. We are all about public service, is that we've got people working at the front counter, meeting with the public, that is not their normal job. We've got inspectors sitting at the counter all day long to be that person when the public comes in because other people are out. Now, what does that mean? Yes, we've got somebody there, but we've got somebody there who's not trained to do that job. They are enduring making a lot of mistakes that compromises morale, that compromises their daily output, that horribly affects our public and the public confidence in us when we make mistakes. Those are just very difficult things that we deal with on a daily basis. I think the staff is doing a great job. They're just put in very difficult places. So when Director Lee talks about, standardization and consistency, that's really important, because for me as the director, now what I want to do is I would love to have everybody back in the building to be able to provide that support, to provide the public service that we're called upon to provide. I don't want to risk anybody's health, but on the other hand, it's extremely difficult to staff positions when we don't have the people available to do that. So that's our struggle, and I do want you to be aware of that and struggle with that. Is while I think we're doing a good job, there are consequences, and frankly, the other thing I would add is we keep track of metrics in terms of our productivity, and we are not as productive working remotely as we are working in the office. I think the staff's working very hard to accomplish everything that they're charged with accomplishing, but the numbers bear out that we're not producing as much individually or as a department as we did when we were entirely in a department. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much for your perspective, Director Ford. Appreciate that. Let's see, if there's no further discussion from the board, I will open it up for public comment.
You've got other directors on board. Did none of them want to speak?
And I don't believe we have any more
I see
directors.
Beck. I see
Oh.
Mattson.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't see your hands up in the panelist thing. Thank you very much for your help there, Supervisor Bohn. Director Mattson.
So for our department, this has been working well. We have most of our people in the office. We have several that have to work at home due to other issues, and also the fact that we have to maintain social distancing in the office. But since the board allowed us to do close the office but do appointments, that has worked rather well for us. We do our bids out in the front parking lot. So from Public Works, we don't have a problem with this. We do have most of our people, our office is closed, but we do meet people by appointments, and we have the phone number on the door. If somebody walks up and they need something and they haven't made an appointment, they can call and somebody will come to the door and try to address their needs. And there is always a supervisor in the office, at least 3 of us in the office during normal working hours. So from Public Works perspective, we are fine with this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mattson. Director Beck.
Fennell, members of the board, I think I agree with Tom Mattson. We've been open the entire time of COVID. We have about 60% of our staff that are working remote right now. Most is working really well, and we are being efficient. We have a couple problematic employees, and I think that working remote hasn't changed that. And we continue to deal with what comes up. But more so, I think we're doing all right. Things are working well. There's been some shifts, like in supervisors because of COVID. that's, it takes us a little longer to get folks admitted, which has been a little problematic for emergency departments. But all in all, I think that we're working as efficient as we can be at this point in time.
Thank you very much, Director Beck.
Thank you.
Any other directors who would like to speak? Some of you are not on camera, so if you can put your hand up. I don't see any actually in the room, so I'm going to go to public comment. You wanted to say something, Supervisor Bohn?
Well, as we go through this, and I'm not hearing a lot of pushback, it's something that kind of gnaws at me. I've never seen this on a campaign portfolio or anything else, or a mailer or anything else. It says, when I'm elected, I'm not going to answer to anybody or take suggestion. I have to handle everything because I'm elected. I've never seen that. There has to be somewhere where we start working together. We just heard, a lot of people, we were told they said one thing, now we're hearing another thing. I know for a fact, and maybe I'm the only one that gets phone calls. I mean, I really can't believe nobody else has got calls about closing real estate deals, getting paid by vendors. I mean, I had a vendor that we've done business with over 100 years just last week call and say, this is the first time he had asked his father, and he said his grandpa, first time he had ever had to ask the county for payments. And this is probably, he said, 10,000 invoices. These are things that are, and it's not just since this office brought up forward that everything's running smoothly. I don't believe it's running smoothly. I mean, I've actually gone over to that office and had to knock on the door, called it pounding, screaming through the door that I didn't scream, but got in trouble for it anyway, or perceived. I'm just saying, I can go to any other office. I mean, I got a death certificate the other day. They were very accommodating that I had to get from my brother. It was a death certificate, not a license. I mean, I've paid my taxes. There's been people safely distanced at building and planning. I'm trying to figure out how a land surveyor is going to work from home. I mean, I'm just saying there are things, but the thing is, I know being an elected, you have a certain amount of things. You can say what you want for 4 years, and then you get your, you either get your tail feathers cut or not. But the thing is, we still have to, the whole idea we run is to provide services to the people. And we hopefully bring our staff along with us. And maybe I'm a little jaded because I sit in this office and I share office space with the CAO, and I work with our board of, and I see how many people are here doing the job of the public. And we don't get a lot of walk-in, but we get lots of phone calls and emails and situations that we have to handle and get distributed out. So, I mean, maybe I'm jaded. Our staff does a really great job. Our CAO staff's doing a really great job trying to accommodate this. And we're still under, this still started, we were still under an ADA issue. They've muddled through that and gone through and done a great job, and considering where we were 6 years ago with this. I mean, I don't care if you get one person a day or 50 people a day. The job is to service that one person or those 50 people. And I think they should have the expectation, whether you're appointed or elected, that if they knock on the door or call, they get an immediate phone call, or somebody will at least open the curtain and say, what do you want? Maybe I'm backwards on that, but I was raised in a corner grocery store since the time I was 5 years old. It's all about customer service. Just because we're the only ones that sell the widgets, we don't have to act like it.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I would just add also in terms of reflecting on what Director Lee said, it is the public. Sometimes you think of the public as just people who are coming for services, but also other departments and employees are part of the community that we serve. So there's a real value to being able to go to someone's office and talk with them about an issue, or if you have something to discuss, rather than setting up meetings, etc. Now, I just think that the concept of at least having the door open is important. And I do note that Mr. Bartholomew is on. I'm not sure if you've got your hand up. You've got a beautiful picture with your hand in the air, but I don't know if your hand is up. John.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. And I'm not sure how that picture got on there. It was not intentional. One of my former pictures. In any event, Chair Fennell, fellow board members and staff, I concur with pretty much all the comments that have been made, and that we are here to serve the public. Our office we closed for a few days right when everyone was ordered to go shelter in place, but we've been open to the public since May 1st. And all staff are in the office every day, but we do some alternate scheduling so that the staff members that do have children in school can go home and spend a few hours as needed to attend to their needs. But they also have access via laptop when they do go home. But that said, all staff do come in the office every day. Some hours are offset just to make sure it works for everyone. But we are very cognizant of trying to help all taxpayers that come to the office and or other department staff, et cetera. I think it is critically important. We as government employees fulfill an essential function that we must take it seriously, and we are expected to work through any potential disasters at all times. So I think it's very important that we follow those rules and that we do what we have to do the jobs that we're assigned. So good conversation, but I do think we should all be consistent in how our offices are open and that we must serve the public to the best of our abilities at all times. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bartholomew. Appreciate that. Okay, I think I am going to go to the public right now. We have a number of people with their hands up. And when you're ready, we will press *6 and you can join us. The first number is, we're going with the last 4 digits of your number. So the first one is 3053. If you press *6, welcome.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder. I just want to clarify, you can hear me?
Yes, we can, Thomas.
Okay, so I guess I read this agenda item and didn't really think of it as a big issue or pointing towards anyone, but I guess unfortunately, from what I've been following over the last 4 months, it just, some people feel it's all about them. Well, if the shoe fits, lace it up and wear it, I guess. That's my comment about that. But has the county reduced fees that they're charging people? I mean, if you are not providing the services that taxpayers expect and pay for, then the fees need to be reduced or staffing needs to be appropriate. Hearing about payments not made on time, I sure hope the county isn't paying extra interest. I know I tried actually going to the AC office because I'm trying to figure out why I'm being taxed for business property on the wrong parcel, because we changed parcels of where that business property is associated with. I was told I had to go to the AC's office for that. It's closed. I don't feel I need to email someone or make a phone call appointment. I feel they need to reach out and be open. Also, the 5th floor is closed, so we can't do public records searches and stuff like that. It's challenging trying to look at complicated easements. I know people that survey are really having a hard time. Well, childcare was brought up. What about essential workers? Every one of my business is deemed essential, so every one of my employees has to show up for their reported shift. Otherwise, you have to write them up. I mean, we need some equality here. Biggest thing I'm going to say, reduce productivity. So since it's all about me, I'm going to just go out on a limb here and talk about, what I'm seeing from the department that's all about me. Productivity is reduced. People are not getting paid. People don't work efficient from home. I'm going to request more money. I don't get that money, so now I'm going to throw another fit. At some point in time, things need to be held accountable. I guess that this one's an elected position, so it's unfortunate. But productivity from home is not as important. one of your supervisors, and I respect him, but he's needing longer breaks than the rest of you supervisors to deal with things at home and stuff like that. I think it's important to think about that with the things we have at home. Things will catch your eye and, oh no, I need to do that. Our job is to service. Director Ford brought up a great point about people probably doing jobs that they aren't necessarily trained for. I had one of those experiences, but I mean, it's important, let's get back to normal or reduce the fees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. The next speaker is with the last four of 3443. If you can press *6, you can join in the meeting. Welcome.
Hello there. This is Jim Hussey. I am Senior Accountant Auditor in the Auditor Controller's Office. I want to thank everybody for their time and giving me a chance to speak. First, I want to talk directly to the Honorable Karen Paz-Dominguez, who is there today. I want to tell her that I 100% support her in any decisions that she makes for our department, and that if called upon, I will return to my regularly scheduled post at the courthouse. Now I want to speak to the board directly regarding this item. I have a family. I've got 3 children, all under the age of 10. Most of them are, they're there. They go back to school for a very short period of time each day for most of the week, only 4 days a week. Chances are, though, that none of you knew that. And I don't expect you to know that because you are not my supervisor. The decisions being made about who should work and when should be left up to the department heads themselves and not have to be okayed by speaking to the CAO on your behalf. They know what the requirements are. One of the issues that I had with the item as it was written was it was very vague in its language, saying like mentioned minimum staffing levels. What is that minimum staffing level? Who determines that? Is it the code that says that we have to have one person in the office at all times? If that's the case, then we've been meeting that already. And what's the point of passing this item at all? And that's part of what I'm just curious about is with the way the discussion is going, is it sounds like this is going to change nothing. It's like, so what is the point of even entertaining this item? What is going to change? That's what I need to know as not only an employee, but as a taxpayer and a member of the union. So I need to know what is going to change when this happens. Like, is it going to be harder to get accommodations for people like me who have kids who aren't going to school full time and who cannot afford to send their kids to daycare if there's even any open that will take them. So please take this into consideration when you look at this. And I want to know, and I want to let you know that I fully support Karen Paz-Dominguez and any of her decisions for my department. I believe that this decision should be left in the hands of the departments themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. The next speaker is 31074. Please press *6 and you'll be welcomed in to speak with the board. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me the time to speak. My name is Cindy Luke, and I am a relatively new employee to this county. I have been a public servant for more than 35 years with Santa Barbara County. And we moved up here to attend school and stayed because it's pretty beautiful. But I worked at the EOC for about 5 months. And starting there and not being at the Auditor Controller's office, I saw and heard members of the public and vendors stating that their payments were overdue. but working with the system and finance enterprise, what I'm seeing on I can't even tell you how many, is that invoices are being entered not by the auditor controller's office, but by the department. Years later, there are some in there right now, dated 2018, that were just entered by the department, not by the auditor controller's office, 2 weeks ago. So many of these complaints by the vendors, I have found out it's not due to the auditor controller and how fast they're getting through things. Many of these things are being put into the system without the proper backup, and it's taking that much longer to get things paid. But one of the things with Zoom that I have heard from people there is saying that you can't, it's not as efficient, and you can't get things done, and you can't do training. I've had amazing training via Zoom. We have rooms open for particular things so that we can all collaborate. With Zoom, you can do screen sharing. I have had no problems with training, none. I've had amazing training. And the nice thing is I've been able to train with many people, the entire department. I can go one-on-one with any member of that department. And we are there on Zoom from 8 o'clock till 5 o'clock, and some of us earlier and later than that. And any member of the public could go in there and see us working all day long. Part of my concern with going back to the courthouse, I've been into the courthouse several times since the pandemic. There's no screening. There's no one standing there screening to see if people are wearing masks or their temperatures. Now, yes, they do the metal screening, but they're not doing any screening for temperatures. And the auditor's office is right there at the door. So anybody, yes, they could walk in there with COVID symptoms. No one's going to know that.
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
you.
Okay, so that will bring us to, let's see, 0151. If you press *6, you can join in the conversation with the Board of Supervisors. Welcome.
Hello, this is Dottie Russell from Southern Humboldt. I just wanted to say, in response to the fellow that is wondering about what he's going to do with his 3 children under 10 when he's required to go back to work. So I think until the schools are open, that we really need to be paying attention to how we're going to take care of these kids. Because the last thing that we want is to have all these kids exposed to COVID. So I'd like for you to really think seriously about that. I've worked with some of the county offices remotely. I've been into the planning department personally. They were very nice. And yes, it's true, somebody that wasn't in that department was helping me, but he did a really good job. And quite frankly, having a new perspective was really better for me anyway. So I just wanted to say that. And then I also want to say the planning department's office down here, which is fantastic, which is in Redway, is really terrific. I didn't realize, because there's almost never any cars there, that they had been open for the last 4 months. So I went in there yesterday when I saw a car and said, oh, wow, it's cool that you're open now. And they said, we've been open for 4 months. So I didn't know that. And if I didn't know that, pretty active in this community, a lot of other people didn't know it either. So I suggested that they put an open sign in the window so that people know that they're there and when they're open. And the other suggestion is that a lot of people are having trouble getting on the Zoom, getting on these meetings with you. We were sitting at Flavors with our cell phone on with the Zoom with you so that other people at Flavors could hear what was going on last week. And a couple people tried to get on but couldn't because they weren't as familiar with the Zoom process. So I think if you had the availability of people going and speaking using that office in Redway on Tuesdays to the board, it would be really helpful. You'd have a lot more public input and we could get a lot more things done down here. So that would be really terrific. Once again, a sign in the window saying when they're open, Another thing is to be able to do these Zoom meetings with you. Everybody could just stay in their car, listen in the car. If somebody could help them access it on their phone. And then when it was time to speak, if they needed to, they could go into the office, so there wouldn't be a lot of people in the office. So yes, it's true. We have not been as involved, and most of the people down in Southern Humboldt haven't been as involved as they would have been had we had better access down here. So thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dottie. And then we have one more hand raised. That's with the last four of 5095. Welcome. Press star 6, please. There you go. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Courtney, and I work in the auditor's controller's office. And I would like to speak in support of my supervisor and what a great job she's doing, making sure we have connectivity and great communication and the ability to train and accessibility to the public while we're going through this crazy time. I would have to say, as a employee of the county, I'm incredibly appreciative that I can work remotely at this time. And I'm incredibly appreciative of the people who are in our office and have been since day one that are available to assist the public. I feel like the taxpayers and the public are the people that we serve. And I don't see that our office is unavailable to anybody for any reason. I have not worked for the county for very long, but in the short, I'm talking 2 months time that I have worked here, it is no secret that there seems to be some issue between the CAO and this office, because it's been in the news like crazy. So I would urge the public to think critically about what this is about. It sounds to me that most departments are open and available. And I would like to be practical here. You know, if another layer of bureaucracy is getting in between a supervisor's ability to deal with their staff, that's more money you're spending on time wasted. And I feel like this is a very important issue, especially right now. As a nation, we are divided because of politics. Are we going to take that all the way down to our local level in this awesome place that we live and allow this kind of stuff to waste everybody's time? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Courtney. Let's see, we have another caller, a couple more. This one is with the last 4 digits of 1074. Now, I think that was Cindy. And Cindy, you spoke already for 3 minutes. So we'll go to the next caller, and that is 2337. If you would press star 6, please. We'll welcome you into the...
Good morning, Chair Fennell and Board. This is Mari Wilson, County Assessor, and I just felt the need to chime in. We're in the courthouse. Our office is and has been open from 8:30 to 5 every day. Anybody can walk in. We have social distancing and plexiglass for safety. We're open. We're here. There's just a few people that are not in the office every day. Everyone else is here. We have wellness checks every morning. We take a lot of precautions, and the office hours obviously are not an issue for us. As an elected official, I feel that it's up to the department head to manage their staff to provide the best service we can, not only for the public, but for other county departments. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Mara. Appreciate that. Do we have any further public comment on this item? Seeing none, Ryan, I believe, is that correct? No more? Oh, we actually do have one more coming in. And I don't believe this caller has called before. Let's try this. 7033. If you press star 6, you can join us on the call. Star 6, please, if your last 4 digits are 7033. There you go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi, this is Caroline Connor, Dr. Connor. How are you guys doing?
Doing
Appreciate
well.
all this. I would just like to reiterate the medical side of this. You guys have been elected to serve the people, which means the most important job is keeping people alive, 100%. Whether you're a physician or whether you're a board of supervisors, we are all here for each other's safety, number one. I'd like to make a comment that or a comment to somebody who said, let's get back to normal. We are not in a normal time. We are in a humongous pandemic, the likes of which we've never seen before. Our entire country is being hospitalized. Thousands, over 220,000 people have died. We have been excellent in our county because we have been excellent about following specific standards. If you're going to change those standards, then what's going to happen is you're going to have an escalation of COVID cases, you're going to have an escalation of hospitalizations, and then nothing's going to be done and people are going to get sick. I really appreciate all the directors who said, listen, we're working, come make an appointment, meet outside. Those are the things that you have to do to be creative. What I'd like to say to Supervisor Bohn, because I do believe that he probably gets a lot of calls, write them down, write these vignettes down so that each one of these vignettes that you're hearing about can be addressed specifically. But don't change everything that you're doing. Makes no sense. So, and I also really appreciate everybody who's mentioned the silver lining of Zoom. We see it in medicine and it should be in the county. I mean, there are things that we're doing that we couldn't do before the pandemic. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Connor. I think there is no more comment from the public. If you wish to comment, please press *9. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and close public comment on this item. Lots of food for thought there. I do want to make it really clear to our last caller, we're not changing standards. We are requiring everybody follow all of the protocols as required and recommended by the CDC, by the governor, by our local health officer, and all of those protocols will be followed in any office that is open. We're merely saying that we're open for business here in Humboldt County, and these are our business hours. So let's see. Did anybody from the board like to address this issue? Any comments? Supervisor Bass.
Yeah, I think I just have a question. I don't know if this is for the CAO. So we move forward on this. It sounds like there's one department that is not in favor. If we move forward with this, do they still have the ability to go against what we've asked? I mean, in theory, I would think they could. They just would be the only department to do that. So I guess I'm asking Amy, what would be, if someone did not want to follow the protocol, of moving forward the way we are trying to do today? So that would be one question, and then I might have a follow-up.
Through the chair, yes. Essentially, it would be difficult to force an elected department head to open their office. It would be difficult to force that particular path.
All right. And I guess my other question then would be, if that were to be the case, then it would be perfectly all right for all the contact information for people to be actually able to connect with the auditor directly, then I would suspect, like phone numbers and stuff. I'm just saying, if someone's not in the office, instead of calling Supervisor Bohn, maybe people need to have a direct number if they're not necessarily going to follow the same protocol that we'd like to set today.
Through the chair, I think that would be something that the auditor controller would want to address if that's something that the auditor isn't interested in implementing the resolution before your board today. Then it would be up to the auditor to provide alternative service delivery methods.
Thank you. Any further comment or Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks. So, I mean, I really did not view this through the lens of a single department, and it seems like it's really gone into that space in a big way. And so since it has, what I'm hearing is that, and what I've heard is there is somebody in that office for most business hours already. So what this would be basically asking is that just the door be unlocked, and that if a person wants to walk through that door, and albeit there's a screen and a desk and everything there, someone would respond to them and be there, of course, and then would direct them as whatever direction would need to be directed. I mean, fundamentally, if we're bearing down onto one little thing, that's the change. And even that is negotiable in terms of like trying to standardize office hours related to all of the other departments. I mean, which we're not hearing a big pushback from that. So I think there's flexibility in this space. And so, I mean, from that, I am completely empathetic to staff that have kids at home. I think that this is as someone who does, right? So I do not want that to basically bring people in that case and forcing daycare and all those other things. And I think department heads have flexibility related to that and can do that. And if there are issues, then they can be worked out. We do quite often, through the CAO's office, that's our venue to basically standardize our back and forth with department heads as a whole, and that's how it's done. We do have some communication individually with department heads through our review processes and maybe through specific projects here and there. But in general, as a broad policy, we're supposed to be going through the CAO's offices. That's the standard that we're going with. So with that understanding that this is flexible, that this is trying to just kind of get us into a space, and that it's not going to make anyone less safe in the current context, and I'm okay with that. I mean, but maybe Amy has a different understanding because I see her raising her hand. So.
CEO Nilsen.
Through the chair, no, Supervisor Wilson, your understanding is correct. The language that provides flexibility is the language, obviously, to have a discussion with the county administrative officer. There is no intent to micromanage county departments in any way, shape, or form. I don't have time to do that, quite frankly, and also no desire to do that. It's up to appointed and elected department heads to manage their staff as they see fit. All we're really doing is trying to create a space where there can be some in-person interactions. And as you mentioned, Supervisor Wilson, there is flexibility in that. That can be appointments, such as Director Madsen already mentioned. So there is a lot of flexibility. Also, I have to say again, this was not directed at one specific department. I'm not exactly sure how we got there, but this is not directed at one specific department. I also need to just talk about safety. Your board has really implemented a lot of safety measures already through COVID guards in county office spaces. We have a lot of hand sanitizing equipment throughout the courthouse. When COVID first happened, we went on an incredible bacterial buying spree. So we have all sorts of disinfectant wipes around here. We had implemented extra cleaning procedures. In addition, we have temperature taking stations. And if there are issues with a staff member coming back to work, there is a process in which an appointed or elected department head can engage with human resources. So there's a lot of avenues to make sure that a department is getting their needs addressed and those staffing needs are addressed. And so we're not asking people to be unsafe, unhealthy, unwell, because again, we have implemented protective measures, but we are asking for some level of standardization for in-person interactions. And this is really just a minimal step into that quote arena.
I'd like to reflect on that too. I mean, basically here, it's tough for everyone. You know, the whole world is dealing with this, but we have to move on. We have identified the protocols that make it safe. We've identified the need for the public to move forward. It's not normal. It's not going to be normal for a while. As far as we can tell, it's going to be going well into 2021. I think, however, you have to reflect on the emergency management system. We are still in a state of emergency, the pandemic emergency. In that emergency management system, there's always the protocol that essential services, essential workers must remain on the job. County workers are essential workers. However, each department is more or less essential depending on the emergency. But over time, you come back in to provide those services. So it's not saying everyone has to. We've developed a real, much more robust way to communicate, but it's not as easy as everybody thinks to run a meeting like this. Just all of the facts that make up county services, they're pretty challenging. So the more important part is that people have access and that fellow workers have access. Also like to say that human resources can help with regard to individual employees and their concerns, and they stand ready to help. Have great deal of respect for Director Lee and her sensitivity to equity and safety for our employees. So I think we've got a good system here. I will, echo what's been mentioned by my colleagues, that it is somewhat surprising that we're having this huge conversation for an item that honestly was on the consent agenda, but I do think it's important to have the conversation if people get to understand what we're dealing with. I appreciate the department heads and the elected department heads who spoke up today to underline that this is actually a good way to move forward. Well, here we are. Any further discussion? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion. Supervisor Bohn.
I know we hear new normal, and I don't know if this is going to go on forever. I know somebody would try to turn it into political. I don't think the flu or anything's political. I think it's a bad situation. A lot of countries are having a hell of a time. Some countries doing good. I don't know. I've been very adamant about wearing masks, distancing, and everything else. I was also very supportive earlier in the year, knowing this is an extreme health thing, but I also own a recreation complex and was all people wanted to hold some baseball tournaments this weekend, this summer. And I said, if you can do it safely and get approval or go forth. I wanted to see that. I've been up to Oregon and watched a couple baseball games. I traveled up there, I distanced, got a room by myself just because I wanted to see some baseball. I understand what we're up against. I also understand that we are here to provide a service. And when we all ran for office, we all said, we're going to do everything so you guys can have the best services possible at the lowest fees. And we're going to fix climate change, sea level rise, and all your roads are going to be paved with gold. I know we say that, and then we fight the same problems that everybody fights, going, oh my God, I guess we can't do that. We can just try. So as we go forward, I think I appreciate all the department heads. I forgot I didn't mention Mari's office, the assessor's office. I've been up there for a couple things and been able to have answers, and I write down most of the questions I get because I have to follow up on them. Somebody said, write them all down. I says, I do. And then I follow up on them. So, and then they hopefully get solved, which 99% do. Not always to the people's idea, but we have had some issues with some departments. I love Thomas Mulder's line, if the shoe fits, lace it up. But I thought that was the best line of the day, by the way. But I think what we're trying to do is not go to a new normal, not try to get anything. I think we're trying to position ourselves to up our game, to provide services to the people we represent. And I I really appreciate the people from the assessors talking, especially the new employees, talking about, giving allegiance to their boss. I think that's important. You have that allegiance. I think that's great. Always remember, though, we serve the public. We work for. We work for the people. We look for leadership from our supervisors or from our bosses and things like that, which us 5 have 36,000 of them. I think that's what we need to do. And all we're trying to do is set this up so we can transition as going forward, because it's not a night and day. It's not a switch. We're going to have to move forward. There's a lot of flexibility. But as I said, nobody ever says when they run, I'm going to run this the way I want, and nobody's going to tell me what to do. I don't think we're telling anybody what to do. We're giving some guidance. And as you notice, the new resolution are taking the place of the last 2. That gives department heads a little bit to work with. This says, hey, the county says we can do this now. And that gives them, we're trying to give them guidance to operate by. That is appointed and elected. You're an elected county official. We hear it all the time. You guys got to remember, we're not elected by the whole county. We're just elected by one little portion. So we can only have 1/5 of the say. But what I'm saying is people are calling, wanting services. I think we need to provide that services, whether it's paying bills, whether it's giving out a wedding license, even trying to get an address for a new building construction. So as we move forward, I think that's what we owe the people of the county. And I'm pretty sure, trying to think if any department heads live in my district. I don't think any of them voted for me. So I'm good with that. I want to serve the people of my district, and I think you guys do too. It's not about serving. We just got to make it happen. And this is a transition.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. Just a quick question for Amy on this. So this may not be a one direction transition with regards to this, because we're the way that we're addressing with regards to the businesses in the community and everything else is, it's based on the community's response and based on our numbers. I mean, it's not impossible that if things go south, which I really very much hope that they don't, that we may have to revisit this again. Is that not the case?
Through the chair, that's a definite possibility. This is the first pandemic that your board and myself have been through. And so there have been a number of COVID-related resolutions that have come before your board. And so it's entirely possible that there'll be other resolutions. Hopefully it's not because of an increase in COVID cases that puts us into a different tier with the state. We will at some point in time need to return to clarify some of the other COVID items that came before your board in March and April. And some of that includes reinstating the vacation accrual blocks. There were a lot of leniency that was given to departments during this pandemic. And so as we continue to move through it, some of that stuff will need to come back to your board because there are financial consequences or significant financial impacts to allowing staff to continue to accrue vacation time, but we'll deal with that at another point in time. We're not dealing with that today. But yes, it is likely that another COVID-related resolution could come before your board, but hopefully not to close the offices down again.
Yeah, and to follow up, I mean, the term, the hammer and the dance, this was a term that came out in the very beginnings of this pandemic as an understanding of what is happening. And we're seeing that with waves around the country in terms of, in terms of, human behavior and management of a pandemic. And so certainly we're in that dance period at least around right now for us. And the hammer could come back. I mean, it's quite not impossible that could happen. And so just with an understanding that, this trajectory hopefully is that direction, but it could change. And I want to make sure that everyone is, understanding that we all understand that is the case, that this could change and that this pandemic is serious. It's not going away anytime soon. A year from now is not going to be the same as a year ago, no matter how much we want to believe that to be true. Whether it is directly pandemic related in terms of like the disease vector, or whether it's just human patterns have changed and things we've learned, including how we work, and what remote work means and what remote meetings mean and those sorts of things. Those are all going to be different forever. And so I think that understanding this is just in that process, that this is flexible. I'm still.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. I just kind of like to reflect on this a little bit also. This is basically a toe in the water. This is not opening everything up and flinging it. This is just saying, let's get that little bit further along here to serve the public. So with that, I think I'd like to move forward if we can. This was a consent agenda, but we do need to have a motion for this separately. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to move this forward with a caveat that, you know, we're looking right now, and you're exactly right, Supervisor Wilson, this could change in a heartbeat, but we're looking at, you know, paring down the EOC, we're looking about paring down the JIC, we're talking about taking the 125 beds that we pay so much money for that have never out at Redwood Acres and kind of writing a contract with St. Joe's and doing away with that. So I said it earlier, and I don't want to do this, but if our biggest fear of what's happening around the country, then we stop people from around the country coming into our county, and that will be a wonderful thing. But I don't think that's what we're looking at. I think we're trying to move forward and take this in small baby steps, and part of this is providing the services. So that's why I will vote for staff's recommendation.
Do I have a second? Or I'll second that.
I'll second it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ryan, let's go to a roll call on this vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
No.
Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Of course.
Thank you. Passes 4-1.
Thank you. All right, that was items, those were both items that were pulled from the consent calendar. It's 10 minutes past 11. Let's go now to public comment on non-agenda items. And I will note for the record in the staff report, in the agenda, there is a public comment on non-agenda items with a request for that to be read out. I'm wondering, Ryan, if you can do that, and if you can't locate it right this minute, if you could locate it and do that, I would appreciate it. Let's go to, let's see if there are any attendees who would like to speak on items that are not on the agenda. I'll give you time to locate that. So with that, we do have, well, I don't know if there's a hand up or not. Maybe there's no comment on items not on the agenda, except for what's, okay, we do. So for items not on the agenda, please, okay, so you press *9 and 2, we've got 2 hands up there. 3053, if you press *6, you can come in and talk on items not on the agenda. Welcome.
Morning, Thomas Mulder here again. First off, a couple things I want to bring up. In-person meetings. When are we going to get back to in-person meetings? Because there's lots of people that don't have access to technology, difficulties with phone reception, lots of different reasons. I did notice that the chair, originally I was hearing the chair was uncomfortable with in-person gatherings. I saw on social media the chair attended a thing for some business women of Fortuna area in front of a really well-maintained veterans hall. So, and I also noticed there's 4 people unmasked in that photo. So I thought maybe that means we can get back to in-person meetings. I look forward to that opportunity. I think staff that are authorized to use tape measures could easily go in the chambers and measure off 6 feet from different points and only allow certain chairs to be utilized and that kind of thing, and have, you know, first come, first serve, and kind of have some sort of way for public to get in there. Maybe even the idea of viewing rooms, you know, down there at the Garberville campus or Redway campus. That brings up to the next comment, because the person that commented on that, let's talk about the fire hazard right next to Garberville Hospital. That site, that is the prime example. The old church right next to the Garberville Hospital, it's owned by Dottie Russell. That is the prime example of what code enforcement should come in with dumpsters and equipment and raid that place and level it to the ground to protect the community around it. That is prime example of code enforcement, and I'm offended that it's not before the board to put $1 million lien on it like I've seen other properties. I think that's something very, very important to do. Another topic, something to think about as people are going through this permitting process and stuff like that is, how would you put this? Ponds. We like ponds, you know, fire prevention, all those kind of things. But maybe we need to make some sort of wet weather delineation, because I've heard and seen, you know, some ponds possibly might be going in some wet areas. So maybe, you know, when we do our septic systems and stuff like that, we have to do wet weather calculations. So something to think about. And my last note, I didn't write it down. That's all for now. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. We have another hand up here. And again, press star 9 to speak on items that are not on the agenda. And 5439, welcome. Press star 6, please. 5439. You need to press star 6 in order to speak with the board. Welcome.
Oh, Estelle, you don't recognize your phone number, do you?
Is this you, Kent?
This is Kent in India, in the cloud.
Wow.
So thank you for the opportunity. I'm reaching out today because I really appreciate what Thomas Mulder and a few other people are doing. I really would like to go ahead and move out of your forum. Right now, I'm enjoying a different forum, possibly having spoke to the father and brother of the equivalent of Mr. Newsom in the future down here, maybe even the president of Mexico. So I can play political science, you know, in any forum. I'm asking something of you people for me to let go, to allow me to move on. Is that when you make decisions, don't think about the decisions as far as what's in the best interest of mankind. Look what's in the best interest of Mother Nature. And if there's a little test a little later in the day, I may participate or I may not. But if I see that happening, there is no more reason for me to participate. In fact, I will cut back, based upon the result of this test, by 90 to 95% of my participation in your forum. I think you've got great people there who can. So anyway, I really appreciate the fact that you are going to topics. I've been listening in a little bit today, but not participating. And I really would like to see you show an earnest effort to do what I requested. And in response to that, I will go ahead and leave you folks alone, basically. So there you go. That's the offer. And thank you for my opportunity to speak, not from my normal form. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kent. All right. We have, I believe, another caller. Oh, no, maybe not. Those were both the numbers that I see. Are there any further members of the public like to speak on items not on the agenda? Ryan?
I don't see anyone else's hand up in the attendee queue.
Thank you very much. That will bring us back to the board. And I just want to say a quick note, because I have heard a lot from the community about the really bad situation over there by the hospital. Just so you know, code enforcement is working on that item. So we will now go to department reports, and that would be the Planning and Building Department. We're going to be taking a look at the RRR program, and I welcome Director Ford. Good morning, Director Ford.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Fennell and members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. And what we are doing this morning is bringing something back to you, requesting direction. And really it's for clarity so that as we move forward, not only the board, but the commission and staff all understand what the approach should be, the preferred approach. This comes out of the action on Honeydew Ranch, where they had applied for a conditional use permit, a special permit in 6 RRRs to be moved onto a site in Honeydew. The actually 8 RRRs. The final approval allowed them to have the conditional use permit for the existing cultivation, the nursery, and then 2 RRRs. And so that is different than I think the expectation of a lot of people. So I want to put into context the RRR program and then talk a little bit about what we have in front of us and then provide some options to the board. So I'm going to share my screen here. And I think what you should be seeing here is a PowerPoint presentation that just says request for direction.
Yes,
and,
we do see that, Director Ford, yes.
So what we just, by way of background, the RRR program originally was intended to allow existing cultivators who were on pieces of property that had steep slopes and didn't have a legal water right to be able to relocate their property from a cultivation location that's really inappropriate to a more appropriate location, preferably onto agricultural land. And this kind of gave rise to the idea of getting things out of the hills and onto agricultural land. So the problem that we've run into is that the RRR program really has not been being taken advantage of by people who want to move their cultivation sites. These RRRs are actually being sold as commodities to people who want to cultivate, and they're being assimilated and packaged together into larger grow sites. And that was the case of Honeydew Ranch. That was clearly an example of what those look like. One of the things that we're starting to see is that we have seen, particularly in the areas like Holmes Flat, where the neighbors are upset and concerned about the fact that they are seeing a large number of RRRs being moved onto properties, and they're all ministerial permits. So there is no ability to appeal them. There is no discretion in there. However, the thing that is a little bit different about the Honeydew Ranch example, and I will show some later that are similar to this, is that there was a discretionary permit. And so the discretionary permit made all the RRRs also discretionary. That's not always the case. So from a regulatory perspective, neither the 1.0 or 2.0 CMM-LUO or CC-LUO put numerical restrictions on the number of RRRs that could be transferred onto a piece of property. It set a limit of 20% of the prime ag soil. The cannabis ordinances did set a limit on the amount of cultivation that could be permitted. And generally that's at about an acre. Both CC-LUO and CMM-LUO have provisions for existing cultivation or new cultivation at an acre. So one of the things that staff has been doing with the RRRs in situations where the number of RRRs would exceed this threshold that would have been evaluated by either the mitigated negative declaration for the CMM-LUO or the EIR for the CC-LUO, is that we've said that that number of RRRs was not contemplated in the environmental work, and so additional environmental work is necessary. The exception to that is where an RRR is being moved onto a piece of property that really is agricultural ground, and they're not irrigating, they're doing dry land farming. And in those situations, we've found it consistent with the baseline condition. And we've approved 2 fairly large sites. One of those along the Eel River, actually both of them are along the Eel River. So currently we have 57 RRR applications that are in the process. These are being moved to locations other than, well, elsewhere from where they were at. And I just want to focus on 4 of these sites, because 4 of these sites would house 39 of these 57 applications. The first one of these is out off Highway 36. And this application would place 7 RRRs onto the property. In addition, the applicant is asking for a special use permit for 1 acre. So that would mean that 4.5 acres of cultivation would be moved onto this particular site. The source of the water in this particular case would be a well. The next site we wanted to look at is out in Shively Flat, and this particular site has already been to the zoning administrator. It has controversy associated with it. It has a special permit for a nursery. This has 8 RRRs that are proposed, and they're also processing a special permit for 33,560 square feet. So this would be about 5 acres of basically outdoor cultivation. This would be a dry land farming, and so it's consistent with the CEQA approach that we've mentioned before. But in this particular case, it's got a special permit, and the neighbors are concerned with the number of employees that are out there, and there is some concern that they, from their nursery, have allowed pollination, and so this has been referred to the Planning Commission. So this will become a site that probably has some controversy associated with it. The next site is down off of the Avenue of the Giants. It's off Holmes Flat Road. And this is a dry farm site, and it has already been approved for 1 acre of new cultivation, which is approximately out here. And there are 15 proposed RRR sites to be moved onto this property. At this point, these would all be ministerial permits. And the last site that I wanted to look at is just outside of Rio Del. The dark black line that you see here is Rio Del. And this site proposes to move 172,000 square feet, actually almost 173,000 square feet of RRRs onto the site, in addition to 22,000 square feet with a wholesale cannabis nursery. And they've already been approved for 10,000 square feet under a zoning clearance certificate. This site, when it was originally being approved, also was fairly controversial. It has a bus stop. The bus comes in and turns around right in this area right here. And so while it is definitely separated visually and from an elevation perspective from where the bus stop is, it does have that. And then the neighbors over here have expressed concern with the cultivation at this site. So there is some concern with what is going to happen with these RRR sites, especially ones where there's a large assemblage of RRRs being moved onto a property. And so we want to revisit this before our memories of Honeydew Ranch got too far along. And so people that are assembling large cultivation sites would have an awareness of what that looks like. I did want to show a quick image of a site. This is one of the RRR sites that was approved down along the Eel River. And as you can see, this is on a alluvial bench right along the river. This is all dry land farming. It's not irrigated. So that's, I believe, 6 RRR sites or 8 RRR sites that were moved there. So in asking for direction, staff identified that there could be 3 basic approaches to this. One is to make no changes to the ordinances, continue to process things as normal. What this would involve is in situations where the applications were absolutely ministerial. There would be just approvals granted at the staff level. There would be no appeal authority. There would be no way to stop that. Where there is a discretionary permit associated with it, the discretionary permit would make the whole thing discretionary. So as you saw, several of those that were in the application process that have multiple 39 RRRs, those, if they had the RRRs going forward with the discretionary permit, would be discretionary. One of the options that you should consider is that one of the things that an applicant could do is drop the discretionary permit, which would make those all ministerial. The other avenue to consider is to amend the CCLUO to require some type of discretionary permit, either a special permit or a conditional use permit for more than 2 RRRs. This would make any assemblage of RRRs discretionary and would provide a public process by which the public could be engaged. The other option that is far more restrictive and is not being recommended by staff, but is certainly one that's there, is to prohibit more than 2 RRRs on site. That concludes the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, before we forget the presentation, I wanted to go back to the Odell site. You said there, the other ones you called out, how many RRRs? There was 7 on Highway 36, 8 Shively, 15 on the Avenue of the Giants Homes flat. You said 173,000 square feet. How many RRRs were in that?
That would be 9.
9? Okay, thank you. Okay. And yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. I just want to make sure we knew what we were talking about. So Supervisor Bass.
And this is just probably a simple question, and I just don't know the answer. So if we were to, take the last option you mentioned that you said it really isn't the suggested one, but if we decided to limit him to some case, are there other available locations for these others to go to, or would they just be totally left hanging out there? That's just a concern I have. I just want to know what we might be able to do to try to find options, or if there's anything.
So the sites are limited. I have not done an exhaustive search. In all honesty, I did sit down with applicants from Honeydew Ranch and went through, I think, about 7 or 8 possible sites that they brought in. I think 1, maybe 2 of those would have worked. And so you've got to be, when talking about locating RRR sites, you got to think about water, you got to think about resources, particularly endangered species. And then the community plan areas are just an absolute no. So most of the best agricultural sites are within community plan areas. And one of the things the CCLUO did is said no RR is going into community plan areas. And so that's not really an option anymore. So the best ag land is restricted.
So one of the things that occurs to me, I do understand, we've gotten some feedback about this, and I do understand it's a difficult situation for the people who had the original grow sites and then opted for the RRR program. I'm looking at this right now. You said there's 57 of them, 39 are in 4 applications, and then that leaves 18 that are either individuals or whatever number they are. So I'm thinking you've got maybe 22 cases in front of you. On the issue of available land, if the RRRs were not as stacked, there probably would be more available sites, because one of the limiting factors is the amount of water available, the impact on the neighborhood, traffic, etc. So if you're talking about sites with 9, 15 RRRs, you're talking about a significant impact in that area. So I'm just wondering about that concept of how many you would put in one area, or do you just go with the discretionary situation, which would in a way identify areas that were able to hold that number? I'm not sure.
So I think you are absolutely right that it's intuitively true that if you reduce the number of RRRs and reduce the size of the cultivation, it's easier to find locations to place that. I think the second question really is that based on what the board's seeing here, is there a need to do something to address this in the ordinance? And we're not looking to define what that is today, but if what you're seeing is a concern that requires a change, then that really becomes a discussion, and then the coming out of that could be, do we set parameters in terms of where we allow the RRR sites, how many, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you hit the nail on the head at the beginning of your discussion, which is that something that when we were envisioning it in the creation of the ordinance, we saw as an ability to make it easier for people who had really bad sites to find another sites, to incentivize it by saying if they had 2,000 square feet, they could have 8,000 square feet, that kind of thing. It was an incentive for people to be able to find a location that was better suited to their needs. And it's become a commodities issue. So in other words, there are people actually in many cases coming from outside of the county, buying up these RRRs and then stacking them. So it's not exactly what was envisioned. And that, I think, is the issue we need to look at, is what exactly are we trying to accomplish with these RRRs, and what's best for the county and the communities that these cannabis industry businesses would be located. Supervisor Wilson.
Chair Fennell. So on the issue of commodification, I was under the assumption that would happen from the beginning. I thought that was part of when we deliberated on some of these things, this issue was brought up, that these could be commodified. And in some ways that was understood as the way some of these cleanups would be funded. I mean, to be, it's like the expectation that a landowner would have the resources, all of the resources to do some of these pretty expensive cleanups, and then just come up with that with no financing, external financing, I think would be a bit unreasonable. I mean, I'm not saying this is like the optimal way to get things done. I would prefer that landowners have the ability to get that financing, or maybe there's no financing, that the damage to the site is not terrible and they're able to do it themselves, and many have. But the part of that setup is that was created was that there's money that's required in that, and so I just want to acknowledge it. I'm not saying that it's good or bad. And then there was also some expectation and understanding that a lot of this was driven to by the mom and pops, as we call them, and that people were they're stuck on pieces of property that they had been cultivating for a long time. It's just impossible to be permitted, right? I mean, just could not in terms of the current regulation, and that this was a method to get some capital out of that to basically retire, to get out of the business, to move out of this space. And so there's definitely that in that thing. And again, I'm not trying to say whether that's good or bad. It just seems like part of the reality, even at the time when we had these discussions to begin with. I mean, it is maybe on a scale we may not have anticipated, but the issue of commodification and sort of the land transfer parts of this and the entitlement transfers that are really, or entitlement creations and then transfers, was in the discussion. We're at a place now where we just got to manage the land use implications of that as those entitlements or created entitlements are transferred. And John, my question to you has to do with, we have on that list of options, stacking no more than 2 RRRs. And I was just kind of wondering where that number come from, and, what's the difference between that and 3 or 4 or 5 in terms of the threshold before going to a conditional use permit as an option that you have there?
No, thanks. That's a really good question, because that comes out of the idea of what did the EIR really contemplate? And around an acre is the maximum entitlement. So RRRs is about 40,000 square feet plus a 10,000 square foot ZCC is about 50,000 square feet. That's a little over an acre, but that's as close as we could really come. So that's the rough logic.
I appreciate that. That connects the synapses for me on where that came from. I appreciate that.
Any other comment or questions from the board on this? Supervisor Bohn.
I know when we went through this, I think we started this, 2015? I know there was a lot of, how much are we going to do? And this came to us from the environmental side of this was kind of brokered by, I think it was Steve Lazar at the time, with the environmental groups trying to figure out a way we could clean this up and basically we keep saying get it out of the hills. We were trying to get it out of TPZ and areas that couldn't be licensed and onto agricultural zones. Now, that's not saying that there aren't agricultural zones all over. The big thing we did was the 20%. It couldn't exceed 20% of the area. So we didn't. Now, all of these sites, and I know a couple of these sites that have gone through this and haven't gone through the process, that were looking for just 20,000 square feet. I went by one the other day and he's got 24 acres of grapes now. He didn't have to ask anybody about that. He just put 24 acres of grapes in. I don't know if that has more of an impact or uses more water or less water than 20,000 of cannabis. But with that being said, as we move forward on this, some of these have got to be pretty big. And I know when I go down to Bakersfield and stuff like that, I hear industrial size at 40,000 square feet. And then I go down and look at, some of the hemp farms and stuff down there, and they're 120 acres. That's industrial. But I'm trying to figure out, we were trying to, the commodification, I love that word. Yeah, we knew they were going to be worth money. And the whole idea was to, as Supervisor Will says, was to fund. And some of these are actually bringing these people into the fold, giving them a chance to work on the farm, and they got paid a certain amount for the RRR, and they get a percentage of what is taken off of the farm. It's kind of like what a fishing boat does when he makes a deal with the fish processor. Help me buy a boat and I will sell all my fish to you, and you have to give me at least this much back till I pay it off, or whatever the case may be. So it's a commodity that is it is a commodity. So we would expect these things to change off just like this. And it always cracks me up how much it's got to be like the timber industry. It used to be just the wood. And now we find out that everybody pays their payroll from the wood chips and the hog fuel, kind of like what they get now. They are using the trimmings to do stuff with, and that's become a great market. I think, I don't know if we go down to 2, 4, 9. I know the one that Estelle asked in back of Riadale, that's actually a pretty good location right in back of the sawmill there. Nobody's ever going to see it. So, but there's others that are going to have a lot of neighbor concerns. And I think they have to be addressed. I think a discretionary permit, I think was mentioned, or things like that. I know there's some down in Holmes where they're getting pretty frustrated with what's going on. We're seeing it in Maple Creek. I mean, now it's the watershed, you know, one 10,000th of the effect of the watershed. So we're using, you know, we're using all the buzzwords, but I think it's up to us to decide, you know, where we come at. And I think we have to look at the operators too. I mean, there's more to this, and I think that's our job. I mean, there's some guys that I wouldn't have a problem at all, and then there's others I'm going, no, I think we might have issues. And as you guys have all been around some of these operations, when they tell you to grow this many square feet with 20 employees, I don't see it. I mean, you're going to see more road trips. They're not going to be running a Greyhound and out. They're all going to run in their little Toyotas and stuff. So there are going to be impacts that have to be addressed. Honeydew Ranch, I still don't know if I made the right decision there. I made a decision and I'll stick by it. But that was one of those locations that maybe we should have, and I think I didn't follow suit. We probably could have given one or two more to that to at least give them something, you know, because the some of those sites have been cleaned up. And we want to incentivize that cleaning up. That's why it was brought to us in 2015, 16, 17, 18 as we fine tune this. So we looked at all that stuff going in. We didn't just say, hey, let's let them all come to town. I mean, I heard a report the other day that somebody said when we were going to put them on Eye-Glands, they thought they'd all come to the bottoms. I did not think that for a minute. So I think the bottoms really do good with dairy cows. So I'm not sure. I think we have to do something that staff. What bothers me with a lot of these, we're getting things appealed to us that are 4.5 years in the making. It seems like 3.5 years we should have been able to tell these people, hey, poop's going to hit the fan. I don't think you're going to make it, and saved them $150,000. Somewhere in there, we have to take a little bit of that responsibility and be honest with them. Now, some of these I know for a fact are told this, and they keep charging ahead. So to say we didn't think about these things when we were doing this, I mean, again, like I say, it's not like we did this in one afternoon meeting. These were elongated meetings that went over a long period of time, numerous meetings. So, and you're right. Did we get everything right? Oh, hell no. But neither did the Wright brothers. So we need to keep building this plane as we fly it.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Yeah, I do want to point out, and I think we need to be very mindful of the people who engaged in this process in good faith. We have to find a solution that works where, you know, the sites have to be evaluated for their carrying capacity and for their impact on their neighboring areas. I think those are the things that are popping up now. Whether we made a good decision or not, this is what we're living with right now. We have to address it. I think, you know, I've had this discussion with Director Ford about a number of items where there were concerns from the neighborhood. You do the best thing you can in letting people know this could be a problem. And so adding, I recognize as one of the emails said, that adding discretionary, you know, the fact that it would be a discretionary project onto some of those is another step that they have to take. But on the other flip side of that, it's if you don't do that and that you get to the final point, what happens? And that's where you run into neighborhoods complaining, etc. So if we can make it so people can get to that finish line, that's our real goal, while recognizing that there are people who've been waiting for a while to move forward with their plans. Is there any further discussion at the board before I go to public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open this up for public comment. I see 3 hands raised at the moment. I would like to remind people, if you are tuned in, watching this on TV or on your computer, that you can press *9 on your phone and you will be welcomed into the queue to speak and address this issue. Right now, we've got a few lined up already. We'll start, and I'll call out the last 4 digits of your number. At that point, you can press *6, and you can be welcomed into the queue. So the last 4 of this first number are 2071. If you would please press *6, you'll be able to talk with the supervisors. Give us your comments. 2071. Welcome.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
It's going well, thanks. How's it going for you?
Going all right. All right, so my name's Joshua Clark, and I currently own and operate a cannabis farm in Humboldt County, and I happen to be in the application process for a site with the intent to have multiple RRs attached to that location. Initially, I read Humboldt County's letter of the law. I purchased land in good faith based on what the law said. And as of now, I've spent an extremely large sum of money on land surveys, biological reports, archaeological reports, CEQA, operational plans, purchasing land. And for now to have a change in the letter of law mid-game after people have worked with the county for extended periods of time, years in good faith, and invested large monetary amounts is completely wrong. And it doesn't even sound legal to me, but I don't know the letter of the law. And this does not promote confidence in the county and the written law to change it at this point. The spirit or intent of the RRR program, first and foremost, is to retire, remediate, and relocate all illegal cannabis locations in Humboldt County that it can that don't fit the criteria of the CMMLUO. So, this was a large-scale attempt to protect the environment and promote the transition of the largest illegal cultivation market in America into the legal market. So, the question of whether an operator has only one location or 10 to remediate shouldn't matter, because the intent is to get as many of these locations retired, remediated, and relocated. It was never to limit the amount of these sites to just 2 per person or 2 locations. And as well, here's the other caveat. We're in the 12th hour of the RRR program. No new applications can come in. This is winding down. What you guys are trying to do is only going to affect a small handful of people. And then this brings up a good point. How can you justify changing the rules on the people still in the application process when there are currently people permitted with multiple RRRs? Are you going to retroactively go back and take their RRRs away? Or if it does become a discretionary hearing thing, are you going to go back and make those people go through hearings? Because if you don't hold them accountable, how you're holding these people that are still in the application process accountable, it doesn't sound right. And there'll be issues, I think, that arise from that, because you can't hold one class of people to a set of standards and not the other. Furthermore, I find it really distasteful that I was only made aware of this hearing last night. I am a stakeholder in this situation. There should have been more notice than this, other than an email sent to me at 6:43 p.m. the night before. Is this even the legal manner on how things are supposed to be done? I'm pretty sure that there is some sort of due process that should have been performed and was not in this case. Is the county allowed to hold public hearings that affect individuals or businesses directly without any form of notification other than an email the night before? And that's a good question. Like I said, it's really distasteful on my part to have been told this last minute. I don't think it's right. And I would like to end this with other counties up and down California are permitting much larger individual farm sites than Humboldt County does. And this is in preparation for cannabis to go nationally legal. Humboldt County has always been the heart of America's cannabis industry, illegally and legally. How do we expect to continue this if we fall behind other locations and further limit the allowable lawful cultivation areas that are allowed? Thank you for your time. I appreciate you guys hearing what I had to say.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate that. And I will remind people that it's a 3-minute for public comment on this item. Brought up some good points, and we will address those. But I do want to remind people that this agenda item is about direction. It is not about a decision being made at this time. The direction would be to come back with some kind of a change, if that is the direction at all. So with that, we'll go to the next caller, and that is with the last 4 digits of 3053. Please press *6, and we'll welcome you in to talk with the cities. Welcome.
Good morning still for a couple minutes. Thomas Mulder again. So full disclosure, I'm a licensed farmer in the Humboldt County cannabis industry. And I'm actually going to tell you I don't really support the RRR program because I don't like how it's evolved. I've always been one that said don't move the goalposts, but I think there's been some confusion. At any point in time, this R program was brought forward. It was originally my thought was to bring cultivators out of the hills and let them scale up in size so that way those same operators could operate and afford all the other stuff that would take place for having a larger cultivation and cleaning up the other site. It's turned into a horrible commodity thing. People are trying to patch them together. There's consultants, there's growers out there who can have the biggest grow. It's an ego thing. It's horrible. The problem that we're running into is a lot of people are spending the money for the consultants like they're going to produce multiple acres, when in reality they might only be able to do a half an acre to an acre, and that's where people are getting frustrated. Also, I thought the R program, and my mistake, I took part in the development of 2.0, is that it'd be the same type of cultivation. So if you're RRing outdoor, then it would be outdoor. Not some people are RRing and moving to ML2. It's a whole nother thing. I think it should be discretionary at any point in time when they're trying to stack permitted like new cultivation and RRs that would be over the allowable limit of new cultivation. It should be 100% discretionary. I don't think that's moving the goalpost. It makes for notifications. To the previous commenter, what about neighbors being notified? A lot of these administrative serial things, neighbors don't get notified until after there's a grow going in next door. Also, something to bring up, employees, RRs, I'm going to go on a limb here. A lot of these projects I've seen, their employee count and their vehicle trips are horribly undercalculated. Every employee is allowed a half an hour lunch per 8-hour shift. You can't control your employees from leaving your workplace to and from. And if we're working 12-hour shifts, they're allowed 1-hour breaks. So those are things to be thinking about. You're probably going to have about 1 employee per 5,000 square feet of ML, no extra lighting, and about 1 employee per 10,000 square feet of outdoor. Add another employee for nursery, maybe even up to 3, depending on size of nursery. Something to think about. We need to look at equitability. And originally this was to save mom and pops, and it's really been turned into an ego thing of who can have the biggest grow from my perspective. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. That will bring us to the next caller, and your last 4 digits are 6670. If you press *6, you'll be in with the Board of Supervisors. 6670. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. This is Madeline DeLapp from Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Through the chair, I have a public comment from one of a consultant that was not able to be here, as well as our own comment. Would you give me the opportunity to read both?
Yes. Can you clarify? Let me do one, and then we'll give you a second time for the other.
Okay, so I'll start with from Stephen Liu, is a consultant, and he asked me to read this on behalf of his clients, Dry Farmed Organic Medicinals, Coastal Prairie LLC, and Red Crest Organics. My name is Stephen Liu. I'm a consultant that worked with several clients to develop receiving areas in the Shively, Holmes Flat, and Red Crest areas that have been historically used as agricultural land, successfully practicing dry farming techniques. Several multiple acre cannabis RRR receiving sites have already been entitled in this region, which practice exemplary cultivation methods to produce high quality cannabis using the most minimal of inputs, dry farm techniques, and native soil. Several of these cultivation sites displaced farming activities such as intensive alfalfa production that require constant irrigation outside of the wet weather season, and as such represent a reduced impact to the watershed. I suggest that a special cannabis zone be established for this region that would allow the previously approved stacked RRRs to remain without further reevaluation, and to allow future applicants to stack RRRs to the full potential of the receiving property, as long as the operations utilize dry farming techniques and do not develop infrastructure that would exceed what is typically allowed on the property without without stacking RRRs. I believe that that would limit the net impact of these operations to something that is in line with the intent and scope of the ordinance, and nurture cultivation techniques that are very unique to this region. to consider revoking licenses of the current permittees who have invested substantial amounts of capital and time to secure the local county permits, clean up dozens of RRR sites, and obtain state licenses would be incredibly damaging to the local economy by shutting down permitted businesses, to the county's tax collection by revoking issued permits, and to the trust that has been built. Furthermore, the amount of time that would be involved in re-permitting these sites would be substantial. County time, hearing time, state licensing time, all resources that are already stressed and pressured with the volume of applications being processed. I am also requesting clarification for suggestion number 2 in the staff report about requiring a CUP for more than 2 stacked RRRs. Under Ordinance 1.0 and 2.0, RRRs can be less than 20,000 square feet as they are a four-time multiplier up to a cap of 20,000 square feet. However, under 2.0, RRRs can also be a 1-to-1 ratio of the mitigated area with no cap. From my review of the language, I believe a cap of 40,000 square feet of RRR receiving area is the intent, and the Planning Department and Board of Supervisors may wish to consider amending suggestion 2 to a square footage canopy cap instead of limiting the number of RRRs to a site can receive. Thank you, Steve Liu.
Okay, so we're starting the clock again for Natalie.
Good morning, good afternoon, Supervisors. Natalie DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. As a general rule of thumb, anything that looks like moving the goalposts, we have a problem with. That being said, there are issues regarding the implementation of the RRR program. I do think it is unfortunate that your board is only now discussing the appropriateness of stacking RRRs. The concept of stacking was discussed during the hearings of the 2 ordinances. It was expressed as an environmental benefit that developing fewer individual sites with greater cultivation area for multiple people, thereby consolidating impacts, was a benefit over many dispersed cultivation sites. The disdain for outside actors is inappropriate. Outside investment is often required to buy new expensive land and clean up old sites. That is the reality. It is a commodity. We need to focus on land use, not business. I think it would be a problem if the county were to explore option 3. If the county were to change the direction of what size parcel could become a receiving site for RRRs, or explicitly limit the number of RRRs that can be allowed. This is because the properties for those projects have already been purchased and in the development stages for 2 to 4 years. If the county were now to require that only properties greater than 320 acres are allowed to be receiving sites for more than 1 acre of cannabis, the county might get sued. Not only are there very few properties for sale that size, they're incredibly expensive. And do you really want to incentivize those large tracts of lands to be developed? We're already seeing what the community response is out in Maple Creek. That being said, there are people within our membership who are concerned about the RRR program and do not like seeing valleys fill up with greenhouses. They also think it was counter to the philosophy of prime ag soils and not requiring the applicant to grow in the ground. Regarding prime ag soils, this can be both a good and bad thing. If the applicant is going to grow in a greenhouse with a solid floor, then it's better that it is not sited on the prime ag soils because those need to be conserved. And the RRR program does not distinguish between outdoor, mixed light 1 and mixed light 2 growing distinctions. It probably could and should. Outdoor full sun could be the easiest to permit, and the cultivation should be located in prime soils. If it's 2 to 3 run mixed light with string lights and light deprivation, those plants can be in prime soils under hoops with minimal impacts. Perhaps consider disallowing intensive ML2 on RRRs unless energy is supplied by the grid. You guys have a lot to consider today. Thank you for allowing me to speak 2 times.
Thank you, Nathalyn. The next caller has the last 4 digits of 9213. If you would please press *6, you can join the conversation. 9213, can you please press *6?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jeff Slack. I'm an attorney at Jansen Malloy, and I have a few clients with pending RRR applications before the Planning Department. I'd like to just bring up very quickly, a few small points. I understand that the RRR program was included as part of within the scope of the environmental impact report for Ordinance 2.0. My question would be, would such a direction by the board today require an amendment to that EIR, as this was a component in discussing what the environmental impacts would be of the ordinance? The second point on this would be that, wouldn't this suggestion exacerbate the problem that the RRR program was originally trying to solve by getting as many problematic grows out of problematic areas as possible? Artificially limiting the relocation of those sites would reverse incentivize people just to stay in the hills and potentially cultivate black market. In the planning department's agenda section, they discuss the fact that they are using additional environmental review for applicants who are looking to permit multiple RRRs on one parcel. I don't understand how that's possible. If these are ministerial review, ministerial projects, they can require additional environmental review. Now, if you would like to do it through the CEQA process, I think most applicants would be okay with that, but adding additional discretionary review on top of additional environmental review of ministerial projects doesn't make sense, and I don't think it's legal. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Slack. Okay, we have several other speakers who would like to join us. So we'll, next speaker, 7473, if you would please press *6. 7473. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you. My name is Brian Robinson. And, the first thing I'd like to say is I hope that we would leave this program the way it has been for the last 5 years. I signed up in good standing for my farm back in 2015 before we even applied for any permits. And during that process and reading the regs, we made the decision, me and my wife, to sign up for the RRR program 5 years ago. It's been a very hard road. Finding properties that meet the criteria are very, very hard. They have to be flat. They have to have certain waters, zoned ag. You're lucky to find one. And if you do find one, the owners know and they mark up the prices so much. So to take the right away from somebody at this point, like if somebody would have told me and my wife that we would have had to ask for permission from neighbors to move our farms, we already know that they would say no. There's always going to be someone, there's going to be a NIMBY in every single area of this county who's going to think that they have some right to tell us what to do on our lands. And that is not okay. We have already come forward. We really stood behind the county supervisors and the building department by coming forward and signing up for these things. And for you guys to tell us that now we have to go a different route after 5 years and spending, all of our money, we're not even making money now. And now to have this happen, it's unreal. If you want to talk about having the carpet pulled out from underneath of you, this is it. To tell us to do something and have us go on this path and this journey and really try and do what's right, and then be told that it's not right because of the views of a few NIMBYs within our county, this is wrong. I think it should be set away, and it's something we should be proud of. As the history and the long term of growing here, and we've been growing here over 20 years and doing this stuff, and to come forward was tough. It was a hard decision, and we lost a lot of money, and we're just now starting to get back into where we're going to, we have a light at the end of the tunnel, and to have that light at the end of the tunnel just shut off at the very end after going through this for 5 years is just detrimental. I really can't. It really saddens me that we have to be on this phone call when, most cannabis growers are quiet. We've stayed to ourselves. We don't want a lot of issues. We're not very political. We're not very outspoken. So for us to come out and do this is very hard, and it's been a very tough process to be able to change and to follow all these rules. And I just ask for your support from our side and to see what we've been through, and to, to please go forward with what was set in the very beginning as the requirements for those, whether it's 100,000 square feet or 1,000,000 square feet, as long as it's 20% of the prime ag and it's done the way the ordinance was written. That's all there is to it, in my opinion. And I really hope that you guys, go forward in that manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Let's see, the next caller, it just says call in user /2. If that's you, please press *6. You can join the conversation. Call in user /2. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Chris Trent. I'm calling up. I appreciate everyone's time and letting me speak. I just wanted to make a couple comments as I was listening to all this. But the amount of properties that are available that would accept triple Rs now is very low. A lot of these properties that would have accepted triple Rs have been closed due to the watershed, and there's too many grows in those areas. So a lot of accepting and sites that would have originally accepted the sites are no longer allowed to accept those sites due to the watershed being closed. So I think if you were to limit the amount of triple Rs on one spot, I think it would be hard pressed to see all those being used. I also think it's unfair this late in the game to ask to change the laws when so many of us have been in the process, and now we get to try to see how much longer it's going to take to try to get our triple Rs. That's all I really have to say.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks.
Okay, we do have a few other callers. The next, and if you are thinking of speaking, please press *9 and you'll get in the queue. The next caller is with the last four of 2677. And if you press *6, you can join and give us your thoughts. That's 2677. Please press *6. I know sometimes with phones you gotta figure out how to do that, but again, 2677, please press *6 and you can join the board and give us your thoughts on this item. Okay, I'm going to just say one more time. Caller with the last four digits of 2677, if you would please press *6, you can join. There you go. Welcome.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Jesse Fiedler. I'm representing one of the projects that you listed, that Director Ford listed at the beginning. We have been in the process now for 4 years.
Your connection is really bad, Jesse. I'm sorry. In fact, you've dropped out. So give it a try again, and we'll go on to the next caller. So this number is last four digits of 7108. If you could please press *6, you can join. Welcome.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry. And it seems like, well, you got a big problem on your hands. I'm not sure what you're going to do. I think part of the problems was having all these permits without contacting the neighbors in the beginning and having all that come through at the very end. And this limitless of how many you put on one piece of property. And I totally understand cleaning up whatever's out there, but it's like the relocation sites and what is happening there. 15 in one place, just I favor discretionary permits, not just ministerial. And down here in Southern Humboldt, just maybe a week ago, there was a bust on a property that had a county license. It just didn't have the state license. Well, they found 8 violations dealing with water on that property, which the counties, I think Thomas Mulder, he said something about, you know, it's, oh, there's going to be this much traffic, this much this, and this much of that. And the monitoring of it is greatly lacking, because what's actually going on a lot of these places, the county doesn't have a clue, but the neighbors do. So I really feel for these people that have been in this process so long, but I think you got to think about the impacts of where you're loading these onto, and the people and the wildlife. So that's my input. Thanks.
Thank you, Bonnie. Okay, we still have one more caller, and if you are waiting to talk with the Board of Supervisors, please press *9. We do have one other caller right now on the list, and it is 9831. 9831, would you please press *6, and we can bring you into the conversation. Caller with the last 4 digits of 9831, please press *6. And there you go. Welcome.
Okay, it took a couple tries. Thank you for that. Still fun to do the Zoom calls. This is Holly Carter. I live in Bryceland, and I work with cultivators in a number of different ways, primarily in ongoing support, which is after permitting and implementing licensing requirements. However, I have been working with, in different fashions, cultivators through the process, and are aware of the process at the county level, the state level, and multiple agencies levels over time. And I want to echo a lot of what has been said already, that the timing of this conversation, it feels frankly a little absurd and a little confusing. People have been in this process for a number of years, and while I hear Ms. Blackberry about things needing to be discretionary, I want to counter that it is not a limitless amount of projects that can be moved to a receiving site. There is limits put in place, I believe a percentage based on agricultural lands especially. So there is, and CUPs are a discretionary permit if I'm not mistaken, and I would love to hear if I am mistaken there, because that has been our experience, is that it is discretionary. That is the point of having the hearings conducted, that it's not what they call a desk permit. It actually does go through several layers of discretion. I was delighted to find some common ground with Mr. Bohn in his comments today, that we knew that this was going to be a commodification, and I at that time I felt some discouragement about that, but I also felt a lack of surprise and somewhat of an opportunity for people who would not be able to continue to access their livelihood or a portion of their livelihood in the ways that they had become, I guess, accustomed to would be the way I said it. And at that time, I think Mr. Wilson said it best, that people were saying, oh, they're going to move to these other properties. And if you live in the hills and you work in the hills and you have your family in the hills and you're on your homestead, the chances of being able to access land somewhere else, purchase or lease it, create new infrastructure, complete a permit process, and then need to work off of your homestead. I think looking at it from that, at that time, years ago when these things were being put into place, that didn't seem feasible at that time, and it doesn't seem feasible now, to block the ability of people who did pursue a way to commodify, for better or for worse. That is a portion of what has happened through the commodification of this product of cannabis in general, moving into a commercial framework is the commodification. So I'm not really sure where the surprise comes in that has been what has happened with the permits as well. When things are put into place and there's restrictions and then there's opportunity, naturally people will take that opportunity. So I also want to point out that while we're having this conversation about limiting even more the ability to access the cultivation licensing, right now in Humboldt County, there's 1,359 active licenses. Many of those are held by the same entity. I would like to finish. There's 957 of those are provisional licenses awaiting the ability to access annual licensure, which will allow them to continue to cultivate into the future.
3 minutes per comment. That's how we get everybody in. Thank you. Okay, we now have one more, I believe, or maybe more. The next number is 2677. 2677. If you could press *6 and be in the queue to speak with the board. Again, if the last 4 digits of your phone number are 2677, please press *6. Okay, one more time. Let me just say again, if your phone number has the last 4 digits of 2677, press *6 and you can join the conversation. Yes, there you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi, this is Jesse Fiedler. I'm representing one of the projects that Director Ford listed. We did start the process about 4 years ago at the end of 2016, and have been working with a number of local Humboldt County cultivators. And I really just wanted to reiterate both what Madeline brought up as well as Bryan. I agree with both of what they said. I'm also appreciate Mr. Slack's concerns. The Ordinance 1.0 did clearly state that more than one RRR site zoning clearance certificate may be granted on relocation site parcels of 10 acres or larger, provided that the cumulative total cultivation area for all commercial cannabis cultivation zoning clearance certificates issued for that parcel would not exceed 20% of the area of prime ag soil on the parcel. As a number of people have brought to light in today's meeting, there are relatively few properties in the county that meet those requirements. The ones that do, I believe, are agriculturally appropriate for the size and scale of production that we're talking about. As Supervisor Bohn suggested, there are a number of other agricultural activities that could be employed on these agricultural properties that would be far more resource intensive. Alfalfa production, or most any of grapes, I believe he referred to. So looking at production of cannabis at this scale, I think is appropriate and should be considered. And finally, I'd just like to say that I really appreciate how much work that the county has been putting into this whole ordinance. This process has been, as well as all of the cultivators and the community and everyone, learning this new process together and working on it. We are 4 years down the road and finishing a lot of these last details. I look forward to working with the county and the community to continue to make this industry thrive here locally. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jesse. Okay, we still have some more callers. And by the way, if you do wish to speak, you please press *9. Then when you get into the queue, as has public speaker 1432, press *6. So 1432, if you would press *6, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Samantha Phillips, and I'm a fellow cultivator here in the Willow Creek area. And I'm just simply asking the board, to please not pull the rug from the applicants that have been working on these donating and receiving RRR sites for the past 4 years. These applicants have been working with the county planning staff to meet the provisions of these ordinances in good faith to minimize the environmental impact and maximize jobs and revenue to the county. And I think there's a misconception out there that the RRR, program is easy. It's not. It's extremely, extremely rigorous. And I think if you limit them to 2, I don't think the program will be successful. And I do feel if you limit the amount of the RRRs going to the receiving site, then maybe we should consider giving the donating sites the option to resume cultivating at the original site. And, I'm looking forward to seeing where the board takes this. I think this program can be extremely successful if done correctly. And I appreciate your time and my comments. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Samantha. Okay, the next speaker has the last 4 digits of 7429. If you can press *6, you can join us with your comments. Welcome.
Hi, this is Roby Tenorio, and I recognize that this is a very challenging issue for your board, and I'm sorry that I'm not calling in to offer much as far as suggestions for solutions, but I do feel that I have to make some comments. I'm sure that I feel really for the people who are in the process. Everyone needs to make a living, and it would be horrible to have been putting everything in for all these years and that now to be worried about it. And I'm sure there's some good players out there who are in the RRR, but I can only speak to my experience, and my experience is that the grows that I know were in the RRR, they were not families, they were not here living on the land, enjoying our community. They were green rushers who blew it up, and there was a lot of environmental damage. And I keep coming back to this issue of if there's a lot of damage to the land that needs to be remediated, why is it the county or anyone else's responsibility to help to make that affordable? We had to hear that, well, we needed to have outside investors to help make this affordable. I feel that it was criminal behavior and it should have been treated that way. And to help the landowners pay for the damage they did, I don't understand that. Unfortunately, I'm really sorry that your board was under the impression that they were getting environmental help, but they received help from folks who were calling themselves environmental and now work as a spokesperson for the marijuana growers. So there's a lot of trouble with that, and I'm sorry that you are stuck with it. So I wish you the luck, and I wish the county the luck. Thank you for your time.
Roby, as far as I can see right now, we don't have any further public comment. Correct, Ryan?
Correct, Chair Fennell. That would conclude public comment for this item.
Thank you very much. Bring it back to the board. And a lot of food for thought there, Director Ford. I'd like it if you could reflect on some of the issues that were brought up, and then, of course, bring it to the board for discussion.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Fennell. I would like to start by saying that, I can't speak for the board, but in no way as staff did we envision that any existing approved permits would at all be affected by any direction or anything like that. So existing permit holders, this does not affect you. People who have RRRs and are operating, the action on your permits is completely completed. In terms of I just wanted to say, particularly for Mr. Clark, that as Chair Fennell mentioned, this is not a public hearing. This is just really a request for direction. And so the call that he received at 6:43 last night, I do want to acknowledge staff's diligence and thinking about Mr. Clark and and notifying him so that he could be aware and participate. But this is not something that is a public hearing, and so that was really a courtesy. You've heard that there are some concerns with the RRR program. You're aware of those. I do think that some of the things that have been brought up, and depending on which side of the fence you sit on, will shape your perspective. And it was brought up that places like Holmes Flat, Shively were successful areas for RRRs, and that is true. But on the other side of the fence, I will say that I also sit as zoning administrator, and I see a lot of upset residents who don't cultivate come to some of those meetings extremely frustrated by what's being approved on their street. So, you know, special cannabis zone is an interesting idea that would raise the specter of what do the people who live in that zone feel about that. Everything that we do has to be done under the scope of CEQA. And frankly, when a permit or set of permits exceed what was evaluated, additional CEQA analysis needs to be undertaken, and so that's what we have been doing. Ms. Blackberry brought up the concern with no contact with neighbors, and frankly, that is the problem with the ministerial permit, is that it's not discretionary. Neighbors are not notified, and they won't be notified, and even if they're concerned, there is no appeal option for that. That is done. I do want to say that I think that overall the RRR program is important, and in no way in staff writing this did we ever think that it should be done away with, or that people who have been in the process should not be allowed to continue. I think there are two components to basically for the board to really struggle with here, and that is as we go forward, is it fine like it is, and recognizing that people may not be noticed, they may find themselves next to a 5-acre cultivation site without having any ability to comment on that, and that those are the current regulations. That's why the alternative would be to require some discretion. The problem with some discretion is that would put some of these folks in jeopardy of not having the site approved that they have been working on for several years. And you heard from Mr. Fiedler, and he has been responsive. He's been working hard to get through the permit process, and you know, each one of these applications has a face, a family behind it that has been working on it for a long time. You have to answer any questions.
Yeah, any questions from the board about this item or the input that we've received? Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. Imagine this conversation in parallel to the hemp ordinance proposal that we went through, and sort of the scale, and because this is really about scale, impact to scale in neighborhoods. I mean, that's where this is all bumping up against. And you know, there was a significant push to really open up hemp growing at a scale without any of these provisions for neighbors or for environmental impacts or whatever. I just want to say, it's just going back to that space and understanding this is far more, even with the problems we're seeing now, far more regulated than what was being proposed in relationship to that agricultural activity, and can you imagine the neighborhood conflicts we would be dealing with today in relation to that? Not that I'm against hemp, because to be quite honest, think it's a great product, and just saying from a land use and neighbor perspective, wow, this is not compared. But I want to ask a question about the option number 2 that you're proposing in terms of a direction, which is a conditional use permit for projects that have over 2 RRRs. And is there really what will be really the fundamental difference? To me, it seems like that would just basically add a negotiating process in there, as opposed to well, here's the rules and they're really straightforward and just follow this, and then it blows up either at the planning commission or comes to us, where we have to arbitrate between figuring out whether it's a single, a landowner or a project being bullied by neighbors, or neighborhoods being bullied by a project proponent, or misunderstandings, or whatever it is. We're getting caught in the middle of really humans having some pretty fundamental disagreements, and oftentimes we're pushing that back into those spaces and saying, hey, take a break, can you guys work some of this out? Sometimes it's worked out okay, and sometimes it hasn't. But would adding this conditional use permit element into that, would that be helpful in that? Is that something that can be dealt with earlier in the process then? Does that give you guys a tool to help maybe negotiate some of these conflicts ahead of time?
So through the chair, I do think that it could be a conditional use permit or a special permit, which basically accomplishes exactly what you're articulating there. It really gives rise to the ability to notice the neighbors, find out if there's concerns, find out if there's some ground by which things could be done to mitigate, remove concerns. And if so, that could be done fairly simply at a zoning administrator hearing. If it was a special permit, if it's a conditional use permit, it would be at the planning commission. I really don't want to get into a situation where we're completely changing the dynamics and being arbitrary. But I do want to respect what I perceive has been guidance from the board, which is a desire to address the concerns of neighborhoods.
Thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I understand if we have a triple R that hasn't been acted on, but the people that spoke today are 2, 3, 4 years into the process. And I think now we're going to tell them that I see what they've been going through the last 4 years to get here. And now, if there's some out there that have a triple R and haven't got a site, but they've got registered or just starting, I think we can switch that. But I'm having a hard time telling a guy that's halfway built this house, telling him, he says, we think I'd like it over here 50 feet. Could you move it? Because that's basically what it is. The hardest part about building the house is getting it permitted and getting the underground, getting all the basics and the foundation in, and then the rest goes up pretty good. So is there a way we've taken the report, this isn't a hearing. Is there a way for you to handle this without, knowing now what you've seen, and knowing full well there's a couple more of these coming up in my wheelhouse, that we can deal with this up front, saying, hey, I don't think this is going to work. You're going to get, some of these people have got to know. I don't want to change the rules, but some of them have got to know that there is an appeal process, even on a ministerial permit. And, like I said, we spent a lot of time on this. And in all defense to people saying, well, now the environmentalists are now working. There was more than one environmentalist group telling us this was a good way to protect the fishes, the watersheds. We use that as a tool now, or as a weapon against everybody. And I think this can be a process, but I think it's more attainable than if we change this. Are we leaving ourselves open since we've given them 4 years of investment into this and now we pull the rug out from underneath them? Are we vulnerable anywhere on anything else on a legal matter? So I somewhere in there, they have to be considered also, and the neighbors. I mean, somewhere, and I imagine all these people listening now are saying, holy gosh, I hope all the neighbors like me. Because that's not the case with a lot of these people, and that's what shoots them down. And all in all, it's not, that's what we heard more than anything at a couple of these meetings I've been to. It says we just don't get along with them. It's not that we just like it, we just needed to have better rapport. So I don't know what we can change without getting ourselves in a bunch of hot water, like, you know, and creating a bigger situation than we're in now. I mean, if I hear right, there was 59 or 69 and 47 of them were going on to 4 of them. So it looks like we have 22 that we have to look forward to in the future besides those 4. So, and I know the one with 9 is probably won't have much. I think a couple of the others are going to have some speaking, but they're dry farms. One of them was dry farming, which is a big deal, and they're going in the ground. So this is kind of what we were looking for, you guys. And I mean, nobody said anything back then, and I'm not saying that everybody should have come in and said something, but it would have been nice to have a little bit of this direction going in. It's nice to say, you know, well, I would have done, but I don't know if you would have done. I was pretty confident we were heading in the right direction 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
One of the things that I'd like to mention, first of all, we have 22 applications, or at least 22 situations, with 4 of those being the ones you outlined, and then the additional 18. There was a reference made to some not having found an area to locate to. Is that correct?
That is, yes, that is correct.
How many of those would you say there are?
It could be all of the remaining ones.
So
no, I don't think that that's necessarily true, because I know that there's 3 sitting on my desk ready for signature right now. So, you know, there's a number that are probably, maybe roughly guesstimating about half of those probably don't have a place to land. So around 10 to 12.
So forgive me, because I know that we've heard the people saying they've been in the process for 4 years. Are these people who have been in the process who had a location and are just going through all of the hoops to finalize that? Or are they people who've been looking for a location?
So there are people who came into the process without a place to relocate to.
Okay, so that's pretty much what we're hearing. Okay, this isn't as if they were putting all the ducks in a row in terms of the specific lay of the land or the operational plan or anything like that. None of that's happening if they're still looking for a place to locate. Just wanted people to be clear on that, because that's one of the things that takes a long time. But people have made comments about other agricultural commodities. The fact of the matter is that this is very intense, especially if it is more than one harvest a year. That increases the intensity a lot. And we have to remember that a lot of this is vision, and I agree with people who've said it was a good vision to get people into better locations, but there's also the reality on the ground. And sometimes the neighbors know what the carrying capacity of an area is. They know how much water is there. They know how much the roads will deal with the kind of traffic there is. So we have a difficult decision to be made here. We're not going to stop the program. We've got a limited number of applications. We just need to figure out how we can make it work for people. Because in some cases, as we saw in the honeydew situation, we could bring it all the way to the end and it still doesn't make it. So we're trying to help people, not hinder them, so that they can get through and have that ability to change from a location that was not good to a location that was preferable. So, we've got some work to do, but it's not about making it more difficult. It's actually about facilitating the process. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, actually, you reminded me of something that was brought up, and I think your comment related to vision is important. And it wasn't just about location. We were also talking about methodology and what the vision is in terms of what is the methodology that, and for Humboldt County and for our region. And oftentimes Supervisor Madrone mentions that the method matters. Although I don't know if he uses that term, but that's where he's often going in terms of in the sun, in the ground versus the intensity of other uses, and those and I think that is an important part of this in terms of what we're thinking about. It matters not just in terms of what we believe is the product, I would say, but in terms of the having Humboldt stamp on it, but also in terms of intensity within a neighborhood, and how many folks would be there and that sort of thing. I think that does matter some, but we do have to remember that there's all kinds of agricultural activities where these are not considerations, and they do have employees. So I want to make sure we're still fair about that. And there has been questions or discussion about whether or not having it in a greenhouse, protects neighbors from some impacts such as smell or those sorts of things versus completely out in the open. And I've heard anyway that duration of smell can be less when you're only having one turn or one crop versus multiple crops over the year, even though some control can happen in the greenhouses. I'm not the expert, but I will say that the variance in intensity matters, I think, in this case, in terms of the impact and in terms of the vision. So I would say that if the intent of the board and the intent of the community is to look at cannabis cultivation in a certain way moving forward and what makes us unique and those sort of things, that this could play into it, because these are going to be most of the larger locations, assuming that these go through or some happen and where they happen. And so I think taking that into consideration is important. I'm not sure how necessarily. We could delineate, I suppose, that, and I think it was mentioned that, all RRRs moving forward must be, for instance, in the sun and grown in native soils. That's something we could say. It certainly would be upsetting to some, and some would think that was pretty awesome. But I'm just pointing out that is, I guess we could make that. It does change what people are getting into and what they've invested their time into I assume for many folks. I'm not in the details of each of these applications, but I can imagine that direction would have some impact on people. But again, we're just, we have to take our decision-making role seriously, and we do, about the impacts to everybody else too. So it's a balance. I'm really interested to hear from Supervisor Madrone on this, because I think he brings a different perspective.
Supervisor Madrone, would you like to weigh in on this? I haven't seen your hand up at all.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisor Wilson. There's a lot to consider. I think these discussions are really healthy for our community to be having them. We try our best, and I know this board +1 did the best they could in the Planning Commission and the community when they created the ordinances. I'm not sitting here today to try and fault any of that work. But as time goes along, we learn new things. Like I never thought about pandemics much, frankly, until about 8 months ago. So here we are, we're learning things, right? We're seeing the reaction on the part of communities and neighborhoods to this, in particular, stacking of the triple R's. And as Director Ford has mentioned, it was not a outcome that was maybe had been talked about, as some have suggested, but it certainly was not evaluated in the EIR for its potential impacts. And I also really get it that people have been following a process, following a set of rules that were laid out for them and have made investments. Now, I might disagree with how we created the program in terms of what some speakers have mentioned, that in many cases, these were pretty egregious grows. They weren't just in the hills. They also were egregious to some degree. Some really horrible mountaintop removal. Some weren't that bad. It's a very broad spectrum. As I've looked at maybe a couple of dozen of these triple R's, they cover the whole spectrum, from mountaintop removal to maybe a minor impact on one little old culvert somewhere. But in general, we were rewarding bad behavior, a behavior of doing practices in places where they really should not have been happening, if they should be happening anywhere. And I just don't think that's a great way to design a program where you reward bad behavior. And I, as one speaker said, would have preferred that we would have just simply used code enforcement and cleaned those places up. I do think it's great that there was an effort to try and figure out how to create a program to reduce environmental damage. I think that was very applaudable. But let's be clear, I think it's 86 or 96 applications out of about 6,000 supposed farms. It's about 1.6%. And so, as I've said before, there is still a tremendous amount of environmental damage from a tremendous amount of farms, some that are still operating illegally and many that have been abandoned, but they certainly aren't being cleaned up. And there's a whole nother nightmare there lying in waiting in regards to the county, taxes not being paid and properties going to auction. And here's these cleanups that have to happen. How does that all work? So I do think, as part of this triple R discussion, not only trying to figure out today how to provide direction to Director Ford's department on triple R, but this whole idea of the environmental damages in the hills that occurred and is still there, and what other creative ways might we as a board and as a county think about, as a community, think about how are we going to deal with all of that? Because that's the other 98.4%, perhaps. Although, 1,000 of those became compliant and another 1,000 are in the system. So it's really maybe only 3,000 or 4,000, but whatever happened to all that, So that's a much larger discussion. We're not here today to have that. But I do think if we're really talking about how we're dealing with environmental damage in the hills, it's not just this program. I generally don't support the whole stacking of triple R's. I do think that regardless of what we do today, I think what we're seeing is that any significant stacking or acreage type of proposal or project coming forward is running into problems getting approved. It doesn't matter whether it's approved or denied at the Planning Commission, it ends up here in our labs. And if you look at what we've done in 3 recent examples, we continue to try and ask the applicants and the neighborhoods to come together and figure out some compromises and solutions that will work for both parties. And so it doesn't really matter what we do today, although I do like option 2. I would prefer option 3, but I would support option 2. The process is, the planning department is already starting to require new environmental permitting for these projects and treating them as discretionary in the sense that there are perceived larger impacts that weren't covered by the EIR in the beginning. So there's that, there's the neighborhood stuff. I realize there isn't a box on the application that says, did you work all this out with your neighbors? but some rules are written down and some aren't. And one of the ones that's not written down, but has always been an age-old wise thing to do, and that is treat others as you would want to be treated. I think they call that the golden rule. And that rule basically suggests to all of us, in particular in business, before I'm going to invest $100,000 or a whole lot of time and money into something, I'm going to fly my idea by all my neighbors, the people that matter in my little community, and see where things lie, and then figure out right from the beginning, are there things I can do to minimize impacts? And when you follow that process, your potential for success increases dramatically. We all know that. It's an age-old business model. So that's really what my comments are. I don't think it's pulling the rug out from underneath people, because I think this has always been around. You need to work things out with your neighbors. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bohn.
Yep, Director Ford, it's almost like, have we approved any other triple Rs that are up and operating?
Yes, we have approved a total of 35 to date.
Okay, so we've approved a third of them so far, approximately, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the program does work. It's not, we've had some issues. I mean, and we, again, like I said, and we are pulling the rug out from under people. They've had 4 years of working with consultants and paying them and thinking everything was golden. Now we tell them no. So, and you're right, maybe they should have been knocking on doors, just like we all need to knock on doors when we do stuff. I would like to see a better, rather than 2 or 3. I'd like to see something come back better that I think we can do better. We are changing the rules. We are changing the rules in the middle of the race. I mean, I don't think there's any other way to look at it, unless all the speakers that are in the program think, yeah, I'm okay with it. Change all you want. I don't have a problem. So I would like to see, us work a little bit more towards getting, and I don't know if it's a bad thing if we force them to talk to their neighbors. I've never thought that. I'm sure Mr. Madrone gets along with all his neighbors. I try to get along with all my neighbors. I think everybody tries to get along with their neighbors. So I think we better work this forward, because like I said, a third of them have gone through, and I don't know, we haven't heard that many issues. And now I know this part about, is there anywhere else they can go? So let's say you own a piece of property and a guy comes to you and I says, hey, I just got kicked off where I want my triple R. Can you sell me your piece of property? The guy's going to go cha-ching and jack up the price. I mean, it's what we're trying to do is facilitate getting the people out of the hills and cleaning up sites. Do I think there's 3,000 or 4,000 bad sites out there? No, I think some of the people got out of the business. Some of the people cleaned them up, sold the properties. I haven't seen any of the properties being auctioned. I keep hearing auctioned off. I haven't seen any get auctioned off on the courthouse steps yet, nor have I seen any listings from John Bartholomew's. I think we've had 6 or 8 of them. People walk away, but that happens a lot in this industry, as it was said. So I don't know. I'd like to see more direction. I think John knows what he can do and what he can serve up rather than us. So I'd love to see what he thinks he can do and what he can do to facilitate this. I know there's things that we'd like to have, but.
So thank you, Supervisor. But I just want to say, I want to reiterate that from my perspective, as we go forward with this, and I think I'll ask Director Ford to weigh in on this as well. We're not talking about stopping people from doing this program. We're talking about a way that it will move forward more easily for the applicants. And so I don't know how we're going to do that, but I think that we've had a lot of input today. There's some questions that have come up about whether or not, for instance, if you do a triple R, should it be for the same type of cultivation as you were engaged in on the original parcel? How many of those were greenhouses and how many were not? There's a lot of different things that were brought up, but the bottom line is, how do we help this to move forward as the vision that it was, without it becoming the problem it has become? And that's a big ask, but I think if we've had some input today, and I'd like to ask the director if you have any other thoughts. Has this sparked the potential for other alternatives, Director Ford?
Well, it seems like the board is hovering around alternative 2. And so what I would like to do is just expand that a little bit from kind of a gradual, stepwise movement from alternative 1, which is no change, into alternative 2. I mean, we could work with existing applicants to make sure they talk to their neighbors. But unless there's an ordinance change with a discretionary process, there is no accountability. We can certainly have the neighborhood discussions, even with ministerial actions. I mean, that could be a step. That would require no change. That's just a process change in terms of what we do. And we can implement that. Going a step beyond that, there would be the ability, rather than a full CUP, to make it a special permit. And I would advocate that still involves meeting with the neighbors, making sure that there's public engagement before we get to the zoning administrator. And if that's successful, then the zoning administrator hearing can maintain a consent calendar kind of perspective. And if it can't be worked out, then maybe it goes to the planning commission. A more significant approach would be to require a conditional use permit. And that could still certainly have the involvement, make sure we have the neighborhood discussion first, but then the fact of the matter is with the planning commission, that's just a full-on public hearing. It may be able to be placed on consent if everything gets worked out, but again, it's just a higher level of permit. So those are 3 different levels of public engagement. 2 of them require an amendment to the ordinance. 1 does not. The one that does not really has no additional teeth. It's just hoping to have people come together. And I will say that I have seen that at the zoning administrator meeting in particular, perhaps because of the way those are set up, they're far more informal, is that many times people have not talked to their neighbors, and at the zoning administrator meeting, there is then a neighborhood discussion and things get worked out. So it may be that we don't have to have a significant change other than to ensure that there's a dialogue. But if the dialogue fails, there are no options. And so if the board wants to have options to make sure that ultimately the board can be the arbitrator, then a discretionary permit is necessary.
So that sounds like if you want to take, I mean, obviously this would come back if that's the way we're going, but
correct.
My thought, just first flush, would be definitely, institute a policy where you ask people to meet with their neighbors. That's not a change to the ordinance. And then maybe, look at the concept of a special permit over a conditional use permit. The special permit then might flush out that discussion that you say does happen at the zoning administrator level.
Yes.
And at that point, if it hasn't been resolved at that point, it would obviously, once it's before the zoning administrator, has got to go to planning commission if you can't resolve it with the neighbors. So that might be a common sense approach. And maybe I'm just thinking that might be the way to move forward with those tiny steps. And again, we do have to remember there's only 22 that we're looking at. And of those, 39 are included in 4 permits. Okay, so Supervisor
Just
Wilson?
a clarification question, and maybe you answered it already. How many are, if we leaning towards option 2 in terms of either a special permit or a conditional use permit, but for ones that are over 2 RRRs, how many of those are in process right now that you would think? It seems like some of those would already be coming to us anyway, right? So it almost seems like it would negotiate. It would have the expectation of negotiation a little earlier than having it come to us and have us have to, negotiate it at the very, very end. So what do you think? How many of those would be coming our way anyway?
I think 3 of the 4 that I showed you have discretionary permits associated with them now. One of them has already had a discretionary permit approved, and they're looking to move 15 ministerial permits onto the site. I don't know how we structured those. I need to think about that one a little bit. So if everything stays status quo, the 3 that have discretionary permits associated with them, unless they withdraw the discretionary permits, the very process that we're talking about will be what happens. So we need to make no changes for that.
Okay. I appreciate that. It's a good discussion from my part. I think you're getting where we're kind of, as a group, hovering around that option 2 more or less. We didn't have a lot of discussion about methodology, but I think that's probably in there. And I didn't, want to speak for Supervisor Madrone, but I have heard him mention this in the past, and I want to acknowledge that I have, some similar leanings with relationship to methodology and cultivation type. So,
through the chair, could I speak to that a little bit? One of the things, and I think one of the speakers brought this up, is that the ordinance does not differentiate between mixed light and outdoor for new cultivation. So that's really it has tax consequences and it has licensing consequences at the state level. But when it becomes an RRR, it's not an pre-existing permit anymore. It's now a new permit. So the new permit then is eligible for either outdoor or mixed light. That's what the ordinance says. And that's why I think a lot of people get upset that they take something that was 5,000 square feet of outdoor or shade grown outdoor and move it into 20,000 square feet of full on mixed light with 4 turns a year.
And I would say that probably wasn't the intent. And so maybe we should, and that's what I'm saying, is I would ask that you take a look at that and see if there's a way to clarify that intent and move us in a direction, that gets us in that way.
All right, so I think, okay, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seeing the hour here, and I know we have a lot more on our agenda still today, I would move staff recommendation number 2, and with the caveat that with discretion there on John Ford's part, Director Ford's part, as you were saying, Chair Fennell, the ideal thing is that people get together. However that happens, that people try to work things out before they even come to the Planning Commission or to the Board of Supervisors. That's the ideal condition. That's a message that I certainly want to send to applicants. Work these things out. But relying on a zoning clearance alone, I'm not comfortable with, because it leaves the neighborhood out of its ability to be able to really respond. And so I do like some requirement for a discretionary permit. like number 2 suggests, whether it's a conditional use permit or a special permit. I leave that to your judgment, Director Ford, and what you guys would recommend. But I think that's a good movement forward. So I would move staff recommendation number 2 with some lenience for discretion on your part as to how to present that back to us.
I'll second that. I just want to put into the part of that discussion with relationship to the neighborhood stuff. We can't be absolute in having every single person in a neighborhood concur with something, and we have to have some understanding of that. Otherwise we just get into a place where it turns into, abuse of power at some point. And it moves in, like I said, it can be in both directions. I just want to make sure that we're not, there's not an expectation of complete and 100% consensus within a neighborhood related to a project every single time. That it just, I think it just doesn't happen in reality, and we need to be cognizant of that. But at the same time, that should be where we're going towards. That's what we want. Like that's the goal. Absolutely. It's just, if the threshold is that every single time, I think it would lead itself to some abuse. I just think so.
Well,
through the chair,
we're in
I
a
see a lot of
democratic
nodding
system.
heads.
We're in a democratic system, majority rules, so there you go. Supervisor Madrone, Supervisor Bohn, I'm going to make a special request of you guys. We've got a special hearing coming up having to do with the cannabis project in less than 20 minutes. I know you, for one, Supervisor Wilson, would like a break, and I'm sure my other colleagues would too. So I'm going to ask you to snap it into place here and decide what we're doing. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we take the thing? The only thing I might ask is to change the wording of alternative 2, although the motion kind of indicates it could be, because it does say to apply for a discretionary conditional use permit. How about just saying discretionary, and then you can come back with a suggestion as to whether it's a special or a conditional use.
I would agree to that as a motion maker, and I also wanted to confirm what Supervisor Wilson said, and I saw a lot of nodding heads. I think we all agree we don't want it to be, one way or the other. We're asking people to do their best.
And as the seconder, I concur. Just one note on the breaks. I just to say, it's not just me. We have staff that also needs to take a break. We have the person reading the video who can't leave his seat during this whole time. So not just me.
More talk, the less break.
What'd you say?
I said the more talk, the less break.
All right, I think I heard you right. I'm going to ask, do we even need a motion on this? Because it's so open-ended. Can't we just give direction to John? We make a motion, it kind of, I just feel we've given direction to John to bring something back to us. I don't think we need the motion because you guys have all reached for a little piece of the pie you want or think we need. And I think John's got direction without a motion, but maybe by law we have to have one. I've never heard that, but do you have enough information, John?
I've got enough information, but I would just say that the motion kind of ties it in a bow, and since it's already been made and seconded.
Thank you. All right, so let's go with a roll call vote, please, Ryan.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Bass?
Yes, please.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, please.
Supervisor Bohn?
I'm not even sure what yeah. Go ahead.
Sure. It's ultimate.
Go ahead. I'll be 4-1 even if I said no, so it doesn't matter.
So is that a yes?
Reluctantly as I can, yes.
Okay. And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Wait, yes, me too.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Passes 5-0.
There is a need for a break, definitely. Okay, so we're going to a break. I know just for Mr. Bronco, Mr. Mattson, Mr. Bartholomew, we do have 2 other items, but they're going to come after the special hearing at 1:30. Not sure how long that's going to last, just so you guys know. So we're into a break. We'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. To the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors October 27th meeting. We're now going to a time certain item, which it comes to us from the Planning and Building Department. It's an appeal of Planning Commission actions on a particular project. I will go to Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Good afternoon. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me is Cliff Johnson. We're here to present the appeal of the Odessa project, and I'm going to just turn it over to Cliff Johnson and allow him to introduce the project and introduce the appeal, and then we're ready to answer questions.
Thank you. Welcome, Cliff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Fennell and members of the board. My name is Cliff Johnson, and I'm going to be presenting this appeal of the Odessa Organic Conditional Use Permits that was filed by Friends of the Mad River. Please allow me to share my screen, and I will begin. So for this presentation, what I'd like to do is go over the project as it was presented to the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission's action, and the revisions that have been made to the project after the Planning Commission's approval to address conditions that the Planning Commission put on the project and concerns from the public and the appellant. And then I will go into a discussion of the appeal issues in the appeal filed by Friends of the Mad River and staff's analysis of those appeal issues. So first off, the project that was submitted to the Planning Commission is for conditional use permits under the CMMLUO, which is Ordinance 1.0, to authorize new mixed light cultivation of 86,400 square feet of cannabis on a 443 acre parcel. This would be taking advantage of the large parcel provisions of the CMMLUO, which allow for up to 1 acre of new cannabis for every 100 acre increments for parcels that are over 320 acres in size. Drying was proposed to be on site in an existing barn with all other processing happening off site. A maximum of 20 employees, which would be required and would be brought to the site every day by vanful that would pick up the employees at their place of residence and return them there at the end of the workday. Power was proposed by a mixture of diesel generators and solar power. The mitigation measures in the ISM&D required that 80% of the electrical needs for the project be generated from renewable sources. Irrigation needs would be approximately 1.9 million gallons, and they were proposing this from 2 rainwater catchment ponds with a total capacity of 4.3 million gallons. The county did get a lot of public comments on this project when it went to the Planning Commission. A very large amount of those were expressing concern regarding the use of the diesel generators. At 80% of their power being generated from renewable resources, that'd be roughly 27,000 gallons of diesel per year. This slide shows the location of the Odessa project site, which is approximately 8 miles southeast of the Maple Creek and Butler Valley Road intersection. It's in the area commonly referred to as Big Bend area of Maple Creek. No commercial cannabis applications have yet to be approved in this area, so there are 2 other large cultivation projects which are proposed just south of this project site. Concerns have been raised by both referral agencies and members of the public regarding the potential of new cannabis applications in this area to disrupt the incredibly high habitat values and to disrupt the overall rural and scenic character of the area. This slide is showing the access to the site again from the Maple Creek Bridge where it connects with Butler Valley Road. 8 miles down Maple Creek Road, which is a Category 4 road, or at least functionally equivalent to a Category 4 road according to the Public Works Department. And then the red right here, which is also represented on this slide, shows the access where it leaves Maple Creek Road and goes to the project site. This access is approximately 1.1 miles and crosses a neighboring property. There will be a number of culvert improvements and some turnouts that are located in the streamside management area to facilitate the retrofitting of this road to meet the needs of the project. There may be up to 3,000 square feet of riparian disturbance as a result of the construction of, the improvement of this road and the construction of a new road that we'll get into in a second. That riparian vegetation will be required to be replaced at a 3-to-1 ratio. This is showing the applicant's site plan as it was presented to the Planning Commission. You can see that there's 2 large greenhouses, almost 1 acre each. These would be gutter connect greenhouses with light duct curtains that would be automated. There's a proposed new pond on the other side of the riparian corridor here, and you can see the new access road that would cross through this oak woodland and lead to the proposed primary pond. In the middle of the site here are 2 existing agricultural exempt buildings that the applicant was proposing to use for drying and for storage. This is an aerial image of the project site, also showing the proposed primary pond. And you can see in the middle here, these existing agricultural buildings that they were proposing to use for drying and storage. The Planning Department circulated an initial study and mitigative negative declaration on July 1st. We identified 22 mitigation measures, which reduces the project impacts to a less than significant level. I don't want to go through all 22 here, but some ones that are noteworthy with a requirement to do either vegetation clearing outside of the bird nesting season or to do pre-construction nesting bird surveys. There is a requirement for noise prevention for all noise to be below 50 decibels at 100 feet, which is below the threshold that the county has worked out with CDFW to reduce impacts to a less than significant level on sensitive species. There's a requirement for the pond, rainwater catchment pond, to be kept free of bullfrogs. So at the request of CDFW during the comment period on the initial study, staff did propose a substitution of a mitigation measure, and that was for the bullfrog infestation. So basically what this substituted mitigation measure would do is basically add the bold language that you see here, which is to require fencing to be developed in consultation with CDFW to prevent bullfrogs from gaining access to the pond area in the first place. The resolution that's prepared for the board includes the finding that this mitigation measure is more effective and will not in itself cause any significant impacts on the environment. It's found in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which is in attachment 5 of the staff report. Over 3 planning commission meetings, the planning commission focused on the question of whether this extremely rural and relatively undeveloped portion of the county in Maple Creek is appropriate for larger commercial cultivation operations such as this. Commissioners expressed concern that potentially the project could adversely harm the existing physical and environmental character of the community, even if it complies with the CMMLUO, and would not have a significant impact pursuant to CEQA. At the September 3rd Planning Commission meeting, a motion was made to deny the project, and that failed by a 3-to-4 vote. After that, there was a motion to adopt the MND and approve the conditional use permits with the requirement that after 2 years, the project generate all of its power from renewable sources. And that motion did pass 4-3. Subsequent to the Planning Commission approval, mostly in order to try to meet the condition for 100% renewable energy, but also to try to address some of the concerns that have been raised by members of the public, including the appellant. There were a number of revisions that were made to the project. This includes removing the 2 large greenhouses and installing instead hoop houses that would function primarily for light deprivation with up to 6 watts per square foot, which is a very small amount of lighting for a mixed light operation. All processing, which includes the drying and everything else that would happen after cultivation, is moved off of the site completely. And this does minimize the human activity in the wildlife corridor area that was raised as a concern by members of the public and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So solar power, because of the need for less solar now that they're not doing a large mixed light operation, that can be accommodated mostly on the existing buildings rather than a lot of freestanding solar arrays. And the applicant is now proposing that there would be no more than 2,000 gallons of diesel generated, necessary for the project for the first 2 years combined. And then that of course goes to zero after 2 years when they need to meet that condition that the Planning Commission imposed on them for 100% renewable energy. They've removed the secondary rainwater catchment pond completely from the project, and they are proposing 2 61-foot diameter water tanks, which should hold up to 400,000 to 500,000 gallons of water each in the existing developed area, which I'll show you here on the revised site plan, which is where those ag exempt existing buildings are. And the need for those water tanks is primarily for the irrigation for the first year while they are going through the process of constructing the rainwater catchment pond. So you can see on this revised site plan, there is, I believe, 52 hoop houses that are in the place of what was the 2 large greenhouses. And the water tanks in the middle and the rainwater catchment pond over to the right there. An appeal was timely filed by Friends of the Mad River, and staff's identified 5 general appeal themes. I'm going to try to go through each of those here. The first appeal issue, which we believe is probably the most significant, is that the applicant argues that a fair argument of significant environmental impacts was presented to the Planning Commission, and that therefore a EIR is required. In the appeal letter, Friends of the Mad River does rely quite heavily on the CEQA comments that were submitted from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. CEQA does mandate, however, that a fair argument must include substantial evidence, such as factual data or expert opinion. And to date, no expert opinion or factual data has been presented by the appellant. Further, at the Planning Commission meeting of September 3rd, CDFW staff did state that they did not believe that there were any potential impacts rising to the level of significance under CEQA. So on this appeal issue 1 still, the applicant points to potential impacts to biological resources. The removal of 6.2 million gallons of rainwater from the local habitat they believe would be potentially significant. I have to point out that that's that 6.2 million gallons is referenced once in the initial study. That's the amount of rainwater that could have been collected from all of the structures proposed on the site and the rainwater catchment pond. So the applicant is actually only proposing to capture 4.3 million gallons, which is still quite a lot. But for context, that is 0.0013% of the total runoff in the Mad River watershed. And within the sub-watershed that the project site's located in, which is the Wilson Creek Planning Watershed, the 4.1 acres of impermeable surface is equal to about 0.07% of that sub-watershed. For further context, 4.1 acres is under 1% of the total area of the project site. The Odessa property is 454 acres in size. The applicant has, or sorry, I should say the appellant also argues that the mitigated negative declaration fails to adequately consider habitat fragmentation impacts. And they point to the fact that CDFW concluded that riparian resources would be bifurcated by the project. On this aerial view here, you can see this entire area of basically oak woodlands. CDFW has stated they believe is functioning as a wildlife corridor, and that's also identified in the ISMND. And so the concern from CDFW was primarily the human activity that could be expected to occur in and around these existing ag buildings, and then the new access drive to the pond, which would cross through approximately 250 feet of oak woodlands here. It would require the removal of one oak tree, which is less than 6 inches in diameter, and that would be required to be replaced as mitigation. Staff does not believe that that rises to the level of significance for this habitat fragmentation, and CDFW staff themselves at the Planning Commission hearing did say that they did not believe it rose to a level of significance. Another issue on biological resources, the appellant argues that the cumulative impacts to golden eagles and northern spotted owls from noise and other project-related impacts have the possibility of disturbing these species. So for the nearest northern spotted owl activity center is over 1.5 miles from the cultivation site, and the nearest active golden eagle nest is over 1.8 miles from the cultivation site, approximately 1.6 miles from the road that would be serving the access drive that would serve the Odessa site. There was an alternate golden eagle's nest that was identified at about 1.15 miles from the cultivation site. Over the last 2 years of eagle studies, it has been concluded that that is not being used right now, that alternate nest. And so the historic nest at 1.8 miles is actually an active nest right now. These setbacks are over the setbacks that the trustee agencies have stated as to look for in protecting these species. So I do want to go over the golden eagle issue a little bit more, because while it's just one of a number of appeal issues raised by the appellant in consultation with the appellant, we do understand that this is forming the basis of one of maybe the primary basis of their opposition to this project. So this map shows the Odessa site and then the historic golden eagle nest, which is on the south side of the Mad River here, and then the alternate nest, which is actually not occupied right now. The applicant has conducted 3 years of golden eagle assessments, including protocol level surveys for 2019 and 2020. The documented golden eagle's nest site here on the south side of the Mad River is at approximately 1,000 feet above sea level. The Odessa cultivation site is at about 20 feet above sea level, so roughly 1,320 feet above the level of the nest. No improvements from the project will be in the line of sight of the golden eagle's nest or from any observed perches and flight paths of the eagles as documented in the golden eagle assessments that have been completed. This slide here shows golden eagle habitat within 10 miles, within a 10-mile radius of the historic eagle's nest. I do want to just point out on this slide, where it says the location of the historic nest, that's actually the alternate nest that's mislabeled. The historic nest is just a little bit to the south here. But this shows that there is a lot of high quality habitat much closer to the documented nest. And the Odessa site itself has medium to low quality foraging habitat. The conclusions of both of the eagle experts that the applicant hired is that there would be no impact to the golden eagles from the project. And the county did send these studies out for peer review with ICF Consulting, which is a globally recognized environmental consulting firm that we've recently contracted with to do this sort of work. ICF had 2 biologists who are recognized eagle and raptors experts review the studies that were prepared by the applicant and concurred with the conclusions that there would be no impacts on golden eagles. The peer review also concluded that the eagles assessments in 2019 and 2020 were completely consistent with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service survey protocol. So including the applicants and the county's consultant biologists, there are 4 eagle experts who have all concluded on the record that the project will not have a significant impact on golden eagles. CEQA requires a consideration of the project's contribution to cumulative impacts. However, in this case, the project's contribution to the cumulative impacts of other projects in this area is insubstantial and is not significant. This view was shared by CDFW, who did not raise any concern related to golden eagles in their official CEQA comment letter. So moving on, there are some additional concerns that the appellant has raised with regards to biological resources. They state that Roosevelt elk is not evaluated in the initial study, and sun oak death is not evaluated in the initial study. Roosevelt elk is not a listed species. It's not a special status species, and so there was no requirement to address that in CEQA. And sun oak death itself is most likely to be brought to the site from the importation of untreated soil or other plant material. But the applicant is proposing to utilize the existing soil on site, amending it with humus and compost, neither of which we believe is likely to contain pathogens that would spread sun oak death. The appellant is also arguing that the county has illegally deferred mitigation due to an existing shallow well that may be required to apply forbearance, and that this is not analyzed in the initial study. This slide here shows a number of the components of a draft lake and streambed alteration agreement that CDFW issued for this project. The shallow well, for context, if you're following my cursor here, is up here, and it's for the purpose of serving an existing single-family residence over here. So it's roughly a quarter mile away from the Odessa project site, and it has no relation to the Odessa project. So we don't believe that that needs to be addressed at all in this initial study. The appellant has also raised a concern about the electrical demands and the potential impacts of this. We believe that these are no longer issues with the revisions that the applicants made to the project. The project will now generate all of its power from solar after 2 years. The appellant also argues that there is a fire risk, and the applicants required under the county's general plan to obtain an acknowledgement of fire protection service. The appellant also argues that the Nilsen Volunteer Fire District is required to provide structural fire protection and emergency response to the project, but the project site is actually outside of the response area for the Nilsen Fire District and outside the service area. This general plan policy general plan standard that the appellant references does address new development outside of fire district boundaries. But if you'll notice the bottom bullet here, which is what applies to this project, because this is a discretionary permit, findings shall be made that no service is available, and the project shall be conditioned to record acknowledgement of no available services. So there is a finding that has been made in the resolution. The Planning Commission also made this finding, and this is a condition of approval should this project be approved, that they would record this acknowledgement. Also, structural fire protection is not a CEQA issue. Wildland fire protection for the site is provided by CAL FIRE. Another appeal issue here is the air quality impacts of the project. And the appellant points to the EIR that was prepared for the CCLUO, Ordinance 2.0, which found that there are significant and unavoidable impacts to PM10 emissions from cannabis applications. So while this project is not subject to the CCLUO, it's important to note that the proper CEQA threshold here is actually whether the project would result in a cumulatively considerable net increase of any criteria pollutant. And it is true that the Humboldt County Air Basin is in non-attainment for PM10, which is basically dust generation. But we do believe that at a maximum 10 average trips per day, this would not be cumulatively significant. Another issue raised by the appellant is traffic impacts. They point to potential diesel and water deliveries, which we do believe is not an issue anymore with the revisions made to the project, but also that the width of the road is not adequate. However, the Department of Public Works has identified that the Maple Creek Road for its entire length meets or exceeds the functional capacity of functional equivalence of a Category 4 road. And the Department of Public Works has specifically stated that Maple Creek Road is acceptable for commercial cannabis projects. It's roughly 17 to 24 feet wide in most locations with adequate site distance and turnouts. Appeal issue 2, now moving on to the appeal issue of the appellant believing that an EIR should be required, is that they believe that MND fails to analyze the whole of the project because it does not analyze the entirety of improvements that are listed in the draft Lake Streamlet alteration agreement from CDFW. So if I go back to this slide, this shows in green here, these green dots are showing all of the components of the Lake or Streamlet alteration agreement that are associated with this project. And those are for stream crossings for this existing road, and then a new crossing for the road that will lead to this primary pond. These blue dots here are showing just a small portion of the components of the LSAA that are unrelated to the Odessa project site. We already talked about the well for the existing house that is up here. A lot of these other blue dots are culvert replacements that CDFW has identified as necessary on the entirety of this 450-acre ranch. And so staff does not believe that those relate in any way to the Odessa project and did not need to be included in the initial study. The appellant also argues that the county failed to consider the foreseeable effects from the secondary rainwater catchment pond. However, we believe this is also not an issue that now that the secondary pond has been removed from the project, so I'm not going to go into that in any detail. Appeal issue 3, the appellant argues that the project must meet the CCLUO, which is ordinance 2.0. They argue this because the applicant submitted a grading permit application on September 23rd of 2019 for the new stream crossing for the access road to that rainwater catchment pond. But the CCLUO is pretty clear that applications filed on or before December 31st, 2016 shall be governed by the regulations in effect at that time, at the time of their submittal, which was the CMM-LUO. This application was filed on December 15th, 2016, and the new access road to that rainwater catchment pond was part of that project when it was first filed. Appeal issue 4, the appellant believes that one member of the Planning Commission may have had financial ties to the cannabis industry and expresses concern that similar conflicts of interest may exist among the Board of Supervisors. This does not appear to be an argument for denial of the project, but we believe that's just a request for disclosure by the appellant. Appeal issue 5, lastly, is that cannabis is still illegal under federal law. And so they believe that that would prohibit federal agencies from issuing any permits or approvals that might be necessary for this project. However, no federal permits are required. No filling of water of the U.S. or any take of federal endangered species are proposed as part of this project. After the appeal was filed, staff did reach out to both the appellant and the applicant. And we actually held 2 remote meetings on Zoom with the appellant, applicant, and the county to discuss the concerns and see if there's room for compromise. These meetings, unfortunately, did not prove fruitful. We understand the appellant's position to be that they remain very concerned about the impacts of this project, and for them to consider agreeing to this project, they wanted to see that this project move to full sun outdoor in the ground with 1 annual harvest, no rainwater catchment ponds, or to go through the process of preparing an EIR. At the time of those meetings, the applicant was not agreeable to those. So it is staff's recommendation to deny the appeal, to adopt the initial study and mitigate a negative declaration, which includes the findings for the substituted mitigation measure for bullfrog infestation, to adopt the resolution approving the Odessa organic conditional use permits. We've identified 2 alternatives that the board can consider, which is to grant the appeal and deny the conditional use permits, or to deny the appeal and approve the project in a modified form. And with that, I'm concluding my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Cliff. Appreciate that. So let's see. I see that we have, and does anybody have any questions or comments at this time? Okay. That being the case, let's hear from the appellants and the applicants. And who would be the representatives for those? Maybe you can help me with that, Mr. Ford.
Sure. The applicant team is represented. I see Patrick Soluri here as the attorney for the applicant, and the attorney for the appellant is Jason Flanders. It may be appropriate to allow the applicant to present the project and then answer or respond to any comments made at the end.
So we'll go with the appellant first, and then so that would be Mr. Flanders. Am I correct?
Yes, thank you. Would actually like to, and thank you, Commissioners, Director Ford and Mr. Johnson for that fine presentation. We actually wanted to begin with Ken Miller to speak to some of the facts and policy concerns regarding Friends of the Mad Rivers appeal, followed by Brian Woodbridge, who's our Golden Eagle expert. I will then present the legal context for these claims, and then we would allow Mr. Miller to conclude. So, Ken, I guess you're up.
Welcome.
Ken, you are on mute, if you can hear us.
Yeah.
Got it.
There you go.
Can you see my screen?
We can see something. It's a kind of a blurry something, but we do hear you. We just see a cloud.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Take the piece of tape off your camera.
Oh. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can. There's still a little something flashing across it, but otherwise we can see it. That's maybe your hand.
Oh.
There you go. Get your hand out of the way.
Yeah, because I'm going to be showing some images, and I'm wondering if you can see the screen when I show the images.
Okay, right now, all we can see is a very blurry, what it looks to be a cloud.
Mayor Fennell, if I could say that I think what he's asking to do is share his screen.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Okay.
How do I do that?
Ryan, can you help Mr. Miller share his screen, please?
He would just need, Mr. Miller, you can see a green tab at the bottom that says share your screen. If you click on that and then you click on the image that is already up on your computer, that will start the share screen.
I don't see a green button at the bottom of my screen, unfortunately.
Move your cursor around so that you see people's microphone, red microphones, etc. At the bottom, there's a number of things as participant, share screen, record, all those things.
Okay, share screen.
There you go.
Can you see my?
No. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
There it goes. Excellent.
Okay. Good. Well, hello and good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ken Miller, and I represent Friends of the Mad River in this appeal. I'm also honored to defend the only known golden eagles in this entire area. So we will present evidence that denial of this permit is imperative and it's justified by the record. First, I'll address some of staff's responses to our appeal. The first one is that the MND is inadequate and incomplete, and an EIR is therefore required. As Cliff just said, the staff report claims that CDFW said that none of the project's impacts remain significant. But I'd like to point out that in fact, Mr. Van Hatten stated clearly at the 9-3 Planning Commission hearing the following, there are substantial and direct impacts that have not been adequately disclosed, analyzed, or mitigated. And that's at the transcript at 19 to 23 that we submitted. The second issue is the sudden oak death. The threat of sudden oak death infecting these oak woodlands, especially the black oak, is very real. And the real vector, of course, is soil. I'm going to show you a map, I hope. Can you see the map?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. So this was done in 2013. It's from UC Extension. And you can see there's multiple points. It's pretty vague here, but there's a point here, here. Anyway, you can see that it's scattered throughout there. And I'd like to point out that in the staff report under the Williamson Act PDF, they're allowed 1,000 cubic yards of soil to be imported. Now, this may have changed. You know, there's a revised project, so I don't know, but it's pretty standard for gross to import soil, both at the beginning and from time to time. The third issue is the fire issue, which is, of course, a big deal. I'm going to show you another map. What this map shows is that the Nilsen Fire District covers this area. There's the response area, and you can see that it goes through Maple Creek and along Maple Creek Road into the project area. Now, Friends of the Mad River contacted Blue Lake, Maple Creek, and Nilsen fire departments, and none of them knew anything about this project. And of course, they would be the personnel fighting the fire on the ground. Now, I don't know if they've been contacted recently, but the failure to do so and obtain either written acknowledgement or to even contact them, I believe violates their general plan. And instead, the project is relying on CAL FIRE. But CAL FIRE, in their statements, they clearly oppose this project. They say it's in a high fire hazard zone. They pointed out that the terrain is steep and fire prone, which is obvious. There's long distances from fire stations and response times. And so they said CAL FIRE does not support development in areas where there is no local agency fire service. Now we have to remember that CAL FIRE is fully staffed less than half the year. And as we've seen recently, there's often competition for their services. Communications in this area are very spotty. And one of the provisions in the mitigations is to de-water the pond for the bullfrogs. And that also could be a problem. The next issue is traffic. The staff report assumes that the project will be served exclusively by van pools. They say repeatedly, just 10 trips a day, on and on. But the record permits private vehicles and carpools as well. And that's to be found in the initial study in pages 132, 78, and one other one that I can't remember. I've talked to several ranchers who have described a big increase in traffic over the past few years. And by the way, if this is a grade 4 road, I'd hate to see anything less than a grade 4 road. But they report crazy driving, that's how they describe it, at all hours. And they attribute this to the applicant. And they point to the multiple connections that the applicant has as a possible explanation. And I'll show you some of these connections. So you can see that the applicant is affiliated with 5 or 6 other LLCs. There's one that's not on here, Harvest Culture in Corbell. And so they feel like a lot of the activity they're seeing out there is related to this interconnections. And the last one, before I get to the heart of the matter, is the elk. The Roosevelt elk are here. There's no question about that. Ranchers report migrating herds of roughly 60 elk at a time. One rancher told me that he has a pet elk that comes and visits him. The elk was hurt by a mountain lion. There's been recent poaching in Maple Creek. And their presence is documented in the SHN report in the record. Now, this MND makes no attempt to evaluate the significance of this. And that would include like what steps the growers might take to prevent the elks from accessing grow sites and what impacts the project may have on the elk. Mr. Flanders will discuss in more detail the legal implications here. So now I want to get to the heart of the matter for us. At the center of this appeal is a mystery. And the mystery is the missing email and map. And why this missing email is still missing from the staff report remains a mystery. So I'm going to tell you a little history here that's not very long, but the mystery began on November 21st, 2019, roughly 3 years into the application process and almost a year ago. Cliff Johnson asked CDFW if they wanted to comment on the Golden Eagle, because 2 days earlier, Cliff had received the SHN Eagle report. 6 days later, on November 27th, Sherry Sandville from CDFW emailed Cliff and John Ford detailing the many vulnerabilities of the Golden Eagle. This email is very explicit. It explains how golden eagles are very sensitive to human activity. It describes how numerous minor disturbances can accumulate, and it advises planners to consider the cumulative effects at the population scale, warning that frequent human activity away from the nests can harm golden eagles. And here's how explicit they were. They say, and I quote, "For the most part, when humans move into an area, golden eagles move out. Although some low levels of activity, ranching, for example, is fine and compatible. I've been told, in fact, that ranching increases their prey base." And then we get to the heart of the matter. They say, solely buffering currently used nests could inadequately protect golden eagles from human disturbance. Now, unfortunately, no one ever saw or has seen this document. And this had major consequences for everybody, and especially for the consultants. For example, the SHN consultant used the California Habitat Registry to type the eagle habitat. You just saw a map that Cliff Johnson presented to you that showed the habitat, claiming that it was low value habitat in the project area. But I will quote to you from this email. "This registry is not meant to evaluate habitat within a known active eagle territory and to draw conclusions about the relative value of that habitat." So she never had the opportunity to correct her report. Furthermore, I'm going to show you another map. This map, if I can find it, this map was attached to the email. What you can see here is a map that has potential cannabis projects within various distances from the known eagle nests at Big Bend. Big Bend. I believe this is probably the Odessa project right here. So within 1 to 2.5 miles, you've got a whole list of possible projects. Now, the consultants never saw this map. Nobody saw this map. The PNW consultant was quoted in the email. She said, "I do not state that there are or are not potential cumulative impacts with consideration of other proposed projects in the area." And finally, the email concludes with another quote: "CDFW believes there is potential for significant adverse impacts to golden eagles. The extent of the potential impacts should be considered in an environmental document such as an EIR." Now, I understand that there are inaccuracies in this map and table, most likely. But if there are, Cliff and planning apparently never attempted to correct them. But there is a very important lesson here. This is exactly the kind of pairing that every project should produce in order to consider cumulative impacts. You can see it at a glance. Yet when we asked for this kind of mapping, we were told that these maps are not available to the public because criminals might use them. Unfortunately, the burden on the public seems to me anyway to outweigh that on criminals because they have many other means at their disposal. So instead, we were provided with an Excel spreadsheet with a bunch of APN numbers, like 51 of them or something. We did produce maps based on these, but they are necessarily crude and they require many steps of translation that are not accessible to most folks, especially me. I want to show you the maps very quickly that we produced. This is one of them. And I'm not going to belabor this because we produced this. And these are just parcels. But this shows you what we had to go through to develop our own sense of what the cumulative impacts would be. This is a kind of a close-in view. We also did a little bit of a further out view. And I'm not claiming that this is accurate, but what we tried to show down here's the legend. Here's the Odessa, and here's Mad River Estates, and then some other parcels. And this is probably this is 1, 2, 3 miles out. This is probably a big area of 10 miles. Anyway, I'm just showing this to show you what I think planning needs to do with these projects so that people can really understand the full impacts. There's another source that we went to. This is the draft of the initial study of Mad River Estates, and they produced a very similar pairing of projects within 1, 2, and I think 5 miles out with a list of the projects. Again, I'm not sure of the accuracy. I can't really tell, but this is what planning ought to be providing. Even if this emailed map were proprietary, a corrected version should have been available to the consultants. But the email alone contained invaluable critical information. But none of this was ever shown to the public, the consultants, and especially the planning commissioners, even though that's what CDFW provided to planning at staff's request. So I don't know whether the applicant or her attorney ever saw any of it either, but I finally got it through a PRA, seeking all communications with CDFW. It was not even in the file at planning. And to me, this is a big part of the mystery. Why would we not want everybody to see this? Because when we're dealing with the only 2 golden eagle nests that we know of in the area, we would want to rely on the best available information, not hide the best available information. The The planning commissioners who voted to approve this project did so because they thought that the applicant had fulfilled the requirements of CEQA and the ordinance, and that they had the full record, but they did not. So I submit that had this critical email been allowed to influence these proceedings, we would not be here today. Too much is at stake to ignore our very own experts. The omission of this email, map, and table from the proceedings, in my view, is a fatal flaw, and it justifies and supports our appeal of the approval of this revised project. I'll just say a little bit, very briefly, about the ICF peer review of the technical reports. They basically simply agreed that golden eagles inhabit the area. We've known that since at least 2002 when the historic nest was discovered. They did, however, contradict the reports, stating that the eagles do, in fact, use the project area for foraging, but otherwise they made no critical review. And like everyone else, they were deprived of the 1127 email and map. Well, that concludes my remarks. I'm going to introduce Bryan Woodbridge in 1 second. I just want to show this and tell you who he is. Bryan Woodbridge is a world-renowned retired U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Golden Eagle expert with over 40 years experience in the U.S. Forest Service and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Friends of Mad River retained Mr. Woodbridge to review this record regarding golden eagles. In 2013, Mr. Woodbridge was selected to lead the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's Western Golden Eagle Conservation Team and was responsible for conducting conservation-related research on golden eagles throughout the Western U.S. Mr. Woodbridge has authored over 21 scientific publications on golden eagles and over 45 pertaining to the ecology and conservation of birds of prey. So with that, I'm hoping that Bryan Woodbridge is with us. And I thank you for your attention. I will sum up after Jason Flanders. Are we?
Can you stop sharing your screen, please?
Maybe. How do I do that?
Click on that button again.
I'll stop share. Sorry.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, welcome, Mr. Woodbridge. I'm sorry. You need to undo your mic.
There we go.
There you go.
Did that work? Great.
Yep.
Great. Good afternoon. And thanks for the opportunity to weigh in here. I don't have a prepared presentation. I don't need to share my screen unless there's a question that comes up that would require it. And I'll try to keep it as short and simple as you need or circumstances require. So my role, as Ken described, was to review all of the available information pertaining to this project and the golden eagles in the area, and to compare that to the science and what the regulatory agencies typically require for these sorts of determinations. So I wasn't, my intent wasn't to just go after every sentence in all of the consulting reports and see what I could find wrong. It was really a little broader view than that. I also looked at the ICF technical review that the planning department commissioned. So one of a very interesting aspect of the proceedings has been because the Odessa project is a cannabis cultivation project. It is not considered among the otherwise lawful activities that federal permitting will address. I did notice, however, during Cliff's presentation, he left out the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act, which is a federal statute that under normal circumstances, the Fish and Wildlife Service would provide at least technical input. It's called technical assistance to the project because there is a potential for the take of golden eagles, just looking at it from very coarse scale. However, because it's a cannabis project, the Fish and Wildlife Service was not involved. One biologist did make a visit to the site mostly for other purposes, and told me directly that he wasn't there to look at the golden eagle situation. And really what that resulted in is the typical procedures that would be followed for evaluation of risk to eagles were not. And the consultants used a range of approaches and their professional opinion as to what the effects to eagles would be. And I'm not in any way questioning their expertise. They are local folks who know golden eagles. But to summarize my findings briefly, the project is within what is known as the core area of at least one pair of golden eagles. The surveys were not conducted to detect any additional pairs of eagles that might be close to the project, probably wouldn't be within a mile or so of the project. Everything was focused on the pair that's known to exist nearby. So the project is within this high use core area that pretty much all golden eagle research, especially using telemetry, points out. You have roughly a 2-mile radius around the nests, which there are 2 nests adjacent to the project that are both used regularly. The county staff report describes the nest that was used in 2018 and 19 as somehow being an alternate nest that's less important. It is closer to the project. Golden eagles typically have multiple nests in their territory. They're all very important. They use them through the years. So the project is within the core area of a known long-term pair of golden eagles. And that's a very important feature in any kind of analysis that the service would conduct, because foraging habitats within those core areas are critically important areas. This is the foraging habitat that's closest to home. And this, just to simplify things, the survey methods used by the consultants and the information provided really were not adequate to support a determination that there's no impact to these species. There's no effects that would be pursuant to this project. The surveys were, although the surveys are repeatedly described as being according to protocol, they're not. That's very easily demonstrable by comparing what they did to the existing protocols. And the consultants point these things out themselves. They've stated that, for example, a survey should be conducted in January and February when the eagles are much more visible than they are later in the season, but none of the surveys were conducted in January and February. They were all done in March, April, and later into the summer. And my point here isn't to go into a tremendous amount of detail about all of these things because it's, well, it took me a 22-page report to describe them all. I probably shouldn't go through it all now. So that was sort of a primary overview of my report, is that the description of the value of the project area to Golden Eagles really doesn't align very well with the data provided. And typically, under an analysis with the Fish and Wildlife Service, most applicants just assume that if you're within 2 miles of the nest, you're in the important habitat. You may not see them use it on that day or the next day when you conducted your surveys, but all of the information shows strongly that they use these areas and they're very much affected by increased human activities in those areas. The comment by CDF&W about when people move into an area, golden eagles move out is very much the case. Obviously, there's a lot of detail missing from that statement. The other primary finding, and this was alluded to in the consultants' reports, has to do with cumulative impacts. And I know that you first would typically demonstrate that you're having some impact of some kind, which you then look at how that adds up with other cumulative impacts. And again, I don't believe that the determination that this project has no impact is supported by the information that was provided. I'm not saying it might not be the case, but the information and the methods used to derive that information really aren't adequate to support it. In the consultants' reports, however, they point out that these eagles probably don't use the habitats surrounding the project area. We think they go somewhere else nearby to do their foraging. Well, there's no data to support that, but also nearby happens to fall into a number of other cultivation proposals. So cumulative effects for a species that uses an area of several square miles surrounding their nest are actually very important, much more so than for species that have very small ranges. If foraging habitat is being impacted by other projects or proposed projects, that just highlights how each project can have an incremental effect until, as CDF&W pointed to, the eagles finally move out. There's just too much human activity in the area. So that's really that's a very brief overview of some of the primary factors that I looked at with this project, and happy to answer questions from this point.
Thank you, Mr. Woodridge. I think the way we'll go, unless the board wants to ask questions now, okay, we'll go ahead and take questions from the board, but I also do envision a discussion after we've seen all the presentations. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I think it should be known. I got a file the other, I didn't get the missing email, and or the missing email that Mr. Miller has, but I know out of the 26 proposed sites at Mad River, 16 have been canceled or withdrawn. So that's a cumulative impact. I think we probably should absorb a little bit when you talk about that big a percentage. Well over 60%, 62.5% have gone away. Mm-hmm. So when we talk cumulative, we should probably have an accurate number. So 16 of those 26 are no longer on the table. So I think that's important. The other thing, and it's fascinating listening to I thought the only 2 golden eagles we had was when Terrigen and Friends of the Eel River told us that they had golden eagles there. I was just wondering, Dr. Woodbridge or Mr. Woodbridge, what happens if that area where they want to grow in, what would happen if they put a corral there for cattle? Do the birds just go away? Do they die, or do they just, I know they have wings, but do they fly to another area? Just out of curiosity, do they find other habitat, or does the trauma cause them to go away?
Well, your question has two parts. A corral, just in and of itself, with that, the low levels of use that normally go along with a corral, may or may not influence them very much. And it's the nature of the disturbance that results in a disturbance. So if there are people using the property adjacent, say, to a cultivation area, if they're out on the landscape moving around, there's an increase in vehicular traffic and people associated with that. That's the kind of thing that golden eagles would, typically they would move their use areas. They'd go use other areas if they had other good areas to go to. And eventually they might try to move their territory. That's difficult because usually the landscape is locked up between other eagles and other species, and it's not something they can easily just do. So that normally has a very large cost to them to move. But the underlying question of what kinds of developments are compatible is a really interesting question that everyone is still learning about. Clearly, they're compatible with uses like ranching. But if a rancher builds a house and rides around on a four-wheeler all over the property around his house, close to a pair of eagles, they might react to that. Does that make sense? Just really is a matter of what kind of activity.
Yeah, I just know they're making a comeback, and they're pretty hardy animals. I didn't know how migratory they were, and I know I've moved a couple times, and it can be expensive. So I can imagine what it's like for them.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
We'll go now to Mr. Flanders, I understand.
Yes, thank you so much. So you've heard the evidence and the policy concerns of Mr. Miller and Mr. Woodbridge. So I just want to provide some legal context for those concerns. First, the appellant's position is that the proposed project should be denied. And I want to apologize in advance for the construction upstairs I have no control over. I just want to emphasize that the board does have the authority to fully deny the project because this is a proposed conditional use permit. This is not a use permitted as a matter of right. And you've heard that there are myriad environmental effects of this project owing to its unique location and a location that probably wasn't really contemplated when the CMM-LUO was adopted. But second to that, the project can't be legally approved based on the mitigated negative declaration under CEQA. First, I just want to emphasize that it's the duty of the lead agency to investigate and analyze the effects. I think that in the commentary from the staff report and maybe what you'll hear from the applicant, they critique the appellants for not having undertaken a technical review, but that's not required from the appellants. CEQA actually has a very low standard for triggering the requirement to prepare an EIR, and that's whether or not there's a fair argument based on substantial evidence in the record that a project may have a significant effect. So, and that's even if there's conflicting evidence. I want to actually speak to the regulatory definition of substantial evidence too, because under case law, it certainly includes lay person observations. And it also includes in the regulations themselves, quote, reasonable inferences based on fact, and quote, reasonable assumptions based on fact. So I feel that the standard has been somewhat unfairly mischaracterized, where again, there is inadequate analysis in the negative declaration in the first instance. It is just not the duty of the public to undertake that and then present that to trigger an EIR. That should be done in the EIR. So for example, with regard to water usage, this is really just not analyzed in the neg deck. The project's going to use, let's say, approximately 5 million gallons of rainwater taken out of the local environment. And the neg deck presents no analysis of how that will affect the immediate vicinity. There's this project is full of riparian habitat. It's full of watercourses. There's 5 watercourses that go through the project site. The negative declaration doesn't even describe what the beneficial uses of those are, whether those beneficial uses would be affected by taking 5 million gallons of rainwater every year. We know there's sensitive species like yellow-legged frog, red frog, and there's downstream water users that are concerned. And I think particularly acute, which again, the neg deck doesn't evaluate, would be during a drought year, which we know happened, and even worse during multiple consecutive dry years, where water is going to be most needed by the riparian habitat and by the downstream water users. And there's just zero analysis. So this is an example of, these are facts. We have droughts, they're taking water. There are other users of that water. It's reasonable to assume that the project may have a significant effect to those other users. And that's just not analyzed in the neg deck, and it should be. This argument that compares the amount of water in the ponds to the watershed as a ratio, that's been rejected by the Court of Appeal. This ratio approach doesn't provide you any evidence or any analysis of what the localized effects are. It's just a number, it's just a ratio to the watershed. So that's inadequate under CEQA. So the area is going to be drier, and there's also not an adequate assessment of effects from risks of fire. The neg deck says that the quote fire hazard severity zone for the project is classified as very high, end quote. And now the staff report says there's quote no available emergency response and fire suppression services. So in 2020, when fire is almost existential to some areas, it seems almost negligent to approve a project that increases fire risk in a very high fire zone with no available emergency services. It's rather mind-boggling. The staff report says that fire risk to individual structures is not a CEQA issue. We would disagree with that. The CEQA guidelines define environment to mean all physical conditions which exist within an area, including, quote, man-made conditions. And even the neg deck itself asks, but doesn't really analyze, whether or not the project will, quote, expose people or structures to fire. So clearly, exposing structures to fire dramatically increases the risk of wildland fire. And Caltrans has expressed considerable concern about that. A somewhat additional related issue, the project approval would permit future extension of PG&E services. Now, we've all been very impacted by that, and the potential effects of that are not analyzed. With regard to biological effects, again, I don't think there's any dispute that impacts to Roosevelt elk are not included in the neg deck. The staff report says, quote, Roosevelt elk is not a special status species, end quote. But that's just not the appropriate standard. Even the neg deck itself asks whether the project would, quote, have a substantial adverse effect on any sensitive natural community identified in local or regional plans, end quote. So in turn, the Humboldt County General Plan, the conservation and open space element, section 10.3.4 states, quote, sensitive habitats, goes on to provide some definition, may include the following: Roosevelt elk range. So the general plan defines Roosevelt elk as a sensitive community. The neg deck asks whether the project would have any adverse effect on a sensitive natural community. And there's no analysis at all, despite there being evidence in the record that the elk do exist in and around the project site. You heard extensive testimony about potential effects to golden eagles, especially cumulative effects that were not analyzed, as well as potential effects of sudden oak death. I'll briefly comment on just a few more things. Air quality, the county-wide EIR for the CCLUO, which I will say didn't include this project, right? So this project would be additive to that, found that the effect of the cannabis cultivation in the county would be cumulatively considerable. So it kind of, I think, defies logic to say that each individual project, because it's small, doesn't have a cumulatively considerable effect. We've already established that taken together, these projects do have a cumulatively considerable effect, and that should be noted for this project. Regarding the streambed alteration agreement, I have to admit the neg deck does provide some discussion of impacts from culverts. What's really unclear is, first of all, whether any of the mitigation measures are mandatory for the components in the stream bed alteration agreement, and really which of them are and are not assessed. And the problem is the neg deck says, quote, CDFW project P01, that's the pond removal, and all of the other maintenance and repair actions identified in the LSAA are separate from the Odessa project for purposes of CEQA because they have independent utility. So the neg deck just totally disavows any duty to analyze those effects. And maybe it does for informational purposes only. It's just entirely unclear. They may have significant effects to aquatic and sensitive aquatic species and riparian habitat, and that should be clarified in EIR. Finally, there have been a number of project revisions to address all of these effects we've been discussing, and that also necessitates recirculation of the environmental document. It's just we're not able to tell on the fly whether or not these are going to be enough. And I think with that, I will conclude and allow Ken to wrap up for us.
Mr. Flanders, Ken.
Am I
Yep.
am I with you?
Yep.
Please go.
Okay. Let me see if I can you see the screen?
You mean your screen?
Yes.
We just see you, Ken.
Oh, can I share my screen?
Yes, you can.
I want to show something.
You go again?
How do I do that?
Same as you did before, go down, see share screen, hit that.
Let's see. I don't.
You move your cursor
Oh, yeah,
around.
okay, got it. Sorry.
It's okay, no problem.
Am I sharing?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Yeah, so to conclude, I would say to Supervisor Bohn's remark that there are projects that are still potential. I think Mad River Ventures, Mad River Estates are also still on the docket. But right now, I just want to concentrate or, discuss and show you the incredible beauty of this place that has been talked about somewhat. What we're looking at here, if I can show this, is a kind of a wildlife corridor. We're looking down here at the Mad River Gorge, and we're following up all the way up, all the way up, all the way up to ridges that go up around 4,000 feet. So this is an incredible habitat. These are the oak woodlands that we've talked about, very special for being in this area, black and white oak. Way up here at the higher elevations, you get ponderosa pine and white fir, cedar. And then down here, you get the mixed mosaic Douglas fir forest that we're all familiar with. You see these broad open meadows all around through here. Very special place. To quote Alan Bongio, he talks about, this place with its steep drainages into the Mad River, and he says this has not yet been obliterated by the green rush. And CDFW calls these California oak woodlands the greatest wildlife species richness of any other habitat in the state. That's what we're dealing with here. And that's why you see such objection to locating an industrial cannabis project in this locale. Michael Van Hatten echoed these concerns at that same commission meeting. Here's what he said. When the ordinance and original MND were circulated, The inclusion of some additional sites like Odessa was not what the department thought was approved. And then he asks, is this what you thought was intended? Do you want large industrial cultivation sites in remote wildlands of your county? I understand that Odessa obviously feels entitled to this permit, believing they followed county procedures, have considerable investment-backed expectations, and they have reduced their initial project as required by the Planning Commission. However, the county procedures were flawed, as I've outlined. The project remains very industrial, lots of human activity, with significant unanalyzed and unmitigated impacts, as pointed out again by CDFW, as recently as the most recent commission. And expert opinion concludes that the threat of impacts to golden eagles has not been adequately evaluated and therefore mitigated. And finally, this is the wrong location to start introducing manufacturing facilities far from infrastructure, especially without conducting a comprehensive environmental review, not an MND. I should point out that Cannabis 1.0 was passed with an MND, not an EIR, and there was not one single mention of raptors or eagles, golden or otherwise, not a mention in that MND. So, it was mentioned we had negotiations with the applicant, and during those negotiations, John Ford admitted that he had considered an EAR for the whole area, but then he said people didn't want it. Well, some people may not have wanted it for whatever reasons, but the Golden Eagles deserve it. Finally, we agree with the staff report. Nonetheless, this is a large-scale commercial cannabis project in a very remote and relatively undisturbed portion of the county. Given the unique natural setting of this rural portion of Maple Creek, the board may find that the project would adversely harm the existing physical, aesthetic, and environmental character of the community. And we agree. In conclusion, we ask that you deny this permit and affirm our appeal. I'm happy to answer any questions and request time for rebuttal if necessary. Thank you very much for your attention.
Take your mic off, please, Estelle.
Thank you, Ken. Can you please
stop sharing
your screen?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Okay, next we will go to the applicant for your thoughts on this, and we'll go to Mr. Saluri. And if you can let me know how you intend to move forward, Mr. Saluri.
Through the chair.
Yes.
And I think the applicant gets equal time. So if we're going to spend an hour and a half on this, can we take 5 minutes and then so they go uninterrupted?
That's totally fine with me, so long as it's fine with everybody else. And actually, it's fine with me. So we'll take 5 minutes, and we'll be back in here at, let's say 3:05. We'll make it 8 minutes. Alrighty. Okay, Mr. Soluri, if you wouldn't mind giving me an idea of your plan, you know, who speaks first, that kind of thing, that would be helpful.
Sure. Can you all hear me fine?
Yes, we can indeed.
Okay, very good. Laura and I were debating who should go first, since some very contentious issues were raised in the initial presentation. We felt it best for me to take those issues head on, and then I'll open it up to Laura and she can talk a little bit more generally about the project and more specifically the revisions to the project to address the pretty significant change from the Planning Commission approval. So with that, I would like to do a deep dive, unfortunately, a deep dive on the issue of Golden Eagle, because it dominated the appellant's presentation, and there were a lot of misstatements, factual misstatements and misstatements of law. So Ken Miller first indicated that there was some conspiracy theory regarding CDFW and CDFW comments regarding the Golden Eagle. So unfortunately, I need to go back a little bit because it's very important. As you all know, this had about a 3-year permitting history. And a major reason why it took so long is because CDFW raised issues regarding potential Golden Eagle impacts, mostly resulting from these significantly larger other projects in the Mad River area. But be that as it may, we started off with certain studies. SHN did certain studies. CDFW, or I should say Cliff, consulted with CDFW. They were not happy. They wanted us to go back. And so ultimately that resulted in, as Cliff indicated, multiple years of protocol level studies, 2019 and then subsequent 2020. There was this email from CDFW dated, I believe it was November 21st, 2019, and it raised essentially concerns about the Golden and Bald Eagle Act and whether there might be a take or a disturbance under that act, and indicated continuing concerns about this project. Cliff forwarded that on to me, and I prepared a detailed response to that email, and I incorporated all of and I have the document in front of me. I think there's 5 or 6 studies that had been prepared over the 3 years analyzing Golden Eagles. Yeah, five different studies. And I submitted that letter to Cliff and John Ford, who in turn forwarded that letter and the attached studies on to CDFW in direct response to this November 21st email. The MND was subsequently released, I believe it was June, so 6 or 7 months later, and CDFW had no comment whatsoever regarding concerns about Golden Eagle. The issue had been completely resolved. CDFW was satisfied that there were no longer any concerns about CEQA impacts associated with Golden Eagle. And in fact, I believe that there was an in-person, it was either a telephone call or a meeting with CDFW staff where they made that very point. They said, hey, look, this issue's been put to rest. If we had any remaining concerns about Golden Eagles, we would have put them in our comment letter. We did not put them in our comment letter, and so we have no further issues. CDFW could have very easily repeated some of the points from the email in its subsequent formal MND comment letter. It did not do so. The issue was put to bed. And one of those issues was specifically this concern about cumulative impacts. And as we explained in our letter, because again, it was important for both CDFW and the county to understand the significance of these technical reports within the context of CEQA analysis, not ESA, not the Golden and Bald Eagle Act, which are completely separate statutory schemes, but CEQA, which is what we're dealing with. The CDFW is a responsible agency for CEQA. If there's some violation of the Golden and Bald Eagle Act, that's a separate issue. And so one of these issues was cumulative impacts. And on pages 8 through 10, I explain that an EIR is not required when there are cumulative impacts solely resulting from other projects, where and I'll just read it. An agency has discretion to find a project's incremental effect less than significant when its contribution to a cumulative impact is insubstantial, and that's Save the Plastic Bag Coalition and also Layinoff versus Monterey County. That's exactly what we have here. We have two experts, the preeminent experts hired by Laura. We have coming to that conclusion. We have CDFW implicitly agreeing by taking the issue off the table. And then in an abundance of caution in response to this appeal, we have the county doing a peer review by ICF, which is a preeminent environmental firm throughout the state and much further beyond the state. And so there is just no issue there between the lead agency and the responsible agencies are satisfied that there is no project level impact, there is no cumulative impact with respect to Golden Eagle, as very well summarized in the peer review staff report. They say the conclusion of no significant impact to Golden Eagles is well supported by the compiled data. That is the county's expert who did a peer review of the applicants. And then you have the responsible agency confirming. And oh, by the way, there's a lot of case law stating even when you do an MND, even when you do a negative declaration, Jason Flanders talked about this fair argument standard being a low standard for requiring an EIR. Yeah, it may be, but it doesn't mean no evidence. And I will get to this purported expert testimony in a little bit, but the standard is, and I'll just say, the Friends of B Street case observes that conflicting assertions do not automatically give rise to a substantial fair argument, evidence of a significant impact. Citizens' action to serve all students. Again, the court upheld the agency's rejection of contrary expert testimony regarding traffic because the so-called expert report itself was not based upon adequate facts and identifiable methodology. And the San Joaquin Raptor case, the agency properly relied on comments from a responsible agency in determining that significant impacts would not occur. So again, you have two preeminent experts confirmed by three more experts in the peer review, all saying no impacts. You have CDFW raising concerns for a long time, for years, and then being satisfied and not raising the issue. Let's now talk directly about Mr. Woodbridge. First, I'm very troubled about what happened here. I just saw a screenshot of a report Mr. Woodbridge purportedly prepared, dated October 21st, so 6 days ago, and yet I haven't seen this report. I suspect that this report may have been withheld in what is commonly known as a late hit comment. I'm sure all of you have probably seen or heard of this tactic employed by those who like to who try to oppose projects and are submitting weak comments, but they try to do it at the literally 11th or 12th hour in order to get the last word, trying to take advantage of this fair argument standard. So I haven't seen this report. I've specifically asked for it. I don't know if it was actually submitted. Maybe Mr. Flanders is waiting until literally the close of the public hearing in order to hit send. I don't know, but as far as I know, it hasn't been submitted yet. And that is truly bad faith tactics by this appellant to withhold this so-called expert comments. But again, let's deal with it, deal with the information that we have. I listened very closely to Mr. Woodbridge's oral presentation, and he did not mention anything about the CEQA standard. And in fact, I tried to do a little research on Mr. Woodbridge, and apparently he's retired from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There's no indication Mr. Woodbridge has any experience preparing CEQA documents or commenting on CEQA documents. He may have a lot of experience commenting under the Bald and Golden Eagle Act, or maybe the ESA or Migratory Bird Act. He may have a lot of experience on these other things. I can't find any experience with respect to CEQA. And that's really important because the standard of what's considered a significant impact under CEQA is very different from the standard of take or disturbance under these other statutes. In order for a significant impact, in order for there to be a significant impact under CEQA, there needs to be a significant impact to an actual population or habitat. Even if there were impact, even if there was a minor disturbance to individual members of the species, that is not a significant impact under CEQA. And I will be very interested to see this report, if it is actually ever submitted, to understand if Mr. Woodbridge actually addresses the issue, the CEQA standard, as opposed to the standards under these federal statutes. Now, again, as I indicated, not all expert opinion is substantial evidence. And so as we all sit here right now, we don't know what the basis of Mr. Woodbridge's opinion is. He purports to have looked at some of the studies. Did he go out and do his own protocol level study? We don't know. I doubt it. So, in order to constitute substantial evidence of a fair argument of significant impact, the methodology needs to be acceptable. It needs to be understood, for one, and it needs to be acceptable. And as we all sit here right now, because the applicants decided to do a late hit comment, we don't know the basis for Mr. Woodbridge's opinions. He never says it's a significant impact under CEQA. He never says what the significance threshold is for impacts under the Golden Eagles. And again, that's very telling. I suspect that he's simply discussing federal, taking under federal law, which is completely separate, as I indicated. And I'll just, they're very short. What are the thresholds of significance under CEQA? Reduce substantially the habitat of fish or wildlife species. Cause a fish or wildlife population to drop below self-sustaining levels. Threaten to eliminate a plant or animal community. None of these triggers are even close to being met here. Or reduce substantially the number or restrict the range of an endangered, rare, or threatened species. So again, that is very, very different from an analysis of whether an individual member of a species might be taken or disturbed under these federal statutes. CDFW understood, and so that's why back in December, when we corrected their understanding, the issue was put to bed. We don't know, as we sit here right now, one, the threshold that Mr. Woodbridge is applying with respect to his observation or opinion, and two, what the basis for that opinion is. And then finally, and I think this is really significant, if the appellants really believe that operation of the Odessa project will result in a take of this pair of golden eagles, they have remedies available to them. They can engage the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They could perhaps even do a citizen suit action. But what they're not allowed to do is, through their expert, conflate the requirements of a completely separate statutory scheme from CEQA. What we're talking about is whether there is a fair argument of a significant impact to golden eagles under CEQA, and not whether there's a take under these other federal statutes. So with respect to so that essentially addresses the golden eagle issue. I understand that Mr. Flanders raised a whole host of other issues, which in large part restated their papers. And I'm not going to waste everybody's time, restating what I thought the county's excellent response was. I'll just kind of close before I hand it over to Laura by saying how profoundly disappointed I am. The applicants reached out to us, the appellants reached out to us for, purportedly to try to settle this. And I agreed to actually continue this hearing back 2 weeks in order to engage in a good faith settlement. And I don't think that's what occurred. I think they were just trying to buy time in order to gin up this expert report and wait until the 12th hour to submit it. And that's profoundly, I don't think that's the way this process should work. And it's very disturbing. And I'll just leave it at that. With that, I will turn it over to Laura, and I think it's important for her to talk about the significant project revisions that she proposed in good faith in response to addressing public concerns and the Planning Commission action.
Welcome, Laura.
Hi, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today and defend my project. I'm asking you to deny this appeal because I've done everything to the letter of the law and have a great project that is supported by the county, the relevant agencies, and the community. I'm not going into all the details specifically about the science of the many biological studies because we've had over 600 hours of biologists on site and hundreds of pages of studies that are before you. I started this permitting process in 2016. Scott and I moved here to Humboldt. We love the young community, the values, and obviously the nature. We read the law in good faith and brought our property to suit the demands of Ordinance 1. I've done absolutely everything to meet and exceed the requirements of the law. Yes, I had my grow initially running on generators, but once again, that was allowed under Ordinance 1. I've always stayed flexible and jumped at the opportunity to help reduce my impacts. Without anyone asking anything of me, I've gotten another 10,000 square foot mixed light permit drop from the property, which removed the need to build a new road. I moved trimming off site in 2018. That would drop the need to build a 10,000 square foot new building that was proposed. And now I've even moved drying off site to meet the energy conditions of approval given to me by the Planning Commission. Just to be clear, we're now talking about a project that is 2 acres, which is actually 52,000 square feet of canopy on a joint 618 acre property, grown in ground in raised beds with string lights only for season extension so we could do light deprivation, that is using a pond to do rain catchment water, that isn't encouraging residential development because we're bringing local Humboldt employees that are salaried employees in a shuttle to prevent everyone driving a car. The appellants keep trying to label my grow as industrial, but industrial grow is one which, I'm quoting here, is distinguished from traditional agriculture by a high ratio of inputs to land area and is also characterized by a reduction in fallow periods. How is a seasonal in-ground grow using less than 0.5% of our private property, which is zoned agriculturally exclusive, run by resident operators, considered industrial? The claim that my neighbors don't want us is also clearly a lie. I'm the only full-time residence for 4 miles in any direction. The only sense of community we have is centered around Maple Creek School, which I am on the school board. If you were to hear the call-ins on September 3rd meeting, you would know that the full-time residents of Maple Creek know us well, like us, and want us here. The only property adjacent neighbor in question that they had call in was Mr. Wilson, a resident of Eureka. And him and I talked the next day and he wished me luck and to be successful so I could buy his property, as he's been trying to sell it for a long time. The appellants were so focused on our industrialization until the new conditions of my approval, and I mitigated my project drastically with much less intensive scope of development, and which fits easily into my mitigative negative declaration. And now they're focusing on the golden eagle nest in the valley and using a letter from December 2019 to claim that there are concerns. They entirely ignored the continued protocol nest surveys in 2020. And in fact, even if I did do an EIR, those surveys would not have been any different. They would have been multiple years of protocol surveys, which I have already agreed to continue doing as I operate my grow. Not only, also eagles don't know circles. So they circle this circle around my property and say, oh, it's within this 2-mile radius, which is new. But why would, eagles are flying in the river valley where there's lots of trees and foraging area and it's green. But anyway, the appellant is busy fetishizing Maple Creek as some kind of untouched haven, but it's just not true. I don't see the appellant protesting the 1,000 acres that were logged around my property in the last 4 years since I moved here, because they don't actually care. They just don't want to see cannabis farm. The downstream water users they mentioned having concerns are non-resident ranchers who have 60 cows on their property. I wonder who will bring more benefit to the county. If not for people like me being able to use and less than 0.5% of my property to sustain a life out here, you can guarantee you would be getting logged to run more cattle. I hope you see through the anti-development stance of the appellant and recognize that we have done everything the law have asked us to, and that there are other concerns about other projects that are drastically different than mine in size, and they cannot leverage my project as they are trying to do. I try to work with the appellant to meet their demands and meet them halfway. They showed no interest in actually working with us. I have been and continue to be flexible about any conditions and mitigations placed on my project so I could have a chance to do what I love. Thank you again for your time, and I am available for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Laura. So is that all from the appellants and the applicants at this point? Okay, I think what I'll do is I'll just go now for public comment.
Estelle, I wonder if I could make a couple of comments.
I think the way we would, if this is in response, etc., I envision a back and forth after we hear from the public.
Oh, okay.
And then we can have that discussion.
All right, I just wanted to clarify, but that's fine. Whatever you think is best. It's good.
Okay, great. Thank you. So at this point, we'll go out to the public, and anyone who has comments can dial star 9. When you're called on to speak, you press star 6. So We have several hands raised. The first one I see here is Megan. Megan, can you press *6? There you are. Welcome.
Hello, thank you so much. I wanted to just say that I know the area well. I have a friend who has property out on the Mad River, and I visited there for many, many years. And it's truly, you know, still a undisturbed area, to say the least. And I wanted to just cover 3 main points. One is that it's the value of this area as a natural area to be preserved. The second issue is about the applicant and how wonderful they've been, and yet that this is a policy issue and has nothing to do with the personal values of the applicant. And then the third thing is the long-term value of keeping property like this undisturbed. So the first thing is, it is a highly valuable area. And as I mentioned before, when I called for the Planning Commission, I'm here in Monterey taking care of my elderly mother right now. And the hills and natural areas here have been ravaged by 3 wildfires just this year, and consuming hundreds of thousands of acres total because of people allowed to build out into areas that are better left undeveloped. So that's just the first point. Leave this land for future value for the county. Land like this will only gain in value in the future. The third thing, the second thing, the issue about the applicant, I fully really appreciate the applicant and all of the efforts they've gone to work with our wonderful planning staff and meet the policy guidelines. I think there was confusion about the policy, and I think that's being revisited now, the cannabis policy for Humboldt County. To put this kind of a development in an undisturbed area, it just makes absolutely no sense. I think that the county would be better off denying this project and working with this applicant to get closer to town where the infrastructure is already in place. And the third aspect is the EIR. It requires, this project, the size and scope of it requires an EIR based on all of the evidence I believe that I've heard today. So with great respect, I urge you to please deny this project, vote in favor of the appellant, and I'll leave it at that.
Megan.
Thank you.
All right, the next caller is, has the last 4 digits of 6272. If you could press *6, please, we'll bring you into the meeting. Thank you, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Estelle. This is Scott Frazier calling from Blue Lake. As a Humboldt County resident who values good planning, I am calling in support of the Friends of Mad River seeking a full EIR in lieu of the mitigated negative deck. Your board has full discretion to reverse the Humboldt County Planning Commission's approval of this project on a MND. Odessa is a project in the wrong location. As was mentioned earlier, California Department of Fish and Wildlife biologist Michael Van Hatten asked you, is this the type of industrial project Humboldt County wants in your rural wildlands? The remote location means gravel roads, minimal fire protection from the Nilsen Volunteer Fire Department. And I was astounded really to see that your staff acknowledged that there is no structural fire protection available in a reasonable response time. This lack of infrastructure for an intensive industrial grow project, the lack of power to the site, along with gross inducing effects and wildlife impacts, are all reasons that this project and the mitigated negative deck approval is inappropriate. The Odessa project should be required to evaluate all impacts, in a full environmental impact report, as has been sought by California Department of Food and Ag, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, and the comments that California state staff indicating that, quote, substantial and direct impacts, end quote, have not been adequately disclosed, analyzed, or mitigated is something you really should consider strongly. The appellant has documented inadequate information being made available to planning commissioners and the public. Specifically, the discussion about the November 27, 2019 email sent to planning department staff and Director Ford was not readily available, certainly not to the public, and appears not to have been made available to the planning commissioners. Cumulative impacts have not been adequately addressed using a mitigated negative deck. Significant revisions made to the initial application and submission constitute a, quote, new project, and Humboldt County should require a full EIR, and I hope that we can work with all parties to find a resolution here, because this remote rural location should not be used in something that requires 10 van pools per day and 27,000 gallons of diesel fuel. With a 2,000 gallon storage limit, that's 14 diesel truckloads going out there per year to refill the storage tanks. There are numerous impacts like that that are inappropriate in a rural site. Thank you so much for my opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Scott. The next caller is 9985, I think. Yeah, 9985. If you could press *6, please. You can be.
Hi, this is Peter Pennekamp. Own land. I'm a partner with Iqua Springs Ranch, and separately I have a family trust of 120 acres. We're right across the river, and this is all new to me. I somehow managed to miss all the hoopla until just the last couple of months, started finding out about this. My concerns aren't lined up with the people proposing it or the appellants. I have two concerns. By the way, lived up there for many years, now live in Eureka. I'm still up there every weekend. The concerns are that we just didn't do a 3-acre logging show because fire risk is so phenomenal. We're right across the river. We look at Big Bend Ranch. And right now, the possibility of the whole area burning down is unreal. We're within Nilsen Fire District, and they provide, they're too far away for that even to be meaningful. So from up there, I'm concerned about fire and about the notion that anything should expand there in this era when fire is taking on unreal meanings. As part of that, our neighbors, we haven't gotten one yet, but our neighbors are all getting cancellation notices on their insurance because of fire danger. They're not being re-upped. And I'm sort of curious about whether there's insurance across the river. If there is a fire, who's paying for the loss? This is really close to us, So that's a neighbor's concern. It's not about NIMBYism. I'm generally more or less pro-growth, but I am really worried about this and whether this makes any sense at all at this moment. The second one is as a water user downstream in Eureka, which is that it strikes me, having recently been in the Mattole, the Middle Fork of the Eel River, and having seen the degradation of the water in the Mad as a pot industry, the illegal industry grow out there, whether we're really thinking about what may be the biggest asset of Humboldt County, which is the Mad River water. And as we go forward into climate change, if you believe in it, any of those issues where we're really thinking about where our future is and whether not because the elk walk across the land, but because that water is our most precious resource, whether we're really thinking in a conscious way about this. So that's what I have to say. It seems like very bad public policy. I have no stand about the individuals or other complaints. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. The next number up is 5550. If you could please press *6. Your phone number ending in 5550, please press *6. And that will make it possible for you to speak with us. Caller with the last 4 digits of 5550. If you could please press *6, you can join us with your comments. Okay, we'll go one more time. Hopefully you can hear us. 5550. Please press *6 and you can join us with your comments. Okay, I'm going to move to the next number. That is 6670. If you press *6, you can join us with your comments. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Madeline DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. I am here today speaking on behalf of our member, Odessa, in support of their project as currently proposed. Supervisors, I ask and remind you to please judge the project based on how it is today, not on what it was. This project has dramatically been amended for its use of generators and growing practices. Now the cannabis would be grown in the ground, under hoop houses with string lights, not greenhouses with intensive lighting and imported soil. Specifically, since the Planning Commission hearing, the project has transitioned from ML2 to ML1, which has had a 98.5% reduction in fossil fuels, down to less than 2,000 gallons of diesel. And within 2 years, the project would be 100% renewable except for backup generator use. In the future, the project applicant may choose to transition to full-term cannabis cultivation after appellations are developed, but that is a business decision to be made by the landowner, not the county and not Friends of the Mad River. After listening to the appellant's arguments, I must respond. First off, fire risk. Everyone living in the wildland-urban interface is a fire risk. This is not a cannabis issue, it is a development issue. Perhaps the county wants to look at its general plan update and the recent small farmer land use ordinance as to how it is allowing development in the WUI. Traffic. These are public roads which allow for commercial transport. Rainwater catchment. So wait, now we don't want to encourage rainwater catchment? If you can't store it, you can't grow it has been one of the mottos of the cannabis industry as we work to protect our water resources in the county. Now on to the golden eagles and bald eagles. That nest site for the golden eagles is 1.8 miles away. I would like to note that neither golden nor bald eagles are listed as an endangered species, so therefore there can be no taking. Humboldt Redwood Company, a large industrial timber operator, is allowed to engage in industrial timber operations within seasonally restricted critical periods within a 0.5 miles of a nest site for ground-based operations and 1 mile for helicopter logging. We are talking about a family cannabis operation growing quietly in hoop houses 1.8 miles from a golden eagle nest site. We are not talking about swirling 600-foot wind turbines. Golden and bald eagles can and do coexist all around Humboldt County around ranching, logging, and home development. And we know if golden eagles were to be killed directly as a result of this project, as we saw with the Humboldt Wind project, a project developer could pay to underground electric lines. I think that this project has done an exemplary job changing and modifying itself to meet community cultural values. The planning department has done a great job answering and responding to the appellant's questions. This is a project that has done everything it needs to do. It's dotted its I's, it's crossed the T's.
Sorry.
And thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker as last four of 8855. Please press *6. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Greg Williston. I'm a principal and part owner of SHN Engineers and Geologists. I'm project manager. I've been working with Laura on this project since June of 2016. Yes, that's 4 years. I want you to know that this is a good, clean project and it has been well vetted for over 4 years. This project is a good one and it concerns me that it was appealed. My client Laura has willingly worked hard to meet all of the requirements and requests thrown at them. They are good people. They did not proceed without permits while waiting. And I believe that they will remain good stewards of their land. They love it up there. Today, and while attending the Planning Commission meetings on this project, I heard concerns over sensitive habitat and special status species. SHN has spent over 600 person hours just on the biology, botanical, and sensitive habitat identification alone, including protocol level golden eagle surveys. This is to protect our environment from this development. CDFW has been on the site with at least 3 different scientists spending several days spanning over 2 years combined on this site looking for issues. It has been acknowledged and it has shown not to be significant per the California Environmental Quality Act. Your planning staff has read over 20 reports specific to this project and has determined that it can be built without significant issues that cannot be willingly mitigated. Director Ford has even visited this site personally, reviewed Cliff's assessment of all of our reports, and my goal is to listen to your staff and trust them. They have worked hard on this for 4 years. You have had a few weeks to review all 20 plus reports yourself, and I have to assume that you did so your questions are answered. If you didn't, then trust your planning staff who has and approved this project. This is your opportunity to reward good behavior in a project that has followed all the rules, responded to the concerns raised with appropriate mitigations, and by continually changing and downsizing their dream, now they bring you a good project in a good location. We put this in your hands. We're confident that you and your planning department have done a good job in reviewing it and therefore will make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. All right, we'll go to number 5550. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Oh.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Wow, okay, I don't know why it wouldn't go through before. Dear supervisors, the Friends of the Mad River would have you believe that they represent the view of the entire Maple Creek community. They do not. Most of the community who actually live here sees and appreciate the sincere efforts of Odessa Organics to do absolutely everything right in every step they have taken with the utmost respect for the environment and the community. There are some who would have you override the Planning Commission, but the majority of the community agrees with the planning's decision to approve this project. I would like to address the fire concern. No one is more concerned about fire issues here than the people who actually live here. We see far less concern over fire issues from this project than we do from logging and hunting. I would also say that there are not myriads of impacts being considered here, as was said earlier. And regarding the comment that when people move in, eagles move out, makes it sound like people are just now moving into this area. That is not so. It has been very heavily logged. It has been occupied and ranched for well over 100 years, more like 150. It is not an untouched wilderness. Addressing concern over elk, we have watched the elk in Maple Creek area multiply many, many times over in the last 2 decades, and they show no signs of being at all put off by the human population here. The Cannabis Planning Commission was formed to cover the cannabis permitting process. It's what they do. They do not take their responsibility lightly. They spend a great deal of time researching, studying, and weighing the issues involved with each case, often for years. No matter how extensive the paperwork is that records this process, you cannot step in at this stage and fully understand all that has transpired. Lastly, please understand, if you overturn the Commission's decisions, you will be opening yourselves to being overrun by everyone who has ever disagreed with a Commission decision. You could be clogged up permanently. You have enough on your plate. Please let the Cannabis Planning Commission do their job unhindered. They got it right. No matter what you hear to the contrary, they got this right, so please let the Commission's approval stand and approve Odessa Organics. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. So the next caller is Sita Zarkovsky.
Yes, Zarkovsky. Hi.
Hi.
I'm a resident of Humboldt County, formerly residing in Maple Creek, where my family continues to live, and I ask that you deny this appeal. I would like to point out that at the September 3rd Planning Commission hearing, the representative from CDFW made the excellent point that Odessa project has satisfied every requirement from the county. To deny the project now when it's completely aligned with the county's expectations is deeply unfair. And if the county doesn't want to comply by the guidelines that set forth for licensing, it should change the requirements, not punish applicants who have poured their time and money into meeting them. Additionally, I would like to draw attention to the fact that members of Friends of the Mad River seem to be very out of touch with residents of the Maple Creek community that they are rallying against. They are focusing on sabotaging what would be a highly regulated legal project rather than focusing on fixing the true impacts to Maple Creek and Mad River. Logging, the influx of traffic stemming from the thousands of trespassers that come each year to party on the private property along the riverbank, not from the applicant as absurdly accused. I dare to assume the appellants themselves are part of the droves of littering trespassers that create the really real safety concerns for the residents, pets, and wildlife that actually do reside in the Maple Creek area. Laura, time and time again, has demonstrated her earnest effort to adopt alternatives requested by the Commission. Friends of the Mad River have continually tried to block this approval and have not been able to succeed due to their lack of concrete proof that the impact would be substantial at all. To continue to allow them to railroad this project is unjust and sets forth a very negative precedent that could potentially prevent any other growers from taking the lengthy, expensive legal route, which quite frankly creates far more of an environmental concern. I thank you for your time, and I do hope that you will rule fairly based upon the fact that Odessa project has completed all the requirements set forth by our beloved county. Thank you again.
Estelle, your mic's off.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So it's 1791. If you could press star 6. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Chair Fennell, Board of Supervisors. This is Brian Shield, Six Rivers Development. I think you guys might remember me from last week. I'm the project manager for Maple Creek Investments, and I'm calling to offer my full support for the approval of this project as submitted. Just speaking to a couple of concerns coming from the Friends of the Mad River regarding this project. Carpooling, the amount of labor out to the site is essentially a non-issue. I'm not sure if the applicant is aware of the requirements under agricultural labor law on how to properly do that, but I'm here to fully support them in that endeavor, as I am a licensed farm labor contractor and am the only licensed farm labor vehicle transportation service in Humboldt County to legally provide transport for workers. So I could accomplish transporting their workers for them in one load, further alleviating any issues or concerns with their van pool needs. Second, cumulative impacts is more and more becoming a buzzword that triggers people. It triggers their emotions, and rightly so. We do need to be concerned with cumulative impacts, but I think that we've repeatedly have addressed this from the county standpoint with the adoption of the county's environmental impact review, and furthermore, the Board of Supervisors adopting Resolution 1843, imposing acreage caps for the various watersheds that these projects will be operating in. So to say outside of concerns for golden eagle habitat that, there's this large cumulative impact currently right now, as we know from last week's meeting, and I believe that includes, because this project was approved, 13 acres currently approved in the Mad River watershed, which is less than 10% of the total allowable acreage for the Mad River watershed. So something to take into consideration. Another item addressing concerns with the elk population, Maple Creek Ranch Corporation, who I work for, participates in a yearly elk study, which in fact is trying to verify that the elk population has expanded vastly and is actually degrading private lands. So we've worked with them for the past 2 years where they've actually collared multiple elk in the Maple Creek region, and they're completing their study and probably going to be issuing more landowner tags to hunt them. The last item is that if in fact you do deny the applicant under 1.0, they will be able to reapply under the 2.0 ordinance. And it looks like they've already met just about every requirement of the 2.0 ordinance. I don't know what other studies they can perform, but they will in fact be eligible for twice as much as what they currently have projected on the table. That's 4 acres for their property as opposed to 2. So all things considered, I've never met Laura or Scott. Best of luck to you guys, and hope that you can pull this one off. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian. The next caller is 9284. 9284. If you could press *6, please. We'll get you on. Caller with the last 4 digits of 9284. There you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Scott Reagan. I am partners with Laura on this project, and I've lived up here at this property for the last 4 years after moving up here from Ukiah. It's been a dream of ours to work up here, live up here, and live the dream up here, and I hope that you guys will help us and make the decision that we've followed the law. We've followed everything that the county has wanted us to do. We've tried to be good stewards of the land. We care about this place. We're local. We want to be local. And I hope that you'll give us that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. The next caller is with the last 4 digits of 5439. Please press *6. If your number is 5439, there you go. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So, I'm not going to ask you to move forward and either agree with the appellant and deny the project. What I'm going to ask you to do is allow a little more time to happen, to continue this maybe down to like 3 weeks or something. I'll be very direct with you. I normally would not bring up any topics that were mentioned during a settlement conference, which is kind of what we had here, although we didn't have the legal complaint, but it's already been mentioned by staff. And I was asked today by John Ford whether the offer that we had, or that the Friends of the Mad had, and I was privy to listening in and participating in that communication with the other people there, was a good offer. And I said, in my opinion, it was. Now, it's not for me to make the decision. I'm not the decision maker. But I seriously believe that if given 3 weeks or something, or however long the prior speaker, who is now in negotiation, I think Steve Madrone or somebody allegedly is participating as far as trying to broker a deal here, I think it could be productive for everybody. And we might come up with a project that addresses the concerns that are there. There is very, very little that can be done to mitigate my concerns of that area for fire. I don't know if you could eventually put a condition on there that would contribute more money, maybe enough money to get the people in Maple Creek to have their own fire. They used to have their own fire department out there, a volunteer fire department, very functional. They used to come and sell their firewood and wood. I think it's time for those people who have spoken here who say they're concerned about fire to consider creating that again, and the volunteerism that goes with it. That's just about one of my biggest priorities is the fire. So I'm just asking you to continue this for 3 weeks. I do want to make mention that some of the objections that the attorney made here, and I hate to be confrontational, accusing the Friends of the Mad of not being willing to negotiate or bringing in fast minutes. When we had our conference initially, and we can confirm this or not, basically they brought us all these changes they've made, and they wanted us to just jump on board that. And there were a lot of changes, very good ones they made. I think there's a few more that it might be possible to bring this to, I think, the biggest problem I have with a total refusal of your staff to consider a cumulative EIR effect. And my request was, as far as what county was doing, is not move forward with these other 2 or 3 big permits until such time as that's been done. But, I understand, the angst and the time that's been spent and everything in here. So I'd love to participate and try and help broker a deal along with Supervisor Madrone and sit down and see if we can come to some kind of resolution that's in the environment's best interest and all of our best interests. A single crop in the sun is not in the ground anywhere near as long as 2 depths are out there, as far as I can tell. And great improvements in the project, I think, are a little bit more work, and we could get this done. So that's my suggestion. Let's not cut the baby in half. Let's not request that it be go either way at this time. But give us a little more time.
Thank you, Ken.
On a really fast.
Thank you, Ken.
Right.
Through the chair.
Yes, Supervisor Bohn.
I've heard about the secret emails and the hidden this and the hidden that and everything else. Is there an offer on the table we don't know about too? Or
I'm going to ask you,
did he drink the water? Down in Mexico. I'm a little flabbergasted. It feels like we're playing solitaire without all the cards, and I want to know what the rules are.
Fair point there, Supervisor Bohn. We'll hash all of that out. We've got a few more. By my reckoning, we've got 3. I don't know if there are more.
So there is an offer?
Jesse Noel. Please press *6. Okay. Mr. Noel, can you please press *6? On your phone, please press *6. There you go.
Oh, I'm not on a phone. I'm on the internet. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to get some more information. I think the public should have access to the list of projects that Rex Bohn was, opened the window to.
And my concern is about growth inducing impacts. And I would like to understand the relationship between Adisa Organics LLC and CrowdRest Holdings LLC and Bilwa Holdings LLC and Diva Amrita LLC, and then the 271 East South Street LLC and the 4651 West Inns Road LLC, so that I can better understand the growth-inducing impacts. Would that be possible?
With public comment, we will take your comments and we will bring that forward when it comes back to the board. Are you still there, Mr.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, you have 1.5 minutes left.
Okay, so I'm concerned that the growth-inducing impacts of bringing more people into the area will not only be detrimental to the wildlife and the sediment discharge and many other things, the fire, but it also will bring more people into an area where ranchers raise cattle, and that more people coming into that situation could increase the rustling of cattle or bring in other criminal activity. And I'm already aware that the county have the ability to prosecute many serious felonies that are occurring. And so, opening up this watershed to, more people, I think is something that should be evaluated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Noel, okay, so let me see, how are we doing here? We have at least 3 more, and that is the next number up is 3053. Please press *6. Welcome.
Good almost evening. Thomas Mulder here. I just want to clarify you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. So originally when this was at the Planning Commission with the original project, I have to admit I actually opposed the project because at that point in time, Planning Commission was raising concern about people even using EU 2000 generators for ancillary drying and nursery purposes. But with the modifications presented today, where they're only going to go 6 watts per square foot, that's going to drastically reduce the amount of fuel burned. So it's hard to be against with the new proposed things. I heard a lot of reports early on with the appellants about the Golden Eagle, and they said they're around more through January through February. So with that project being reduced to 6 watts per square foot, the activity of cultivation, there's no activity really. You're just taking care of moms and keeping immature plants alive as state definitions. You aren't growing all the greenhouses and those kind of things. So I think that the potential impact is greatly reduced with this project modifications. The only thing I keep hearing about these different people saying they're going to bring in employees and stuff like that. Maybe there's labor laws I'm not aware of, but you have to give your employees the ability to have a duty-free lunch. And if it's a 12-hour shift, it's an hour duty-free during the day. And I don't know how you can restrict their rights to leave the premise and not leave the premises if it's duty-free. So I think that's something you need to consider going forward with different projects. But with these amendments, I think it's hard to say no to it, honestly. One thing, point of clarity, just if there's maybe some time set on the appellant or something like that, because you guys are, if you have a lot of projects coming before you, we're almost 4 hours or 3 hours into this thing. So there's other agenda items people want to see. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Okay. The next number on here is 7108. Oh, no, sorry. Excuse me, 7164. If you could please press *6, 7164. Welcome.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for your time. My name is Ambrose Tarantino. I have a degree in urban studies and planning from UC San Diego, and I'm a current resident of McKinleyville. My concern is that if following guidelines is not honored and appreciated now, then where does it put us in the future? It's clear that this proposal should be approved without the need for an EIR. Why? CDFW states no significant impact warranting an EIR. Also, the appellants have no factual evidence in their appeal. The applicants have followed all guidelines and should be approved. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you, Ambrose. Okay, let me see. 7108, last four digits of 7108. Welcome.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry. I just wanted to say something about the idea of solar with generator backup. I think when you say that, you really need to put some parameters on what is backup, because depending on what time of year and what the weather is, backup could be the main thing with occasional solar. So if you're going to consider giving a permit and having the permittee say it's going to be solar with generator backup, it would really be good to have some kind of limits on what's actually backup. So that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Okay, I believe we've reached the end of public comment. This being a hearing, I'm going to make sure. I believe we have. Do you agree with me, Ryan?
Correct, Chair Fennell. That would conclude public comment for this item.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. There's several issues that have been brought up. I'd like Director Ford to address whichever ones he can and also help us through other issues. I certainly have outlined a few myself. Thank you, Director Ford.
Thank you very much, Chair Fennell. I'm going to ask Ms. Johnson to go ahead and start, and then I will I'll finish up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ford, Chair Fennell. So a couple things came up here in public comment and also in the appellant's testimony that I just wanted to make sure that we have accurate information in front of the board. One public commenter raised the objection to the 27,000 gallons of diesel fuel again, and just want to make everyone aware that this project, as approved by the Planning Commission, would be 100% renewable power after 2 years. And with the applicant's reductions to the 6 watts per square foot of lighting, they're estimating that for that 2-year period while they're developing solar, that would be a total over the entire 2 years of no more than 2,000 gallons of diesel. A comment was made about 10 van pools, and I just want to clarify that the analysis shows that there would be 10 average trips per day. That's not 10 van pools. That's a combination of the van pools and carpooling and other traffic that would go to the site. So one of the things I really wanted to mention, there's been some comment about this missing email, the November 2019 email from CDFW to myself. And that was a series of emails between me and Cherie Sandville with CDFW It's not uncommon for us to interact with the trustee and responsible agencies in this manner and seek their input when we're doing our analysis. That email came in the context of trying to decide whether we had enough Eagle information to make a decision, and to have them help us guide what information we needed to be asking for. And so, that was a deliberative email that really does not form the basis of any conclusions or opinions from CDFW. That email also did include some inaccurate information, and it was based on some of the project aspects of the project that had changed and have changed since that email was sent. And so that was not held back. It was part of the public record. In fact, the appellant received that as, and I think he mentioned this, as part of a Public Records Act request. It was not provided to the Planning Commission or included in the initial study because it was a deliberative email. It does not form CDFW's recommendations. And the official recommendation from CDFW, the official comments, were the ones that were submitted on the CEQA document. Those are included in your staff report, and they do not raise the issue of golden eagles. So just wanted to kind of get that out there. Now, I did want to also note some of what I believe were inaccurate statements, unfortunately, from Mr. Woodbridge. He stated that there were not protocol level surveys done. And I think he pointed to the fact that protocol requires the surveys to be done in January and February. Now, I'm not an Eagle expert, but the Eagle experts that we consulted with at ICF stated that the protocol is from January to April. And further, the 2019 protocol surveys did conduct a survey in January. So I think that's important to mention. Mr. Woodbridge stated that the ICF report stated that there was likely foraging habitat on the site. That was in reference to a 2018 study where it was the applicant's Eagle expert stated that there is the potential for foraging habitat on the property. The 2019 and 2020 studies did identify that it's unlikely that there would be foraging habitat there. And I did want to just take a moment real quick, if I could, to share my screen, because what I have here is a portion of the 2019 Eagle study. And you can see the highlighted portion here. This is forming really the basis, and this is discussed elsewhere in the document, but this paragraph here really forms the basis, I think, of the Eagle experts' conclusion that the foraging habitat here would be low quality. They say here it should be considered as very low quality foraging habitat, especially considering the amounts of more open and therefore higher quality foraging habitat throughout the area. And then up above here, they say that while the area is prairie, due to the vicinity of treat areas on multiple sides, it should be considered low quality. So just wanted to mention that there is some information that has been submitted that we do believe is factual data that supports the conclusion that it's very unlikely to be used for foraging of this pair of eagles. Also in both the 2019 and 2020 Eagle surveys that were submitted, the conclusions is that the eagles primarily use the area located south of Maple Creek Road. And that was the pattern of behavior that they noticed in all of those surveys that they completed for those 2 years. One more thing that, if I could see here, another thing that I wanted to just share with the board here. Mr. Woodbridge mentioned a 2-mile radius. And while I don't know what he is referring to, this document right here is something that we did rely on quite heavily in our analysis, which is the recommended buffer zones for golden eagle nesting sites in California and Nevada, prepared by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in 2017. It does say recommended buffers may increase or decrease depending on site-specific site or activity circumstances and local jurisdiction recommendations. Buffers may be reduced in consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service when the nest is not in use or activities are out of line of sight of the nest. So I wanted to mention here, and I mentioned previously, the eagle nest is approximately 1,300 feet in elevation below the project site, and so it is out of the line of sight of the nest. It does say here that in California, eagles maintain year-round territories that may require additional protection. There are recommended no disturbance buffers, and this is what we relied quite heavily on. You can see it's 1 mile for industrial, municipal, and construction activity, which is including but not limited to logging, road construction, agricultural operations. The 2 miles in this document refers to blasting and other loud, non-regular noise such as fireworks or detonation devices. So I don't want to try to interpret what Mr. Woodridge was referring to, but just wanted to share with you that this document is something that we did consider in making that analysis of no impacts to golden eagles. With that, I think I'll go ahead and turn it over to Director Ford if he has anything else that he wants to clarify.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. So just following up a little bit on some of the comments that were made on the golden eagle relative to preparation of an EIR. Initially, there was the offer made, and I did talk to all 4 applicants in the area at the time. There were 4 fairly large cultivation sites. This is the smallest of them, I believe, because of the cumulative impact, to look at preparation of an EIR. One of the sites wanted to go ahead before that and declined to do that. That site is actually the closest to the nest site, and they have really stopped there. Another site has really fallen out of the process, and another site is really not going ahead. And so in discussions with this applicant, it has always been about where does the science lead? So it has never been about me having said that since people don't want to prepare an EIR, they don't have to. It's really about where are people at and what does the science dictate? In this particular case, we have an applicant that has done 2 full years of protocol level surveys. Now, you've heard today that there is an expert who has come in, and that is being challenged in and of itself, but who has said that the work that's been done is not adequate. But he has not stated why it's not adequate. He's raised some doubts, but yet on the record, we have independently as the county hired a consultant that is recognized as an expert to identify that the work that has been done does comply with normal protocols, and it is adequate, and the findings are acceptable. So there really does need to be, when you get into the fair argument discussion, there needs to be something that really pokes holes in what's being presented. And there's nothing that has been presented that pokes holes in the quality of the science that's been undertaken or the results of that science. I think Cliff probably addressed some of the other areas that were of most importance, and one of those is the modification in the site, and I just want to respond to the last comment that was made that oftentimes when there's a difference between a backup when it becomes the primary between a solar and generator backup. In this particular case, after 2 years, there is no generator. So it's not a question of should a generator be running. The applicant has said that after 2 years, we've configured our project so that there will no longer be a generator. There were comments about growth-inducing impacts. Growth-inducing impacts usually have to do with extension of utilities, extension of roads, changes in things that make it more attractive for development to occur. It's hard to correlate an agricultural activity on agricultural land with a growth-inducing impact. I will clarify that I did talk to Mr. Sawatsky this morning about whether or not the offer that was made in the settlement was good. And I don't want to step out of line at this particular location, but in those discussions, the offer that was made was for 2 doors of outdoor cultivation, which is what Mr. Johnson reported. That was not an acceptable offer to the applicant as they had already significantly modified their project. I do want to amplify one of the things, and I did in your backup material in one of the attachments is the minutes from the Planning Commission meeting. And while the representative from CDFW did ask the question, and this is a policy question, it's not an environmental question, it's a policy question. He asked, do you want industrial cultivation in the remote wildlands of your county? Okay, that's a policy issue. But he also clarified that the formal environmental response of CDFW was the letter that was signed by the regional manager, and that all other comments should not be regarded as the official position of CDFW. So the letter that was signed by Tina Bartlett is the official position of CDFW on this project. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Director Ford. Okay, I'm going to make clear here for all of the participants that at this stage of the hearing, participation of the appellant and the applicant, it falls on whether or not you have questions from the board. And so that's the way we're going to work this. So I'll ask the board, are there any questions or comments from any member of the board at this time? Supervisor Wilson.
And to clarify, are we supposed to be asking questions of the appellant or the applicant, or can we ask questions to staff?
You can ask questions of all the staff, as always. Now, I just want to make sure that the appellant and the applicant don't get involved in a back and forth that doesn't include the board.
Okay, so I'll pose my questions to staff, and then if for some reason staff wants to reach out to the appellant or the applicant, then through the chair, they can do that. Hey, John, so it was mentioned that this project is on a 443 acre parcel, but the applicant also mentioned that's part of a contiguous ownership of over 600 acres. And I was wondering what's the subdivision potential in the current zoning for this property? Like how many subdivisions are possible under the current zoning for this site?
Director Ford, do you want me to take that?
Yeah, go ahead, Cliff.
Yeah, sorry, Chair Fennell and Supervisor Wilson. The zoning of the property is 160 acre minimum. Probably the bigger prohibition for this property to be subdivided is that it's in the Williamson Act right now. It's under a land conservation contract. And so if they did choose to pursue subdivision, they would need to roll out of the Williamson Act, which would be a 10-year rollout process.
Assuming that they did that, what would the amount of subdivision that would be? Just 2 parcels?
Well, so 160 acre minimum, that would be, what is that, three parcels? No more than 3 parcels. And so it's important to note, right now there is 3 parcels there. The 450 acre parcel is actually 2 parcels, but in order to meet the requirements of the CMMLUO that enables them to get multiple acres, if they have a parcel over 320 acres, they will be merging those 2 parcels into one.
Oh, I appreciate that. Okay, that's good clarification. And also then that means that under cultivation, even without Williamson Act, it'd still require that parcel to be merged and not subdivided, I assume, right? Or could it be subdivided to 420 acres in the future?
I suppose in theory it could be subdivided, but again, you're still dealing with the Williamson Act contract, and well, realistically, if it's 600 and some acres, they've got 2 parcels right now, so I'm not sure they could actually make that work. It doesn't seem like it would work.
We received correspondence from the North Coast Regional Land Trust, and one of their concerns was sudden oak death, and I want to kind of put this in the context. I'm going to talk about fire for a second too. It's like there's a lot of people, or there's a lot of comment related to what are really should be regional or landscape level planning issues, and this is one of them that is being put onto this one project, right? And fire is another one for sure. So, but with relationship to sudden oak death and the issue of imported soils, what discussion have you guys had about that? What's the, you know, that was the concern that was brought up, and it was mentioned that Yana had concerns about that too, and so I'm kind of wondering, can we take what do you got on that?
So through the chair, I did reach out to Yana by a couple emails over the last couple weeks to try to get some input on that, and she never got back to me. So I don't know that I can really speak too intelligently about those concerns. But our understanding from the applicant is that they're planning on using the soil on the site and amending it with, I believe, humus and compost. And so if they're not importing soil, we would think that would not be a significant issue. I think, as you probably know, sudden oak death is out there. It's associated with human activity. It is, like you mentioned, we do think very difficult for us to quantify what that impact would really be from any one project. So I don't know if it really answers it. I think maybe the applicant could also explain a little bit more about their plans for cultivation and the soil use.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm asking about is what is the protocol for protection of our oaklands from sudden oak death, not just from this project, but from any project going forward?
I think, unfortunately, Supervisor Wilson, we do not have a comprehensive strategy for that right now. That is something that does need to be addressed.
Okay, and also on that is the fire issue. I mean, I have stated pretty clearly my position related to development in high fire zones. I've said we need the state has talked about it. We should have a moratorium on it. But I really can't, in good conscience, place my moratorium thoughts onto one project. It's just not fair. But I do, and I don't know if one project's going to make a difference. I mean, from my perspective, until we get a real good handle on this, and until we have fire districts actually covering these areas, I believe we should have a moratorium on all development within non-fire district covered high fire areas. But again, to put it onto one project, it would be pretty unfair. and so I appreciate people bringing this up, but we should have a discussion about those things at the bigger level. I was pretty interested to hear about a thing called bullfrog fencing. I've never heard of such a thing. I don't know what it looks like, but I'm intrigued by the concept. I'm glad it exists. I'm not, again, you know, it's like, it would be great if landowners across the landscape could implement such a thing in part of their eradication and control, either, you know, voluntarily. That would be great from my perspective. On the issue of elk, I mean, that is definitely something that is growing concern. Quite literally, the elk are expanding, and the issues of management of that are going to be landscape level issues that we should be beginning to think about, and some of us have. And certainly, if you look at conversations of our Fish and Wildlife Commission or Fish and Game Commission at the county level, there it's continuously on their agenda for discussion, and we've had a bit of discussion about that. The concept of what is industrial and not industrial is interesting, and what is the threshold by which we use that descriptor. I think when I heard the applicant mention what was industrial, the intensification of use, and I thought that certainly it seems to me that using electricity to extend growth or to have multiple crops probably pushes it into that space. Again, you know, we as Humboldt County are going to have to land on a definition for that as sooner rather than later, because it just gets bandied about, you know, as a term. When I don't like something, it's industrial. And so I want to make sure that, it certainly, I just don't know where the threshold gets crossed is, I guess, where I'm trying to get to. Those are just some of my thoughts on this. I did appreciate, although, you know, the applicant's attorney's understanding of level of significance or the threshold for the golden eagle issue. I had that question myself. What's the threshold of significance in the CEQA process for that? And I think that was something that I didn't see getting crossed in terms of the description of what I've seen on the table. So those are my thoughts on this so far. I'm still not quite there where I would like to see this go, but those are the things I want to lay out there. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Any other comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, Supervisor Wilson and the staff have covered most of them, but I keep falling back on this. We've heard a couple times about LLCs, and, you know, it almost sounds like there's some kind of strange espionage going on. So I just want to ask John Ford or Cliff from our staff if they have an idea of exactly what, I mean, I heard growth inducing, but I'm trying to figure out why all trying to draw connections with other existing LLCs. And I'm just curious. And so is Jesse, I think.
I'll take a shot at that. I don't know what connection that has, other than the fact that perhaps they're trying to say that maybe an LLC could be a blind partner in other LLCs. But based upon what I have been looking through in the background material, there seems to have been some information put on the record that tries to create some connections between Odessa LLC and some other LLCs that may be involved in some other things that have a negative history. And so I think it may have been confusing some things that were on the record.
Okay, kind of like guilt by potential association or something like that.
Council Billingsley, if you would, I have a question for you.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so we did have a question about connections that were mentioned in the appellant's presentation and then by one of the public speakers in terms of all of these various LLCs and their connections to each other. And what I read into that was a concern that this might actually be, a bigger enterprise than is evidence or is apparent by this application. So would it be appropriate for me to ask the appellant if she could address that? I mean, not the applicant, if she could address that?
Yes, Chair, I think that's fine.
Okay, Laura, could you clarify some of those concerns, those links between the various companies, corporations?
Single member LLCs owned by me, except for the 4651 one. That's a family LLC that owns the land in Eureka in the Opportunity Zone. It's land that we bought to build out a new building that will support our drying and processing, bringing jobs and investment to the city, because obviously I'm trying to move everything off-site. Bilwa is a potential Southern California distribution network that I've been trying to work on over the last 4 years, because I'm not sitting idle. Like, I'm not able to grow, but I'm networking and trying to actually find a way to move my product in the future. I'm investing in real estate in Eureka, trying to build out this facility where I can actually do these things. And none of these LLCs have any income. These are all just done for specific reasons that we need to. Like, I would like to have a separate company for this processing building. I might lease out space in it when I'm not using it. I have a separate company that's trying to work on distribution networks down south in LA. They're all like disregarded entities by the IRS, and they're all single member LLCs owned by me. So this kind of like deep state mystery connection thing, it's, it's funny to me personally, but yeah, they're all single member LLCs with my name on them.
The corporation was mentioned. I don't even remember the name of it. That same situation?
Yeah, the only one that is not owned by me is the 4651, and that's owned by an immediate family member owning the land in Eureka that we're planning for development that we already have permits for.
Great, thank you, Laura. Okay, any further questions or comments from the board? Okay, I have a few myself. Some of them have already been addressed, so I'm not going to go there. There was a mention of a settlement. I think that was addressed. Oh, it was about just doing outdoor cultivation. Okay. I had a question about the number of greenhouses. I missed that when you were making the presentation. You said originally the greenhouses were going to be an acre each, like 43,000 square feet, something like that. So how many greenhouses are in the plan now?
Well, thank you, Chair Fennell. I'll take that one. I counted them up off of the revised site plan that the applicant submitted, and I'm getting 52 hoop houses 52. That would then be occupying the same area that was proposed for the two large greenhouses, which were just under 1 acre each.
And what was
now it's 52 hoop houses.
What was the thinking on doing multiples instead of the two large ones? Laura?
Well, the gutter connected greenhouses were about 26 feet tall at the height. These smaller 8 to 10 feet tall hoop houses are ones that people can actually pull the tarp off themselves and like use like little manual tarp pullers. So instead of having these glass Venmo gutter connect, what you see in Canada or in Denmark, whatever, growing food crops, we're scaling down to hoop houses that are being manually pulled tarps with tarp pullers. And so they're much shorter, much lower profile than these like gutter connect glass Venmo greenhouses.
Okay, great. And would those greenhouses have fans?
No, no fans right now. What I'm doing is I'm putting string lights that run in the spring so it keeps the plants vegging, so that I can have one harvest earlier and then another harvest that finishes with the season as normal.
Let's see. You mentioned that the nearest neighbor was 4 miles, but I actually got some communications from people who said they were a half a mile or something like that? Or
I did hear it's somebody across the river, supposedly, that I've never seen. But from me to the bottom of the river on driving is still a mile. As far as I know, actually on Maple Creek Road, there are no permanent residents for 4 miles in either direction. And even that was a new neighbor that moved there 2 years ago before he just owned the property. So before that, my nearest neighbor was 6 miles away for the first 2 years that I was here.
Let's see. Oh yeah, there's a road that's going through the neighbor's parcel. Is that a kind of an easement situation or?
Yeah, that road's been used for over 20 years and it's 17 foot wide in most places and only needs a couple turnouts and a couple non-failing culverts to be replaced as per request of CDFW.
Okay, great. Thank you, Laura. I think that's all the questions. I mean, I didn't even intend on asking you all these questions, but I have more questions. So let's see. There's this issue of ongoing low-level human use. I think what we've been talking about over the last few projects that we've discussed is that it's not typical on a larger cannabis business for the human use to be low level. It tends to increase significantly. And I just want to make a note of that, that is something that I'm thinking about. And the other was the traffic. I'm not 100% sure. Some callers were bringing up the issue of whether or not you could really guarantee that there would be less traffic. So if you have an answer for that, I'd love to hear it.
I do. Actually, I am a farm labor contractor myself. That's another way I've been keeping busy. I just don't have a transport license. So that's actually not that hard to get. You just need to make sure to have all the right insurance and an appropriately licensed driver to transport farm workers. And our point for doing this is that we didn't want a bunch of people year after year to move in here to run the grow. I have plenty of friends that have been doing this that are local Humboldt people that work on other farms now that want to come work for me. And they're glad to sit in a van, read books, play on their phone, whatever, while they get transported to the site and then go home to a normal life on the coast where there's fun things and restaurants and groceries and everything else. So that came from the people that actually know that already want to work for me. And that is why we offered to do that, is because we're not expecting people to come and give up a life or import people from other places to come and live here and do this.
So is there, when you're running a business like this, are there times when there's more traffic than less?
I think the most traffic that we're going to have is setting it up. And that's why this number, 10 daily trips a day, is so high, is because they're taking on average, when we're harvesting, there's going to be, multiple cars coming. But that is like only specific weeks of the year, which is like harvest, July for the first one, October for the second one. And also this first year where we're actually bringing the pumice and bringing, machinery and everything to dig the beds, make everything. Like I expect traffic then. But especially after it's set up, the only traffic that is expected is one shuttle van coming in, one shuttle van going out. And already Scott and I have 2 separate cars and we go work off site. That's 4 daily trips right there. So save 4 daily trips. We have a van come in. Obviously there's going to be traffic when we have to harvest and do that. But, I imagine year 1, it's going to be heavy because we have to bring everything and set the place up. But after that, bringing amendments and everything, that doesn't take more than just a passenger truckload.
Thank you. I know there was one other one that I thought maybe you could answer, but I can't find it in my notes right now. If I get back to it, I will. So thank you very much, Laura. Director Ford, somebody brought up the fact that the Roosevelt elk are mentioned in the general plan update. Was that analyzed at all in the application?
So it's not addressed in the ISM&D. That is true. And the general plan in BS or BRS4 does identify sensitive habitat and does identify Roosevelt elk range.
Okay. And the other question, and then I'm sorry to go on so much, but what about processing? I know that was an issue with those buildings. So where is the processing going to happen?
Well, I understand the application modification right now, it's going to happen in Eureka.
So it would be dried on site and then taken to Eureka, or just taken to Eureka right away?
I'll let the applicant answer that.
Thank you.
In order to meet the conditions of approval, 80% renewables right off the bat and 100% renewable. And also just having that condition made me, severely want to limit the project, because if I already have to be on solar and I already have to, these are super expensive things we're talking about, and the technology is not there to do it at any percentage of a scale of what we were planning on doing. So we moved everything offsite. The plants get chopped and moved offsite to this building that we've already secured, already have permits for in Eureka, appropriate zoning. So.
Okay, thank you, Laura. So I have for now Supervisor Bohn, and then Supervisor.
And I guess this is through the chair and everything else to Laura. Is there product being trimmed on your property now with all the traffic that's going on? I go up there quite a bit, but is there product being brought onto your property, or is that just a lot of traffic with friends and family?
No, I don't have any product being trimmed right now. I had my 12 personal plants in 40-gallon containers, but no, I have a lot of friends and family that come during the visit this summer. We have another parcel on the river, go to the river, but I don't know what heavy traffic there is, because I know there's actually people beyond me that are not full-time residents that also have a lot of traffic.
Because I apologize. I've spent a lot of time up there, but I've got a couple really close friends of over 40 years that, I guess I could put it in simple terms, but they say it's a mess up there right now with as much traffic that's going in and out, people showing up on people's doorsteps that shouldn't at all times of night and everything else, and looking for, and that just concerns me. You seem like a really nice person, and these things, I think that bothers me more than I'm not worried about the elk, because there are more elk than we know what to do with. Like they said, they're going to start giving more, that's tearing down more fences you can know what to do with. I think we put more hurt on the eagles today than anything could do, just back and forth. But I just have a few people that are really concerned about all the traffic that has happened before this even gets on the ground. And now I'm hearing it's going to be one ban and everything's going to be cool. And it just never ends up that way. It feels to me. So I just wanted to make sure that some of these other sites weren't bringing up stuff to be trimmed. That was one of the things that I thought might be going on. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. Well, oftentimes when we get these things, we condition these to move if we're going to get past some of these issues. And so I have a question for John in terms of potential conditions that we might consider if we were to approve a project like this. One is getting a plan to deal with, or some kind of plan to deal with sudden oak death, import of compost, or some sort of certification that any imports of those kinds of materials are free from pathogens that might be of concern. And I would hope that, again, it's like I don't like making single projects to be the example, but in some ways I do. And if we could come up with that protocol in this case, then maybe we could really consider that protocol across the board. And probably I would say consider a future an ordinance to deal with this, I think is an issue. The other is, from my perspective, I would like to see the entire 600 acres be put into a single parcel, if it was up to me, and encumbered with a development restriction you know, that lasts at least as long as any sort of licensing of this facility. So that we're talking about land conservation in a space that really deserves it. And I think that the applicant knows, they love it. They know that it's something that's important, and I think that would be something that would be of consideration. And the third is it's interesting, we're talking about the transition of after 2 years, then getting rid of the backup generator. You know, another option would be that after 2 years, you move from full sun single harvest to hoop houses after 2 years. And so then basically then that's a threshold by which your office can review the situation, make sure that, you know, that everything's good, the neighbors are happy, that sort of thing. And then in that case, then moving to the hoop house is another, so transitioning in that direction. Plus it also addresses a little bit of the concern, you know, from some of what the appellants are talking about. I will say, I mean, I'm not, there are many arguments to the appellants that I am not, you know, prone to go along with, but there are some that I think are somewhat reasonable, and I named them here. And so those would address, I think, for me, would get me over the hump and moving into a space where I think this could be an approvable project. That I'm willing to be, you know, always to hear that my other supervisors offer what they think is reasonable or not, or maybe they want to not do this at all. I don't know. Just let them. Let's do this.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. With no other hands up right now, I'm just going to jump off. Okay, Supervisor Madrone.
Boy, these are lengthy discussions these last several weeks. I want to start out first by commending Laura and her team for having tried to jump through every hoop that's been placed in front of her. I met Laura about a year ago at a school board meeting out in Maple Creek, and I do know that the Maple Creek School would not be in existence today if it weren't for the new young families that are coming in and taking on the cannabis farming approach to life. So I do appreciate that, and I really appreciate the movement that's occurred on this project from when it was first submitted to where we're at right now, where you've, as you said, Laura, dropped 10,000 square feet off the table, which would have included a new road. That's huge. It's a big deal. Thank you. You have moved drying off the site to the other business that you've described. You've moved to hoop houses with extension of the season with string lights, but grown in the ground with amendments and carpooling. These are all things that help reduce impacts, and I very much appreciate your efforts in doing that. I will also say that, you know, it's an interesting thing about the people moving in, people moving out, whatever. I think really the essence of that comment is that you might have people in an area which there's always, you know, for the last 150 years, there's been homesteaders out in that valley and others living around that zone. Before that, there were Native Americans with village sites out in those areas. But I know the area well. I drove bus out there. I drove the high school students in the mid-1970s. I picked up the kids at Three Cabins Ranch there on the road, and all the other kids in Butler Valley, and took them into high school every day. So I also have done about 20, 30 years worth of watershed work out in that area on Maple Creek and Boulder, et cetera. So I know the area really well. The people move in thing, you know, Eagles can't tell the difference between CEQA and NEPA, federal law, bald eagle acts and stuff like that. That doesn't matter to them. There's no differentiation on their part as to what process we use to understand their habitat needs and potential impacts. So, I mean, I will just say that it does concern me that there are these two nests in the area and they're within 1.5 miles. not so much this project as it's slowly being modified, but the cumulative impact. And even if it's only 10 projects rather than 26, as was described earlier, there's still a lot proposed, and a lot of the ones that are still on the table that haven't come forward are 3 acres, 4 acres, and other things. So those things do concern me. And I do understand that, you know, these watersheds had a cap put on them of total acreage allowable under the ordinance. But I don't think what we took into consideration was, you know, I think when we did that, we're saying if we had this many acres in the whole Mad River watershed, it would be okay. We wouldn't be exceeding some cumulative impact. But that's really thinking about it as a spread out version. What we really have is a lot of federal land, a lot of timber company land, and only certain areas where there's private lands that are capable of coming forward and getting permits for cannabis farming. So what we're seeing is a concentration of activity in certain locations like Honeydew, like Maple Creek, like Dinsmore, and other places where you have that intersection of private lands in the watershed. And so what we really have is a high concentration of things happening in certain areas. And that's when the concerns really rise up more and become more of a concern. So, you know, the soils is a big concern. I actually have been in discussions with HOOPA. They're very concerned. The HOOPA Tribal Council and the reservation is very concerned about soil movement and the potential for sudden oak disease to be brought out to the HOOPA reservation via just transport of soils for cannabis farming. Even if it's humus and compost, those things are being trucked in. And the source of those things does matter. You know, if somebody has chipped up a bunch of tan oak or other things containing the spores and stuff, then it could easily be in the humus or the compost. It really depends on how hot the product gets as to whether or not you kill off these things. And usually you got to get up to like 2000 degrees or something, much hotter than a composting process will get you. So you don't necessarily kill off the pathogens. But again, Yana would be the expert in regards to that. But I will just say that I do think it's high time that we have a policy in the county about soil movement and, you know, how we are going to hopefully not exacerbate the spread of sudden oak disease, because if we think we're seeing a lot of dry fuel right now under the drought, boy, throw in what northern Mendocino is dealing with and now southern Humboldt with the die-off of vast tan oak forests. That's a huge fire nightmare. It doesn't take any expert to see that this project site is in an area of high fire risk. I mean, that area into the south is almost all prairies. Well, you know what? The reason there's prairies is because it's a fire regime. I mean, you can pretty much tie the two to the landscape. Wherever there's fire in our region, that's where the prairies tend to be. Fire will also burn through forests, as we know. So these things are all concerning. But I will say, you know, maybe a continuance would be a good thing. That's what we've done lately. One of the persons involved in the appeal did suggest that there might be some additional give that might be able to happen on the part of both parties. I certainly hope that's true. I'm not sure we're at that point right now where we have a majority of the board that's ready to support things as it is. But I do once again want to say thank you to Laura for the incredible movement towards reducing impacts. You know, going with grown in the ground, even with the two turns, as I understand it, a lot of people are doing this, the ruderalis species in the, you know, May, June, July to get that first crop out, the little dwarf species that came from Africa, and then putting in the more full term for the latter part of the summer. And getting those two turns, you know, is great. Financially, I get that. But it also, by not having the commercial greenhouses with the climate control and everything else, which you've given up on, that was going to be the year-round thing going on with noise and travel and traffic and disruption and everything else. Whereas what you're proposing now is more of a summer thing, right? It's not winter. It's not, you know, that kind of thing. So again, I appreciate the reduction that you've made. I hope that the parties can make further reductions in some way, but you know, 2 acres is a lot out in the middle of nowhere like that, but it's actually out in the middle of somewhere at any rate. That's my thoughts at this point in time.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got some questions for Director Ford, and then I think one for Laura as well. So, the fire is a concern. I mean, I think it's a concern all over the Pacific Northwest right now. What other sites of potential are that we have in the planning process for cannabis operations are in the same general area?
The same general area as this particular application?
Yeah, I mean, where there'd be similar fire concern, issues. Maybe I should say it that way.
So most of the cannabis applications are in a similar circumstance.
So I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to set I don't want to make, how do I say it? I'd like to find a way to apply our thoughts equally for all the other folks that are coming through the pipeline. And then I wanted to ask Director Ford, we heard some thoughts from Supervisor Wilson on something that he could potentially support. And I was curious of your thoughts on the 3 items that he mentioned, and the last one I was going to ask Laura her thoughts on that. But the Sudden Oak Protocol, which I think is a good idea, the merging of it into a single 600-acre parcel, and then a conservation for the life of the license. This is all new probably to you, but what are your general thoughts on if we came forward with that, what would you do with it?
Is that a question to Laura or to me?
And that's for you first to see, what is the likelihood, how we would do that.
So in all honesty, I've been sitting here noodling on how to write those conditions, and Cliff's shaking his head yes. So we're both thinking along those lines. I think those are things that can be implemented. I think that to write a condition to require a plan to be reviewed and approved before there's any cultivation or grading permits issued, that addresses a protocol for selecting soil that ensures that pathogens that would cause the spread of sudden oak death are not within the soil that's used on site is appropriate. I think that we can, in terms of requiring follow-up of that, not only can the plan be required up front, we can require annual reporting of that during our annual inspections so that they can show what soil they've got, how they made the decision that they're in compliance. That would be easily implemented. In terms of merging the entire 600 acres into a single parcel with development restrictions, I think that, if a good nexus can be made to the relationship of the property and protecting resources and requiring that consolidation to allowing the permit, I think that that's something that we can do and write a condition for. And to allow full sun outdoor cultivation for the first 2 years while monitoring the success of the site, and then allow moving to mixed light after that with the implementation of the solar on the building, so they have time to put everything in place. I think that's certainly a condition that can be implemented. And okay, I think that's good. Thank you very much. I might come back to you. And then so Laura, may I through the chair. Well, first of all, I thought more about the LLC question, and I think what it really came down to, they may be in your name. It probably is your family and friends, because we have had several reports of kind of some crazy driving. So just on a side note, I think it's really important to make sure whoever is coming through there respects the neighbors, but that's kind of another issue. So you heard what Supervisor Wilson did mention. I know you've done a lot of give already. I was really glad to see all those changes in between the Planning Commission and when it's come to us. But from what I'm hearing from the other supervisors, it's probably going to need some more.
And Supervisor Wilson did suggest some items, and I was curious to your thoughts. And after hearing what Director Ford said, where are those things that you could, I know it's asking you to give more, but it may come down to that. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are, at this moment on what you heard.
So I'd be more than happy to help provide any reporting and follow-up plan that would prevent sudden oak death and create any mitigations and reporting and accountability. That sounds great to me. I'm more than willing to do outdoor for the first 2 years and work with the county to move into a mixed light situation. And I forgot what the other ones were, honestly, except the one thing that I'm not comfortable with is saying that I want to join 618 acres together. Like right now, one of my conditions of approval is that we're already joining a 433 acre parcel. The 185 is separate. That's where my house is. I'd like to potentially own that personally as an individual without having my company and everything tied up with it. So my goals in life are like to own that 185 and then have it be my permanent residence. The 433, I would like it to be owned by the company. It's already so much bigger. These two parcels already were never connected. I'd like to, have the 433, I'm okay with joining, I understand it. But if I have a 600 acre property and I'm growing outdoor, like I feel like in other parts of the county, I would have been getting like 3 acres of outdoor or 4 acres of outdoor. It was 1 acre per 100 acres plus, like here I am doing 2 acres of outdoor and mixed light, and I'm more than happy. It's 4 years in the making. I just want to work. Like I'm in my 20s. What am I waiting for, But But I also wanted to bring up about the fire safety. We already plan on getting a fire truck. I'm putting in open roof, 500,000 gallon storage tanks. Those can be accessed by helicopter by CAL FIRE. I'm putting in a massive pond that is accessible by fire pond. And having a fire truck on site means we're dealing with problems as they happen then and now, and hopefully helping our neighbors or anybody else that needs it too. Look, we have access to all this water that wasn't there before. More than happy to do that. And I think that it's good to have some people out here that can do that, because if there's random hunters or other visitors out there, or even I know there's further elderly neighbors, like much further on the road than me. Like they're not going to be able to handle it by themselves. Like I'm glad to be there with a team of able-bodied young people that are happy and willing to do that work and have a fire truck and access to water. I'm more than happy to do anything. The only things that bother me is like giving the appellant more time. I think they had plenty of time. They couldn't produce anything. They're just trying to prevent me from growing another season because they're anti-development. And I also do not want to join both properties together. I'm already joining a 433 acre parcel.
Okay, thank you, Laura. And through the chair to just continue. I'm not a real fan of continuing this if we don't have to. I mean, if that is the only option, but I have a stack on my desk and it's labeled appeal pile because we are, it's like we have these hearings and we spend 4 hours and then we try to get people together. And, if we can come to a resolution that works, I think that would be best now versus later. So that's just my thought on, trying to kick it down the road, because if we do that with every one of our appeals that's coming up, we're going to have 10-hour meetings every week. So, and I'm more than happy to be here, but I'm sure staff would like to not have to do that all the time.
Estelle,
you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. So I appreciate the concern from the applicant. Just so I'm not one of those people who goes through all the thank yous for all the stuff you've done, because everyone else already said it. So I want to be really clear that I appreciate all those efforts. But what I'm really trying to get at is to do on this piece to reduce the potential for cumulative impacts on all at any level possible. And so while subdivision or is not maybe the biggest issue, certainly an encumbrance on the other 185 acres that to not have commercial cannabis would probably put a lot of people at ease. And that's what I'm talking about in terms of, you know, in basically enveloping the 600 acres and having an encumbrance that that there's not an expansion beyond what we're approving in terms of the footprint of commercial cannabis in this space. And so if there's language that we can come to that gets to that place, then I think we've done that. Then I think we're moving in the right direction. And I would ask and offer that the applicant, you know, beyond this space, if we're able to get past this and have that encumbrance be codified, then, you know, land trusts like the North Coast Regional Land Trust and others can help in terms of long-term good management practices, which I know that, again, the applicant is interested in and wants to see in those spaces. I think I am assuming that those are goals that they appreciate and want to see, and especially with, you know, if this is the model for our sudden oak death or soils management, then that's great. I mean, like I said, I would like to see it codified in an ordinance to, you know, moving forward if it was up to me. So putting this back to the applicant, can we have a condition or that basically encumbers both parcels to limit cultivation to what is being proposed in this project?
So I would like to chime in here. I know that my board probably to a certain extent is having appeal fatigue, but this is the world we live in, and this is what we're going to have to do. And so my concern is that we spend hours here now hammering out the fine points of an agreement, a compliance agreement. And I'm wondering, and I'm going to ask Director Ford, could we direct you to work with the applicant to address the issues that we've brought up and come back at a time certain, let's say 2 weeks from now, something like that, not really putting it off, but giving you the time to work out something that that is acceptable to everybody.
So just in direct answer to the question, we will do whatever the board directs us to do. So if you want us to bring something back, we will. If you want us to work on something to try to finish it today, we will do that.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn and then Supervisor Bass.
Yeah, I understand where Supervisor Wilson's going. Almost feels like we're gonna 600 acres, but we're not gonna let them do anything else on the other property. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know the other 173 when I look at the map, if they can even access it. I don't know. I mean, I think this is somebody's going to say, hey, you said you're never going to grow it. I don't know if we have to be that. I don't know. I just feel like we're being kind of draconian in a way. The only thing I want to make sure is I think there's more than 10 trips a day going in and out of there now. I want it in the condition that there would be no more than 12 trips total, because we've been saying it usually will only be 1 or 2, and I'm having a hard time with the drying, and you're gonna have 2 acres and you're gonna bucket up and only take a few trips out. I mean, you can bring 40 footers in, I guess, but that's a lot of greenery. But with that being said, I mean, I appreciate, Laura, I appreciate everything you're doing. I'm not gonna, you know, I just appreciate what you're doing, because you're getting a little beat up here, and you're taking it very well. And I would like to hammer this out. I don't want to kick it down the road. I want to. Director Ford said we can make this happen. I would like to make sure that the travel trips that have been the bane of some of the people up there, that they have called me, who I trust very much. Don't really know you've met them. They just don't like all the travel. And knowing that there was a deal on the table that I didn't know anything about going into this. But now that it's here, I guess I should have known it, but I appreciate it. But I think we can hammer something out. But if we're all going to get our little pieces, they're going to, I want to make sure that the neighbors, it's the trips.
Through the chair, if I may, I want to just address what Rex is saying. and offer that 2-year period with a would basically, there'd be a threshold of 2 years where something like that could be a performance measure, where then that's where it's evaluated, where if the trips are where they're supposed to be and the traffic's down to where it's supposed to be, then that's the trigger to allow, at the discretion of the planning director to move past that point. And so there would be motivation to get to that place. I'm just offering that out there.
Game cam.
So I just want to chime in here that the traffic issues is pretty high on my radar too. So where are we at this point then? We have, if we're going to hash this out, as everybody says, how determined are you to request that 600 acre merge, Supervisor Wilson? And then we'll go to Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I'm okay with not merging the 600 acres so long as there is some sort of development encumbrance related to cannabis that covers the entire amount, so that we can all move forward knowing that is part of the thing. And part of that is because, what we're hearing from folks in that community is that there needs to be, or they're not in, and we're hearing from other places that, when a household is tied directly to a cannabis operation, oftentimes that's helpful in keeping track, like owner occupied, basically, right? I mean, there's been incidences where that's not been great, and we've seen that too. But in this case, I think you really do have a very responsible, potential in there, and this would basically tie that responsibility together, and I think would help move in the direction. So maybe what we could do is take a 5 or 10 minute break and have staff come back with conditions that meet these if we want to try and get this done today. Otherwise, I would personally advise us to continue this with what we've talked about and ask staff to come back. But I think maybe John could address whether he thinks he can come back with those conditions within the next 10 or 15 minutes. Or we could even go to another item and come back to.
We have 2 items outstanding from 2 different departments, and we have to address them today. And as far as continuing, talk to Director Ford, see if it can be next week that you come back with those. But before we go to any further in this discussion, Supervisor Madrone had his hand up as well.
Well, thanks. It sounds to me like we're actually very close. Again, thanks to Laura's constant shifting. So Laura, did I hear you say that you don't want to merge the 433 with the 185? You want to keep those separate, but you're willing to merge the 43. There's 2 parcels in there in the 430, whatever it was. So you're willing to merge the 2 parcels into the 433. Do not want to add the 185 to that merging. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. But if I can, I'd love to add a comment about traffic. I don't know if it's appropriate now.
Well, let me finish my other question, because I think we're close on a bunch of these things, maybe not traffic. But and then the other thing was whether or not to deed restrict the 185 to no growing, nothing happening there. I did already hear you give up on the 10K that would have been on the larger parcel. Is that a problem for you, giving up the cannabis rights on the 185?
No, giving up rights on the 185 is okay.
Okay. I was going to say, hey, you might want to do a 2,000 square foot grow and not have to go through all this stuff on your curtilage parcel, and I frankly would be just fine with that. And if there was all a bunch of 2,000 square foot grows all over done right, I'd be a happy camper. But well, given that, I think we're pretty much at a close agreement between the board and the applicant in particular. I'm not sure that we've satisfied all the appellant's concerns, but we've come a long way. And I heard Laura say that she was even willing to do only grown in the ground one turn in the first 2 years. And that after the first 2 years, it would be hoop houses and light strings to do extension, season extending 2 grows. Again, Laura, please.
Yeah, if I could talk more about that. I mean, honestly, I did say that, but now that I think about it, like I already went from like light supplementation, 1,000-watt LEDs to using string lights to have 2 harvests. If the concerns for these neighbors that have never reached out to me but wrote in letters is traffic, the amount of traffic that we're going to require to harvest all of the 2 acres at once, because they're all going to get ready within a couple weeks, versus staggering a harvest because you can pull light depth and control that. All right, we have these 3 or 4 hoop houses that are going to harvest this week, and then like stagger it like that. That's going to make the traffic situation all of a sudden, you know, if you spread it out, yes, there's going to be traffic, but if you make somebody endure a lot of traffic all at once, all of a sudden they're going to think, you know, even if it's the same amount of trips a year, they're going to get so annoyed with it because there will be a time in October when it's going to be just a ton of it. And so, you know, if I'm trying to appease 2 neighbors that have concerns about traffic, and I could go, you know, one thing that I'd be willing to do if it would make the mixed light with the string lights more doable now is I could go to 100% solar and not be able to do anything on generators if that would appease the board. But I think limiting me to just outdoor when on ordinance 1 that I applied to, I was going to do something so much bigger, and I've already gotten to the point where I can do light deprivation with very little. Like maybe if I'm all solar, maybe that will make the case that would be more appealing to you. I really don't want to have to do that, to give that up. I mean, it's a huge loss. And it makes the workload entirely different. It becomes entirely more hard manual labor because now you're managing giant plants instead of much smaller plants. So just to put that out there.
So if I could through the chair, just to kind of summarize what I've heard in regards to conditions, to try and be helpful to move us along. One, the 10,000 square foot grow on the 400 and some acre parcel has been removed, including the new road that would have been associated with that. All the drying and processing have been moved off site. You've talked about your Eureka facility you're building. You are agreeable to 2 acres in the ground, but you would like to have hoop houses to be able to do the 2 runs starting right away, but you're willing to do all solar from the very beginning with no generator, and you're willing to test your imported soil for sods or sudden oak disease, and no grows on the 185 acre site. Although I would say, unless it's a 2,000 square foot curtilage grow under our new small farmer ordinance. That's what I've heard out there from the applicants' willingness to support conditions. Does that seem fair, Laura, in terms of a summary?
Yes, I agree to all those.
Okay, so I think Supervisor Bass, you had your hand up, and I know Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just thinking of the comment you had made about still bringing us back. I'm thinking if we can take our other items are not with the planning and building director, correct? At least one of them isn't.
No, neither one of them are. It's the Public Works and Treasurer Tax Collector.
Well, it seems to me that we could put our efforts into that and perhaps see what staff can come back with as far as what they've heard in actually written form, instead of necessarily doing another 2 weeks later. I just know that if we come back in another 2 weeks, it's going to be another 3-hour meeting, and I don't care. I don't mind staying the time. It's just the applicants, everyone's got attorneys on the line. There's a lot of dollars that go into this. And if we can get this figured out today, I just think it'd be really good. That's just my appeal.
That's fine. Supervisor Bass, I don't think we're ready yet to hand it off to the planning director. We still have the outstanding issue of traffic. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I just, and Laura, I understand during build out, when you're getting everything going, there's going to be more than 12 trips. I understand that. There's going to be windows where you have more than 12 trips. I'm just saying it can't happen every day. I mean, it can happen. I mean, I'm talking 90% of the time, 95% of the time. I understand what the cultivation cycle will do. I understand what the travel will do, especially if you're going to buck it up and take it into town. I fully understand with that, and I think that can work. But I think to keep that in mind, I think Supervisor Wilson had a great idea. It would give us a good barometer to go by to make sure that isn't being abused. So, I mean, 12 trips a day. I mean, and then what this does, this also allows your help saying, hey, lunchtime, I want to run down to the river and take a dip and come back. I mean, we'd all love to take a little time off at lunch and go to the river and take a dip, but you're not going to be able to, because that's going to create an issue for you, your employer. So I fully agreed. And I can agree, knowing full well there's going to be cycles in there where you're going to up it up. But I think you need to be really conscious of what's going on. And I think that would put some of these neighbors at ease, because they have not been happy about this. But now Supervisor Madrone, Supervisor Wilson have given a lot of ammunition to John Ford to put in his pistol and bring back. My big concern is traffic. Do you have enough to work with, Director Ford, before we get too worried about you having enough to work with? You got enough Legos to build a house?
I got lots of Legos. The one question I would have that you just touched on is, it seemed that part of the rationale for the 2 years of outdoor was to make it a little bit more of a provisional process, whereby if things were happening in compliance, that there would be that definitive check. And I just appreciated Supervisor Madrone's summary of all that, but just going to solar immediately addresses one concern but not the other.
Yeah, and just for the record, I'm still on the 2 years outdoor before. I think I understand the concern that Laura has expressed, but I do think that that transition and provisionality of it will be helpful in taking the temperature down a bit with relationship to the neighborhood and some other issues. So for me, I'm sticking with that for now.
And let's just remember that we're going in the direction of appellations of origin, et cetera, and that would be a qualifier in terms of the value of this product if it's grown outdoor in the ground. So again, I wanted to reiterate that to Director Ford, that Supervisor Bohn mentioned the limitation of 12 trips, and I think we should, I support that also. So I'd like to see that included. And are there any other, okay, Supervisor Bass.
And just in regards to the car trips, you know, I would think that, and this doesn't have to be in the conditions, I don't think, but I do believe Laura, from all of this conversation, is probably pretty cognizant now of concerns of neighbors. And so if there's any times where there's going to be any extra traffic, you know, I would just, highly suggest just being really open with the neighbors and saying, hey, I just want you to know that there's likely to be more traffic. So that's just part of being a good neighbor. And, but sometimes it gets overlooked because we're all so busy. So.
Well, we talk a lot about good neighbors over the last several weeks. Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, so just the last thought on traffic. Traffic is always a concern and an issue, but in all fairness, the majority of the traffic on that road in the summertime is log trucks. For instance, the other day when I went out there, I passed 10 log trucks coming in, and that's where you have not only a serious traffic issue, but a lot of wear and tear. Anybody that's driven the Maple Creek Road over the last 30, 40 years has seen that road continuously deteriorate over time. And I get a lot of complaints from constituents out there about that. And while we're not in a logging boom right now, the other day there was 10 trucks on one day, and that was just 1 hour driving in. I know there are also a lot of vehicles, and I suspect that, you know, I mean, what we're doing here with Laura and the agreements that Laura is making, I've never heard any other cannabis operators anywhere agree to doing carpools. Now, it probably won't be perfect. I think she understands that. But, you know, there's an effort being made here to constrain the impact from this particular operation in regards to traffic. And if people are seeing a whole lot, we just heard Laura say, well, that's not from my operation. I'm not growing this summer. There are interim permit applicant people out there that are growing and are processing and are trimming and are, you know, related to some of this, if not a fair amount of this traffic. So all we can really do is try and look at each individual project, find ways to mitigate that. We've come up with that approach here. And then we can think about the overall cumulative impact of another 8 to 10 projects coming up in this area that I am aware of that will add to that traffic volume over time. And, you know, hopefully we will put similar conditions on those in regards to soil and sods and transport and traffic and other things. So, you know, each week we go into this, we're kind of developing more guidelines under our new regime here, I guess, or something. So anyway, I agree with what Supervisor Bass said. Let's take the break, do the other couple items, and come back with what Director Ford can provide to us if we're close. But I know we're not in full agreement yet. But thank you.
But I have another Supervisor Bohn.
I'm on the traffic. I'm not talking about Maple Creek Road. I'm not talking about logging that has been taken on there for 80 years. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the road to their actual property. That's where I'm talking trips. It's going to be hard to name whose car is who. There is a road that dead ends in, you know, into them that goes through some neighbor's property and stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying, you know, I'm not counting all the trucks. I'm glad to see some logs coming out of there because they pay that stumpage. So, and in the long run, we need to approve these things and approve some logging and everything else because we want to rebuild everything and we got to have the money to do it. So I agree with that. And I says, I think what we did is I know there's going to be build out times. I know there's going to be, but I just said, I've never said anything about Maple Creek Road. I'm talking about the access road to them. So, and then the other thing is we're talking about no cannabis growth on that 173 acres. I love your vision of the 2,000 and everything else, but we said no marijuana growing, packaging, trimming, or anything. And unless I made the rules. So I don't think we're making special side deals here. I just don't think we asked for it not to be there. I don't think she probably wants it there. It sounds like, and she's okay with that. So I will stick with that too. So.
Yeah, I agree with that too. So, okay, let's give you all a chance, Director Ford and whoever else you need to come back. We're going to move, and then I guess you'll just have staff monitor for when we're back onto this item. Hopefully these two items are going to be pretty quick. Don't know, but you probably have 15 minutes, would be my guess. 10 anyway.
Very good. Thank you.
Director Ford and Cliff. So we're going to continue that right now until we've done the next two items. So the next item on the agenda comes to us from the Public Works Department. Mr. Bronco, I saw you here very early today, and there you are again. Thank you for your patience. This is, I think, it's another exciting approach that we're going to take to address some issues that are coming up, and this has to do with private roads. So welcome, Bob.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Good evening, board members. The item before you today is intended to be a toolbox to enable private road owners the ability to have their roads, the speed limits on the private roads enforced by law enforcement. This is something that is allowed under the vehicle code, and by adopting this framework, it will go ahead and allow private road owners the ability to opt in. The key word is it's opt in. This is not forcing anyone to do anything, but simply to opt in and petition the Board of Supervisors to pass a resolution that would then allow law enforcement to enforce speed laws on the road. There is no commitment that law enforcement would have the capacity to enforce the speed laws on a given road, and the capacity of law enforcement to provide such a service is likely to vary over the years based upon funding and staffing. With that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, so I would ask County Council to introduce the ordinance, please, by title.
Thank you, Chair. Before your board is introduction of an ordinance adding Chapter 3 related to private roads to Division 2 of Title 4 of the Humboldt County Code.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson and then Supervisor Bass.
Thank you. I just have a question with relationship to the cost of enforcement. So I'm just wondering, I mean, if private road owners opt in and those areas are enforced, does the public pay for enforcement of that particular thing? And maybe, you know, what if the property owners or the private road owners could be installing things like, you know, speed bumps or other things that might slow it down and take care of the problem themselves? I mean, is the expectation is the public is going to be paying for enforcement, where maybe the private property owners might have something else they might want to deal with? So.
Go ahead, Bob.
In this particular case, enforcement is provided by law enforcement. It's my understanding that the fees collected from the tickets are part of what funds law enforcement, and that's the way that service is provided. The ability to put other traffic calming measures such as speed humps, speed bumps, chicanes, that's something that any private owner could go ahead and do without needing to involve the Board of Supervisors. It's simply wanting to utilize the vehicle code section that allows law enforcement to enforce speeds on private roads is what this particular tool in the toolbox is for.
Doesn't this also include other aspects of the vehicle code, and such as, you know, parking on the side or blocking traffic, those kind of things?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, all right. But it generally brings the potential for use of the vehicle code on an area that the county is no longer maintaining. Yeah, okay. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From what I can tell, I mean, this is just to allow law enforcement. It's not a requirement. I mean, obviously, I'm sure anyone at the road that fits this descriptor would love to have the, you know, often, but it sounds like it's left basically probably to the law enforcement agency itself to decide whether they have the time, the ability, or the need based on complaints. I mean, it doesn't require them to do the law enforcement checking speed, from what I can tell. So, you know, I thought it was a good addition. I didn't get any calls against it, you know, but I think people would mostly support it. I'm just curious what the downfall is, or what the potential problem is. Can you talk, Bob?
Go ahead, Bob.
Why do people not? I can't talk anymore.
That's what Bob's saying. Oh, okay.
The potential downfall of such a program is the expectation that law enforcement would be able to provide a level of service that they simply aren't able to go ahead and provide. And that could create issues in dissatisfaction between what the public wants and what law enforcement is able to go ahead and deliver.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It does spell it out. It doesn't require it. I think that one of the areas I'm aware of is in the Myersvet area, and they've already done a poll of their neighbors, and they're pretty much in agreement that there should be some form of speed limit, those kind of things. So this would allow them to move forward. I know that, and I know there's other areas that are experiencing issues with roads that are not being maintained by the county. So it's pretty, I would say it's a solution. We're always looking for solutions, and this is one. It originated in Santa Cruz, right, Bob?
That's correct. This ordinance is modeled after one that Santa Cruz has developed and deployed. And to my understanding from Santa Cruz, it is working for their needs.
Supervisor Bohn.
So, Bob, on a private road, you don't need to be a licensed driver, and the vehicle does not need to be registered, right?
Unfortunately, I'm not the best person to ask about vehicle code requirements, whether or not you need to be licensed or your vehicle does. I would imagine at this point, once a private road is allowing the vehicle code to be enforced, it then is triggering those requirements for properly licensed vehicles, drivers, insurance, the whole shebang.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, thanks for bringing this forward, Bob. You know, I will say that in McKinleyville, I get a tremendous amount of calls about the private roads, or if they're private, or if they're county, or whatever. And as you know, I'm constantly contacting your office to get clarification on whether or not it's a county road or a private road. And there's probably a lot more there simply because it's not a city, it's unincorporated, but it's like a city. So there's a huge amount of roads, right? Whereas around most of the county, most folks are familiar with what a county road is in their area versus a private road. You know, that separation is much more clear in the bulk of the county. But in a place like McKinleyville, the lines get blurred really, really quickly. And I'm just thinking that this kind of thing actually sort of gives people even more encouragement to think that somehow the county should be even more responsible for their private road, because now we're saying, well, we'll allow you to go ahead and set a speed limit on there, you know, and then there becomes an expectation around that. And you've talked about that in your staff report here, that, you know, there might be that expectation, but it's the highway patrol that enforces the speed limit laws, the traffic laws. But it's hard enough getting the highway patrol to patrol our county roads, let alone getting them out onto private roads. In the staff report, it talks about how this would be a benefit to road maintenance associations or homeowners associations. You know, in McKinleyville, in the new subdivisions, they're required to do a homeowners association and pay an assessment fee for road maintenance, landscape, and streetlights, and all these different things. The streetlight money goes to the community service district. The landscape and the road maintenance money goes to the county. So that's a county maintained road funded by a homeowners association. So there are these little nuances, right? So if you're just a homeowners association or a road maintenance association that was just formed kind of on your own for whatever reasons you had or wanted, but it's not part of that system where it pays assessments into the roads, that's a very different type of association and such. So I'm not sure how I feel about this one, frankly. I just know that there's already confusion around these private road issues. I don't think this helps that. I think it might make it more confusing, but I certainly value yours and Tom's input on this and what you think about that.
Well, Supervisor Bohn, and then I do see
this is really good for me, because in Ayton, and a half, some odd years, I've never got a phone call about somebody speeding on the private road. I've had, but with that being said, I do get people talking about, illegal parking on private roads and issues with that. I get a lot of issues because I have a lot of 1 mile roads, single lane 1 mile roads that go to 1 or 2 farms that we have to grade and take care of every couple times a year, 2-3 times a year and things like that. So I'm aware of this, but those were all taken into our road system in the early 60s. So and tried to get rid of it in the 90s, but it didn't work. So I don't know, and I again, I don't have the problem, Cutting, Lolita. I've had really great luck with our CHP and the command and everything else with patrolling our county roads. They've got a great working agreement with them, and I send them thank yous on a regular basis for that. So, but asking them to do private roads, I fully agree with you, Supervisor Madrone. I don't think I don't know how they're gonna track them to do, over 25 on a dirt road, dirt private road. So this is kind of tough. I don't know if I'm glad Santa Cruz has it and it's working really well in Santa Cruz, but I don't know where this came from. Let me clarify. I don't know why it came forward, because I see it's harder to, Mr. Matson's going to tell me, but we have so many issues to take care of. I don't know if this is one we need to fall on.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Director Matson.
Yeah, this came from a specific request from the public, and we're just responding to the public. And it does require them to opt in. It doesn't apply to everybody unless they opt in. And it does include a variety of road offenses. Driving without a license is one. The speeding, stopping at intersections, following too closely, reckless driving, parking and standing vehicles. And yes, it does put an additional burden on law enforcement. It stretches out the resources they don't already have. But we are just responding to a request from a public for something that is allowable in the state and putting it in front of you for consideration. I would imagine the way it probably would work was the residents would work with each other, and if they have a problem resident that's doing something over and over and over at the same time, that would be something that maybe law enforcement could help with, because they would only have to go in there, say at 2:00 in the afternoon when this guy's racing up and down the road. But it is a request from the public. It is allowable under California state law, so we are putting it in front of you for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Matson. Supervisor Wilson.
Well, I'm kind of with Rex on this. I don't really, I hear what Director Matson's saying, but I don't think it's ripe unless the public, and I'm not sure who it is, isn't working with their supervisor. I think, it just seems like that would be appropriate to do. Otherwise, you're just kind of getting some bewildered looks from us. And I just want to emphasize that I think that I would continue this and ask that that the community, the affected community, reach out and work with their supervisor to see if this is really the solution to their problem. Because again, I have not heard of this as being an issue in my neighborhood, and I would want to be a little more specific.
Okay, well, I can just tell you, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do know of one area where the Community Services District in Mars Flat has concerns about fire safety for their accessing their infrastructure. There's a road that has basically been abandoned by the county, and they've done a poll of the neighbors. Neighbors are not opposed to them moving forward to address some of those issues, but they don't have any way they can do that without some kind of help from the county. And this was what Bob came up with. Now, am I right in that, Bob? And then his response was, this means that if this idea comes up with another area, another CSD, we'll already have a platform in place. But if it has to be a one-off, I guess that's it. What's your take on that, Bob? Your mic, need your mic.
That is correct. So after receiving the concern from the community and doing our research, that's where we investigated and found that County of Santa Cruz had something that looked like it was a good model to be able to replicate for the county as a way to help address this community concern. And that's why we're bringing it forward. We do want to try to help communities as much as we can when they do have a concern and they do want to have a vision. How can we facilitate getting them the services that they want? And that's what this ordinance will do.
Ready? So, Supervisor Madrone.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So basically, if private road landowners post some sort of a speed limit sign, they may have every right to do that on a private road, like the Vermeer property owners we were talking, a few weeks back about what they can do on their own private road, and they can post whatever they want. The point is that without a framework ordinance like this, we would not then be able to pass resolutions that would then give authority to the CHP to enforce those speed laws and things like that. Is that an accurate statement, Bob?
That is correct.
Okay. From that perspective, I can see it as a tool that you guys are bringing forward, and I'm willing to deal with whatever repercussions in my district. They'll mainly be in McKinleyville over confusion of private roads versus county roads, but so what's new? And I have gotten calls from people about speed, and they're also complaining about the potholes. And I said, well, if we fix the potholes, then that's your best speed protection, actually, right there is the potholes. But so at any rate, it's a tool. I don't see any problems with it per se, and I'm more than willing to deal with clarification in my district if I need to. So thanks for the explanation of this.
Your motion?
Yes, I would move that we support staff recommendation on this.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. I'm going to go to public comment on this. I see we have some. 3053, if you press *6, join the conversation. Welcome.
Good evening, Thomas Mulder here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Thomas.
This is actually the agenda item why I've been on the call all day. I'm highly opposed to this agenda item. I feel it could be an overstretch from law enforcement to try to start patrolling private roads that are maintained by private dollars. I do not agree with that. I think it takes away our rights as private owners and citizens of those areas. My daughter learned how to drive on my private road that leads to my private property. My son enjoys at 9 years old learning how to drive on that same road. I maintain the road myself with help of neighbors, but all the financial burden since abatements, it all falls on me. I do not want law enforcement to feel that they have any reason to come enter private roads unless called upon. So highly, highly opposed to it. I think that's where the back roads, people learn how to drive, all those kind of things, putting in statutes of registration, all those kind of different things. People have farm trucks, hill trucks, different things like that. I don't support this, and I think it's really offensive that it's out. If it's mainly just for developed areas, change your ordinance and your language to specifically state in areas that are highly developed parcels, 5,000 square feet and under, up to 1 acre parcels. Really, really bad. I think it's an overstretch. And we have a 5 mile per hour road sign up, multiple of them. That's the speed limit. All the neighbors, 5 to 10 miles per hour, drive respectfully. So I'm against it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thomas. And we do have another speaker, 3668. If you would press *6, you can join the conversation. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. My name is Tyler Mendoza, and I just wanted to speak. I know a lot of the legality has already been discussed, but I just want to talk about how I know Laura and Scott personally, and I know that they are outstanding people, and I know that they would work.
Mr. Mendoza, we're not talking about that item right now. We're talking about a separate item. If you wish to speak on the other item, that public comment's already been received. Public comment is closed on that. Sorry about that. We had a lot of speakers, but thank you for your interest in that.
Wow. Okay.
Thank you. So no further comment on this item. And I'll bring it back. I want to just very quickly ask either Bob or Tom, can you explain the difference between what Thomas was talking about and the road in question, Boy Scout Camp Road? Was that originally a public road or not?
Well, the answer to that question isn't whether it was a county road or not. This would apply to any private road that the homeowners petition the county to have law enforcement on. So we wouldn't go out and say, put speed limits and put the CHP on Thomas's road if they don't want it. They have to opt in personally as the road owners. They have to opt in. Like I said, it's a tool to help with a problem that's been out there. I could talk a little bit about a road in McKinleyville, City Center Drive. Fully built out road, not a county road, never been a county road, it's a through road, serves a service district. They get no enforcement, even though they've asked for it time and time over the years. Again, this is not us going out and telling people we're going to be enforcing on your private road. It's people on the private road coming to the county.
Now would be fine, or whenever.
Not me.
Somebody's on there that shouldn't be on there, so. Okay.
So anyway, I understand Thomas's concerns, but it's not a thing that the county would force on anybody. It's a thing that the residents would ask the county to do.
Supervisor Bohn, thanks, Tom.
And that would be a majority of the residents, or let's say if you have a lane with 100 people on it, 2 of them want it to be patrolled. Is that what it takes, or would it be a majority of the kind of like a? Would we handle this kind of like a speed hump, where 66% of the people have to agree?
Actually, in this particular incident, they did a poll of 40 residents, and there were 42, and they had 40 yes responses and 2 no's.
I'm talking overall. That road, they didn't check 40 of the road I'm thinking about. So
yeah, but go ahead, Bob.
The ordinance doesn't have a implementation framework to it. That's something that we didn't pursue, as far as if there should be a certain percentage of the community that supports it before we go ahead and bring something before the Board of Supervisors for a resolution. But clearly that is an issue, because if you have a small minority wanting to do something when the majority of the people along the road are not in favor of it, then clearly we would just be creating a big nuisance in front of the Board of Supervisors, as 2 people are speaking in favor and a whole long line of people are speaking in opposition of it.
So could we make the implementation measure on adopting a speed limit on a private road the same implementation of 66% like a speed hump?
Yeah,
it's the same. It's the same inconvenience or convenience, depending on what side you're on.
I think that's appropriate, Supervisor Bohn.
All right.
Okay, supermajority. Could we add that in, Bob? And could the motioner add that to their motion?
Well, I would add that in, and I assume that Tom and Bob and staff will bring back a more detailed framework guidelines for implementation.
Sound good? Tom?
So to move something forward, a public hearing is required, and we could just make that part as the departmental policy that we will not move it to the board unless we get a 2/3 majority, and just keep that as a department policy. And so if people come forward, we say, if you get 2/3, we'll schedule a public hearing.
Perfect.
That's good.
Make it so.
Righty. Any further discussion? Go to Ryan for a roll call. You're still there, Ryan.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes, if I can ask one more question.
Of course.
Under the same prospect, somebody puts a speed limit out there, so we start having patrols and it actually works negatively. Can the same 66% petition the board to go back to what they were? Is that can you reverse your policy?
I assume we could have an opt-out.
Okay.
Opt-in, opt-out.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Fennell.
Everybody who voted already okay with that change?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay. 6:05. Been a long day, a little bit scrappy here, and I really appreciate your patience with us, Director Madsen and Bob. So we'll go on to the next item, and the next item is this also comes to us for Public Works. Sorry about that. Sorry, you guys. I thought we had a treasurer tax collector one as well.
Yeah, business licenses.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So let's go to this one, which is another ordinance having to do with parking restrictions in Samoa and Trinidad. And maybe we'll just start with Council Billingsley reading the ordinance.
Thank you, Chair. Before your board is introduction of an ordinance amending sections 431-78 and 431-79 relating to parking restrictions in the Trinidad and Samoa area of Chapter 1 of Division 3 of Title 4 of the Humboldt County Code.
Thank you.
Right. In 2017, an ordinance was approved to establish no parking zones on both New Navy Base Road and Ocean View Drive. A coastal development permit to allow the placement of the signs was not obtained, and thus the ordinance was not fully implemented. In July of 2020, the department received a coastal development permit from the zoning administrator. The CDP was subsequently appealed to the California Coastal Commission, and Public Works has been meeting with the appellants to work through the Big Lagoon areas, that community's concerns. And to date, the community has worked through to identify concerns and to rank the concerns in terms of priority. And we're at the point of beginning to develop solutions to their top concerns and gaining community support for the solutions, and ultimately how we're going to go ahead and implement these solutions. The appellants are willing to work with the county and may be willing to withdraw their appeal of the coastal development permit. One of the items of concern that the Big Lagoon community has is to roll back the no parking ordinance on Ocean View Drive. And this ordinance addresses that concern to create a clean slate for the Big Lagoon area community. Concurrently, staff did identify that the post miles in the new Navy Base Road no parking ordinance are incorrect. And this item corrects the inaccuracies in the new Navy Base Road no parking zones, as well as rolling back the parking restrictions on Ocean View Drive. Once the ordinance is adopted, it will be 30 days before it becomes effective. However, until the coastal development permit is in place, Public Works is not able to go ahead and place the appropriate signage for enforcement. That concludes my staff presentation.
Sorry, thank you, Bob. Director Madsen?
Yeah, I just want to add to clarify that not all the new Navy base post miles were wrong. There's very, very little adjustment so that if we do get a coastal permit appeal withdrawn, we can move forward immediately with some of the work on new Navy base. Some of the post miles are correct. Some of the areas that we are proposing to block unauthorized access off are correct. And so if this doesn't put everything off on New Navy Base Road for another 37 days. It clarifies a few short locations, but if we do get a coastal permit withdrawal, we would be able to move forward with the majority of the work on New Navy Base Road in the short term.
Thank you, Director Madsen. Supervisor Wilson.
I just want to thank the staff for being flexible on this and, responding to the folks that need to respond to. But even more than that was just their work with the community members on the peninsula, both the Peninsula Community Collaborative and RCAA, excuse me, and all the volunteers out there who've been collecting garbage and helping people in need of assistance out there, as well as our departments at DHHS and the sheriff, managing a really tough situation. And this is part of that. And I just want to thank everybody. With that, I just want to make a motion to approve staff recommendations.
Second with a comment.
Oh, and I want to thank Virginia for all her work on there too.
Well, I just want to say from the other side of the peninsula, no, it was it's a group effort out there. I mean, there are a lot of great community volunteers. Businesses have been great out there. They'll all be really excited to see. Isn't it silly to say? They'll be so excited to see some signs, but they will.
Supervisor Madrone.
Oh, I support the motion, and I too want to thank staff for their incredible work. We don't always get everything right the first time out, but they have made an incredible effort in trying to meet the ever-changing demands of the Ocean View community there. And so I just want to thank you, Tom and Bob, for your extraordinary efforts in trying to bring that community together and figure out exactly what kind of signage we can do that the community supports. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. I'll put it out for public comment. Any public comment on this item? I don't see any hands raised. Close public comment. Did you have your hand up, Supervisor Bohn? Did you need to say anything on this one?
No, I want to thank Tom and Bob too, because everybody else got to thank them. I felt bad. I didn't want to feel butthurt or anything. So thanks, guys, for showing up and staying late. I really appreciate everything you do.
Yeah. Thank you. Guys. Okay, let's do another roll call.
Ryan would like to talk.
Chair Fennell, we did have public comment.
Oh, we do? Sorry about that. I did not see them. Okay, great. We do have 2 hands up, okay. 8458. And if you can press *6, you can join the conversation. Hello?
Hi. Yes, hi. This is Jennifer Savage. Sorry, I'm not used to calling in like this. I just wanted to quickly say, as an 18-year Manila resident and person who regularly recreates all along the Samoa Peninsula, the issues this year have been quite extreme, and we are very happy to see that these signs are going to go in, and appreciate the efforts of the county and Supervisor Bass in really helping with the Samoa Peninsula side of things. So I just want to express support. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And we do have another caller. That's 5906. Please press *6 to join the conversation. Welcome.
Hi, this is Emily Sinkhorn with Redwood Community Action Agency, and just wanted to voice support for this ordinance. We've been supporting the Peninsula Community Collaborative that's been working on improving the feeling of safety on the peninsula for several years. And one of the key issues has really been the use and feeling of safety in the dunes area, particularly south of the bridge. And we've really appreciated working with Public Works staff to move forward this ordinance, and also then to get signage implemented, that can be kind of one piece of the puzzle at really encouraging the types of uses we hope to see in the dunes, and also really be able to discourage a feeling of no man's land out, west of New Navy Base Road, and really be able to encourage the types of uses we want to see. There has, as both Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Bass have noted, there's been a lot of community investment in really taking care of this part of the peninsula, and we're looking forward to working with Public Works to get the signs up and other measures that can really ensure safe coastal access. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. I believe that's all for public comment right now. I'll give you one more minute. If you would like to call in, press *9. Okay, no comments, no further comments. Bring it back to the board. We have an item, a motion. So I'll go to Ryan for a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes. Thanks for hanging in there, Ryan.
Supervisor Wilson?
Aye.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes, thank you.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ryan. And
Ryan has to take
we have to hang out for another little bit. I do want to thank Tom and Bob for hanging in there. And we do actually have another item on the agenda, unless it was pulled earlier. Thanks, you guys. And that is the treasurer tax collector.
Chair. I'm sorry, that item was pulled.
Oh, was pulled. That
H4.
All right, it was a long time ago. That brings us back to, I believe, what will be the final item of the day. We're returning now to the appeal of the this organics issue, and I know that Director Ford has been working with Cliff, and curious to hear what you guys come up with.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. We do have some conditions to present. I'm going to share the screen and present them to you. The first condition, while I assume you can see it, would read that prior to issuance of any permits or any on-site cultivation, the applicant shall submit a plan for review and approval by the planning director in consultation with the University of California Ag Extension to ensure that imported materials are free of pathogens that may contain or facilitate the spread of sudden oak death. This plan shall identify how soil or amendments will be chosen and used that are free of pathogens. Each year at the annual inspection, the applicant shall provide a report to the Planning and Building Department identifying what soil or amendments were used during the prior year and precautions taken to prevent the spread of sudden oak death. A new condition would also read, the project shall be full sun outdoor for the first 2 years and may be modified to hoop house light deprivation techniques with use of 6 watt per square foot supplemental light for vegetation growth after planning and building has conducted 2 annual reviews of the site for compliance with conditions of approval and operational restrictions and provisions of the CMMLUO, including successful demonstration that the average vehicle trips do not exceed 12 trips per day on the private road easement connecting to Maple Creek Road.
John?
Yes.
I read when we were on the other part that I'm a little, I think I might have screwed that up. The private road easement goes to Laura's house, I believe, and not to the grow area. I think the 12 trips, it would have been nice on the private road easement, obviously, but since there's going to be no cultivation, processing, anything done there, trimming or anything like that, I think it was the 12 trips per day on Maple Creek Road to the subject site. I probably would be better terminology. That was my mistake.
Okay.
You can just leave it to 12 trips per day on Maple Creek Road. You're there. Yeah. Thank you. My mistake. Sorry.
Nope. New condition number 3, this would apply to the 185 acre site. Prior to issuance of any permits or initiation of cultivation, the applicant shall record a deed restriction to prohibit any cannabis cultivation. This should be any commercial, sorry. Cannabis cultivation on APNs 315-22001 and 315-146.018. Again, that's for the 185 acre site. For the cultivation site, prior to issuance of any permits or initiation of cultivation, the applicant shall record a deed restriction to prohibit additional cannabis, and let's make this commercial, cannabis cultivation on APNs, and those are the 3 APNs for the commercial site. Any questions on those?
Director Ford, I have a question for you on number 3.
Yes.
There are 2 APNs, so that 185 acres is actually two parcels?
Fennell, I'm having a terrible time hearing you.
Okay, sorry about that. Is this
Speak
better?
up.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
You're not coming through very loud.
Okay, let me see if I can, well, I'm not sure. My question is, there are 2 APNs on number 3. Is that because there are 2 parcels that are emerging for the 185 or just 2 APNs?
There's just 2 APNs.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just, if it's all right with the chair, if we could ask Laura, because I think she wanted to talk when it was being read through, and can we just kind of get her feedback to see just how that sits with her?
Yeah, I guess, well, first I'd like my lawyer actually to speak on this, but my concerns are with number 2. I've never seen another permit given out on a probationary situation like that, and I'd like my lawyer to speak more on the outdoor.
Hi, yeah, it may seem like a fine point, but the language, the project may be modified, creates an argument that that's setting up a future discretionary approval that would be subject to CEQA and all of that. It would be much cleaner for everybody to say, to not reference the fact that the project's being modified, but just to say that, the growing shall be, cultivation shall be pursuant to the following, unless it's determined that more like a shall issue, ministerial approval. because otherwise we're going to be back to square one with people arguing that we need to do an EIR for this revision to the project. That's all. I totally agree with the concept of, you know, if that's the policy direction of the board, but it can be done without opening up the argument that it's a future discretionary approval. That's all.
I would also actually like to add on top of that, like from my understanding, Humboldt County outdoor, you can still pull tarps. I just want to make sure that's in there that I can have hoop houses, because having to harvest 2 acres all at once, I mean, that's going to be a flurry of work. If you can do outdoor and pull tarps and stagger your harvest, I still want the opportunity to do that. Outdoor just means no lights. So I'm willing to do that for 2 years to have no extra power, but then give me then what is outdoor in Humboldt County, which is just no lights. You still have hoop houses, everything else that comes with that.
All right.
Still in, and Laura's still in the ground though, right?
Yes, in the ground. I mean, if I have to do outdoor, then, you know, what Steve Madrone was saying was, you know, maybe I can do an auto flower run or something, because, yeah, I mean, I'm willing to get a fire truck. I'm willing to do all this. I'm willing to wait to do even this minor, you know, string lights, whatever. I'm to be honest, I'm not sure what exactly that is being monitored or put on a probationary period here. I don't see any difference in final weight really, except for it all happening at once. I don't really understand like why it needs to go that way, but I'm agreeing to do it. But if I have to do outdoor, I would like to do it like what is considered outdoor in Humboldt County, which is just no lights.
All right. Through the chair, because Laura makes a great point, because this is to Director Ford. Our outdoor ordinance allows for pulling tarps. So do we, I mean, is this going to be completely a complete?
The way I interpreted what was being asked for was that this was, if you want to call it a probationary or provisional period, where the limitation would be on full sun outdoor. So the decision point in front of the board is, do you want it to just be outdoor or full sun outdoor? I do completely get the point made by Mr. Solori that we don't want to give the impression that there's any additional discretionary actions, and I've already modified the wording to that effect. But that really is just a board decision. Outdoor can include light deprivation, which would include greenhouses. If it's the intent of the board to have it be a provisional period, just to make sure that it starts off on the right foot and everything's going well, then that would be the point of the full sun outdoor.
Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Madrone.
Well, I think Laura, once again, has made a very reasonable response. I mean, she keeps giving left and right. And for myself, whether or not you're doing it in the full sun or you're doing it in a hoop house, the season of activity is going to be the same. You're going to be out there late April or May through early to mid-October. I mean, that's just the nature of how it works. And I don't see putting this revisional requirement in any way reducing impact, frankly. It just doesn't, they don't tie together. And another reason why I don't really support the provisional thing is we've never really done that to anybody else. And of all the applicants that have come before us, I don't think I've seen an applicant who has been more willing than Laura to adjust and adapt to the public comments, to the concerns, to the neighborhood, to everything. I mean, literally. And so that's the kind of a neighbor that I want to give them their permit because I think I can trust them. You know, they've shown that trust through their approach to modifying their projects. Whereas those people that kick and scream and fight us over some simple modifications and we haven't put anything provisional on them, I don't know. I think that's a little bit misplaced, personally. I think Laura's making a reasonable offer here.
I do want to point out, Supervisor Madrone, that there are a lot of compliance agreements that we do not see, that just go through the process and don't get to us. So it's not fair to say that there aren't many people with a lot of compliance requirements on their permits. Supervisor Wilson.
I would also ask that, you know, although we haven't used this as directly before, I think we have on other projects, maybe not cannabis, but certainly many other development projects we do. And now I would say a tool in the tool belt in terms of dealing with some of these issues related to some of these neighborhood concerns as we move forward, because it's quite possible that provisional and stepwise responses may be something, and building of trust, you know, is maybe some of what we need to be working on in some of these neighborhoods. And yeah, it's true that some applicants are gonna, you know, this is gonna be a burden on them, and I can understand that and their feelings about that, empathize with that entirely. But in this case, I think it's okay. It's not something I would want to do all the time at all. And, you know, but we have some issues, and I think that this is one way to get through that. So I don't know. That's just kind of where I'm at. If people want to change it, that's fine with me. I mean, or maybe I'll see what gets out there, but I think we're there.
Well, you know, I mean, from my perspective, the outdoor in the ground partly had to do with the number of trips. If you want that harvest at the end of the year, and you don't have the multiple harvests where you do have to have personnel in there, cutting the plants down, whatever is the part of the harvest that needs to happen, and it keeps happening at a regular basis. I think there were, in the plan, there were like harvests every 6 days or something like that. So this was, the concept was, let's start off, since traffic was an issue, with this in the ground, sun grown, and then over time, it also would cost less to the applicant in terms of excise tax, significantly less, to the tune of $80,000 less a year. I think that, you know, it's kind of a first step. Now, if everybody wants to pull that back, it's the will of the board, but that is where that came from. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's a difficult one, because I know we're trying to kind of deal with some neighbor concerns and what might happen in the future. But, you know, I'd actually defer to the supervisor from the area, that district. I think that person probably might have an idea of what would go best in that neighborhood. So this might sound like a strange request, but I'm just wondering if we can get that person's, I think it's Supervisor Madrone's input on this and what he thinks is appropriate.
Supervisor Bohn, and then Supervisor Madrone.
I just, like I said, from day one, I just want to stay with that 12 trips a day. And I think Laura is saying that if she does this the way she wants to, the 12 trips a day is more manageable with a steady staff, rather than having to bring extra personnel in to buck up 2 acres or whatever, you know, whatever it is. So I think I see where she's trying to go. I think it's a novel approach. I just think, and I apologize, I've got 2 neighbors up there that are really good friends, and they're just really concerned about the traffic, because they've had concerns about the traffic up there. So I think that's something to be aware of, and I think you're going to address it, I believe. So thanks.
And I had a point of clarification, Director Ford. You said no cultivation on that 185 acres. That would, of course, include processing and all of that, right?
That's what he said.
You did?
Yeah.
No
yes, it would.
was all inclusive of
Yep.
commercial campus. Okay. Right. So Supervisor Madrone, Supervisor Bass wants to hear from you.
Well, I agree with what Rex said, Supervisor Bohn. I'm not sure what we're provisioning, right? I mean, so if it was just growing in the ground and growing in the sun, and what is it they need to do in that first 2 years to somehow then be able to do hoop houses? I'm not sure what the provision is, that they have to behave themselves. I mean, what is it that, every single license has provisions in it about the requirements of that grow. And if they're not adhering to those requirements, people can lose their licenses. That's already part of the entire process. So I'm not quite sure, Supervisor Wilson, what you're trying to provisionally approve and what behavior are we looking at in that first 2 year period to then, without creating a discretionary action, allow them to then go to the hoop houses. I mean, what is it? Please explain it to me a little bit. I'm just confused. I don't see the difference.
So to respond to that, I mean, in terms of, there was 2 layers to that. One was to deal with the removal of the backup generators, right? So there was that, right? So there was that conversion to get out of that thing. And I'm not sure where we're at with the applicant on that, but I think what she says, that there will not be backup generators, or that we could make that a provision. So that's one. But the other was really sort of that transitional to, if you really were to go to lights, which is what is being proposed, really seeing, is there impacts related to the site before moving to that, because that is a more impactful use of the site, because you got more turns. It's more, it's not necessarily completely seasonal. It's an extension of the season. So there you go. And we've had concerns both from neighbors related to the issues we talked about, but also from an environmental perspective. So that's why propose those things. But if you want those modifications and be responsible to that neighborhood, I am happy to take your lead on that. So if you want to take a look at what's written up and modify it, then I think it's your show.
Yeah. So, well, I appreciate that. Again, in the first 2 years, if we were restricting it to sun grown in the ground, there wouldn't be any lights. There wouldn't be anything to observe in regards to the impacts of the next phase. We'd only be able to really monitor the impacts of that next phase once that next phase began, right? And if the impacts is, are they pulling their tarps? I mean, more often than not, that's the impact I hear from people in the hills is light pollution, right? So if anybody's going to pull their tarps, it's going to be somebody who's acted responsibly in the permitting process, and therefore will probably exhibit that same behavior down the road. In Honeydew LLC, we had lots of complaints from neighbors about light pollution and noise pollution from generators, this and that and everything else, and we didn't put any conditional or provisional stuff on that approval whatsoever, and I'm just not sure what we're trying to accomplish with that. And again, I'll say it, whether or not you're doing full sun in the ground or full sun, so to speak, in a hoop house, it's the same amount of season that's covered in terms of the grow. And I think that Laura made a really good point in trying to deal with the traffic impact of saying, if she's allowed to pull tarps, she can regulate the ripening of the crop in such a way as to mitigate and minimize the impacts of traffic. Over when you grow it out in the full sun without tarping, everything's coming in 3 or 4, 2-3 weeks all at once. And so that doesn't allow for the mitigation of that traffic. So I'm totally fine with just doing grown in the ground with hoop houses, with the minimal light provided, all done with solar. She already agreed, no generator use whatsoever. I'll put it all on solar right from day one, right? Is that correct, Laura? I mean, I think that was the agreement there. So I just think this applicant's come a long way Do I want to see 2 acres of growing up there in that area of Maple Creek? No, not necessarily. But I'm glad it's Laura proposing it than it is some of the other operators I've seen in the county coming forward to do stuff, you know. So I'm not fully happy with it and this and that, but I do think she's come a long way towards trying to minimize and mitigate the impacts of this operation. And I would be fine with that part being worded that way.
And I'm okay with that too. But I will say, you know, relative to what we went through in the Atoll, I mean, provisional expansion could have been something we talked about, right? Based on performance, and we didn't. So I'm just saying, even if we don't use it here, let's, you know, it's on the spectrum of options for us in the future. So I want to make sure that we think about that. So I would suggest that John brings back up the what the language is there, and Supervisor Madrone can take a shot at it.
To make it a little larger, John, it's very hard to see.
Yeah, if I could,
I ask that because I can't see it either.
It's
good. It's good, John. Don't go so far. You'll have to scroll it now.
So I started to modify it to say the project is approved for mixed light cultivation in hoop houses. 6 watt per square foot supplemental light for vegetation growth, powered by solar with no generator backup.
Right, and then the rest gets stricken.
And just a quick question, does this mean that we then don't allow for PG&E hookup?
PG&E hookup is not included within this project.
Okay, thank you for that.
A long way away, I believe, isn't it, Laura?
Yeah, it's 8 miles away.
Yeah, so it's not happening.
Okay, it looks like we've addressed that issue. I'll bring you back. Supervisor Bass had your hand up.
No, it was covered. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think we actually.
With those changes, I would move approval. Approval with those conditions as identified.
Second.
I think you have to deny the appeal as well. It's part of the motion, right?
I apologize. Yes, I would move that we deny the appeal and approve the project with the conditions as just discussed and agreed to.
And the seconder said that's exactly what I knew he meant.
Thank you. Alrighty. Supervisor Wilson.
I just want to make sure for John, are you asking us for some findings related to this at all? Do you need us to be specific about anything?
I looked to see if there were things that we should modify in the findings. I don't think we need to.
Okay, I just want to just double check that we're okay in the findings. I appreciate that.
Thank you for asking that question, Supervisor Wilson. Before we go to our roll call vote, I believe this is a first, and I want to thank Laura and her team and the supervisors and staff for sticking it out for so long. I know that it's challenging, but challenges also bring opportunities. And so good luck with your project as it moves forward. So with that, let's take this to a vote of the board.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Thank you, everybody. And with that, We are adjourned. Thank you for sticking it out through a very, very long day.